Good morning, good afternoon. What is going on, ladies and gents? Hopefully, we are doing well. Good to see everybody here today. Hopefully, we are enjoying ourselves. Happy Sunday, guys. We have quite the eventful session here today, which I'm very excited for. Please get your pen, get your paper, everything that you'll need, okay, to pay attention, to really rock and roll, to focus today. We have a really awesome session, guys. Good to see everybody here. We got Kevin, we got Adam, we got Albino, we got Alex, we got Andrea, Beth, Bilal, Bobby, Brian, Cassandra, Charles, Jay, Chris, Dan. Very, very cool. Good to see everybody here today. Alrighty, let me get this waiting room taken care of. We got Beth, Bilal, Bobby, Brian, Cassandra, Charles, Che, Chris, Dan, Ionia. Good to see you. We got Jean. Good to see you, brother. We got Jessica, Jose, Kevin, Laksha, Laron, Maribel, Melissa, Michael Afflin, Ming, Vidor, Bertrand, Eduardo, Michael, and Teresa. Good to see you guys today. I am beyond excited to get rocking and rolling, guys. We have quite a bit to go ahead and make happen. Let me start by saying we're in for a treat. Today's student spotlight. Give me a second to go ahead and share my screen here, and we'll get rocking and rolling immediately. So, first and foremost, guys, we have a very, very eventful session here today. As we know, today's student spotlight, and I'm very excited to go through and to kind of walk through exactly what we have planned and in store for today. I have a handful of students, right, that are all in our BSF world right here, all in our particular program who have done very, very well. And I want to have these particular individuals share their story, where they came from, and everything else in between about their BSF story. I'm excited for it. I'm also going to list off exactly who we have in store for today. Like I said, we do have a handful of really, really high-ranking individuals, and I'm excited to walk through here today. What's cool about this, right? Most people in the industry, they'll need to source other people, right, who are not part of their program, their students, their experience, their friends, to talk about how great their stuff is. We just talk to our students, our actual clients. And that's one of the most incredible things about this experience is we actually not only build consistency, but we have an entire tribe of individuals absolutely crushing the game each and every day. And I'm excited for us to go through that here today. So before we even get started, I'm going to walk through the order of operations in terms of who's going to be speaking here today. First and foremost, we have my man, Mike Brown, who's currently doing well over $100,000 a month right now with the BSF systems, absolutely crushing it. Secondly, we'll be having Adam Maltese, the OG Shopify head affiliate manager and absolute GOAT from Shopify themselves. Shout out, Adam. Good to see you, brother. We got Luke Toll hopping on today as well. Luke will probably be on toward the back half of the session. I know he's got a lot going on with his kids today. He's one of our multi-million-dollar brand owners. He's going to be talking about some exit talk where he's selling his multi-million-dollar brand possibly. And he's also talking about how building an e-commerce, all of his success also led him into building into the service space as well, also using the BSF systems. We're also having Dan Allen join us here today, which is incredible. Dan Allen's a four-time BSF student. He joined BSF four times. Three of the four times, he was a massive success in the e-commerce program. And then he ended up joining our service program thereafter and also built an incredible business there. That means he joined BSF four times and crushed it every single time. Okay, we also have Gene Hermy here today as well. Gene Hermy started right where you guys are sitting right now. The man now does $5 million, over $5 million a year. You'll be hearing from him today as well. We also have Fernando also, which you'll probably be hopping on right after Gene's session. I believe I saw him hop on, which is awesome. He's one of Gene's partners here, and it's a testimony to those of us working with partners here in our businesses and a testimony to how well it can go, right? You start making $5 million a year, right? You're splitting a pretty big watermelon there, which is pretty damn cool. Oh, we got Luke Toll hopping on right now. Very, very cool. And we got Ron as well speaking today, guys. Ron is one of our individuals who scaled multiple e-commerce brands, right? And he's just an absolute stud. The guy has humble beginnings, and to see where this guy's at now is absolutely insane. Ron, shout out to yourself. Many people in your position wouldn't have been able to make it happen, and you did. And I'm excited to share, or really hear you share your story here today as well. We also have Charles Nicholson hopping on here today, which is actually one of our BSF developers as well. But not only that, he's an absolutely extremely successful e-commerce student here at BSF that went on to also build a service coding experience and program using the BSF systems as well. He now runs multiple companies. He's actually exited one already, and he's going to be talking to us here today about building an e-commerce marketplace, scaling out, and also his exits also. We also have Bobby Carter. Bobby was an absolute new individual, new entrepreneur to the e-commerce marketplace. He's now an absolute powerhouse with his brand build. And this guy knows each and every step of the process and system and his growth from absolute scratch. I haven't seen dedication or consistency much like it before. The guy is rare. And, he's going to be talking to us today as well about how the hell he made this happen as well. We also have Bilal hopping on today as well. Bilal is an agency owner. He actually owns an agency where he uses the BSF systems to crush it every single day of the week, and for many of his clients as well. He also runs his own service-based business with BSF systems, as well as his agency and his other brands also. An absolute Swiss Army knife, which is what I like to call him. And he's joining us here today as well. We also have Ming. And guys, keep in mind, this is a small handful of students that I just reached out to. Okay. And what's cool about it is this is probably like an extremely small fraction. Okay. With that being said, Ming has been using the BSF systems for 3 years now, right? He just did over $250,000 a month this last Q4 and continues to do so into Q1, into Q2 for the 3rd year in a row. We also have Edmund too hopping on with us to talk to us today. Edmund actually built 2 brands here at BSF, was a massive success, right? And one of his own particular items he brought into BSF, we helped him scale. And then he's like, you know what? These systems are freaking awesome. He's seen everything in the industry. Let me go ahead and try doing it from scratch. He built a 2nd brand from scratch, just as high as his first particular one that he had. Double BSF success in 1 mentorship term. Absolutely incredible stuff. Like I said, he started from scratch using the BSF systems, and he did the same exact thing. And the guy continues to scale and crush the absolute game. So I don't want to talk off anyone's ear too long. Today's not my time to speak. What I'm going to be doing here is this, guys. Throughout the session, you're going to have questions about, you're going to want to ask someone a question. You're going to have a question. All questions, drop them down below. I will be facilitating the questions here today. I'm going to be very, very active throughout this session here. Okay, so drop the questions below if you have them, whether you have it for Mike, Adam, whoever it may be, drop the questions below. I'll be picking them out and then asking them to our student spotlight to go ahead and keep things organized and super, super clean as well. So before we get started, okay, great. Luke, we just got the word from Luke Tull. He's on his way. Very, very nice. I'm excited for Luke to join us. And awesome stuff. So first and foremost, with that order of operation, I know that was a big mouthful, guys. Okay, what's cool about this is, yeah, these are all literally BSF students. So with that being said, first and foremost, we have my man, Mike Brown. Mike Brown, welcome to the floor, my friend. Welcome to the student spotlight session here today. And guys, remind me to spotlight everyone who talks. If I forget to do it, please remind me to do so. I just want to make sure we have this very, very proper. Everyone's able to see who's speaking. And if I don't do it, please let me know in the chat down below, guys. I will be very, very quick to do so. So with no further ado, Mike Brown, Mr. $100,000 a month. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing all right, Justin. How you doing today, my man?
I'm good. I'm good. And Mike, thank you so much for making the time to not, I mean, you're always on the masterminds, but thank you for taking the time to walk through what your journey is about, what you made happen, and just kind of give back to the community a little bit, right? People have been watching you. They've seen what you've done with the systems, and I'm very proud of you. And I don't want to say too much for you. I want to let you do the justice, but thank you so much for spending the time today with us here, man. And take the floor, sir.
No, I appreciate it. And I want to give a shout out to Adam too, because I think he actually was lined up to go before me. But I have a family thing going on today. So this is going to be an awesome mastermind. Everybody here should be excited about this one. I mean, I'm going to be going back and watching the replay of it when I can actually get around to watching it today. There's a lot of value that's going to be coming out of this lineup. And again, thanks to Adam. He really is a GOAT. What this guy has to say after me, everybody should be listening real close because he's been around and he's seen some of the top stuff. So it's a big deal. And yeah, I appreciate you having me come on here. And for anybody that's in the mastermind today, I recently posted up on the board in Platinum. So a couple of you might have seen a post that I'd put up. And I definitely try to give back for a couple different reasons. A big one is, I'm grateful to Justin and to the whole team. I came with some stuff in place already, but really my experience at BSF has been what's been able to get me more consistency and higher numbers and really take advantage of social media and advertising out on Facebook and Instagram. It really was the next step because I had started out on Google. So this was a big step for me. I like being able to give back a little bit in that way. And, I think a big part of anyone that's hopping on right now, whether you're day one or you're a little bit down the way, you might be a little bit more aware, is just having some momentum. And sometimes that's a little bit easier said than achieved. So I like sharing stuff just to see, if someone's in one of those ruts, because we all go up and down. That's part of the whole process. Maybe someone is reminded that, hey, I can do this. I just need to remember that I can do this. It's a learning process, and I just need to keep correcting little things as I go. It's going to pile up and I'm eventually going to get there. which is definitely a big part of all of it. So like Justin had mentioned, like we're doing over $100,000 a month right now, and that's definitely a large in part due to BSF. But speaking to my journey and what got me to Justin and the team, I started out probably about 4 years ago, and I'm pretty jealous of anyone that's starting out day one with BSF because I say all the time, like I could have saved a lot of heartache and a lot of my learning process in time if I had hopped on day one with Justin. I didn't come really into him until a couple years down the line, but I had no background in e-commerce, drop shipping, business, any kind of education in that realm. I mean, my background was I was working as a psychologist for about 10 years before I started doing this. While I was going to school for psychology, I was working as a trainer, nutritionist, and I made some money playing hockey. So, like, completely different world realm before I hopped into the whole e-commerce frame, which obviously led to some challenges because I have no education and I have no experience. So, one of the things that I like telling people is, perseverance is really, really important. The only way to fail is that if you quit. That's really the only way that you're going to fail is if you stop going. So, if you believe in yourself, and you should, because anyone that's out there and trying to do this, if you're going to be dedicated, you can do this. It's, wide variety of people have achieved it. So you'd be hard pressed to convince me that you're one of the only people that can't do it. So, perseverance is the big thing. And when I left that former profession and I came in with no education, I really bought into it. In my post I had talked about, like, I cashed in my retirement. I used all my savings up, and I just dove in head first. And it was all about, like, this is what I'm doing. This is how it's going to go. And I'm not stopping until I get there. So
It seems like you committed before anything. You were mentally committed, extremely mentally committed.
yeah, 100%. And I'm big on reading. Since I don't have any formal education, like, one of the first things I really committed to was doing a lot of reading, and just kind of studying people that maybe not e-commerce but started up as entrepreneurs, and some of the advice that really successful people put out there. And anyone that's read a lot of that material probably knows already, but a lot of it's more mindset stuff than it is trying to figure out numbers and the ins and outs of your everyday business. It's really making sure that the psychology of it is on point, that where your head's at, and that you have your goal set, and that, yeah, you're fully committed. Because I can't remember what it was, but there's a saying, like, burn all sources of retreat, burn the ships. There's no source of retreat. The only way to get out of it is to go forward and win and conquer. So I definitely believe in that. And yeah, I was 100% all in from the start. And I invested everything I had in it, and then I lost it all within the first year. So that was definitely a big hill, but into that all in mentality, like, I just kind of started up all over again and started testing. And it took me probably about, I want to say it was about 2 years before I really had a winning product. And that's when I started trying to scale things on my own and really struggled. And then I came into Justin probably like 6, 7 months down the line of really trying to do it all on my own and learning it on my own. And there was an immediate switch. I mean, it was very quick. So as soon as I could put the systems in place and follow what Justin had already worked out, and then of course he's giving guidance on these masterminds on Sunday, which are just huge. I think it's a huge part of the value that you get out of working with BSF. But as soon as I could put those systems in place, it's been steady ever since then. The business is growing month over month. It's taken a lot of weight off me, really, because I don't have to worry about. I think one of the things that any student in here should be excited about is that you don't have to be testing systems out. The system's already set. That was something I had to do being on my own. Like, I had to go
Mike,
out there.
I'm sorry to cut you off. That was so
Yeah.
beautiful, right? So rather than testing systems, get the proper systems, get the infrastructure, and that's what's going to build your company for the long term. Say that one more time for the people in the back, if you could, Mike.
Yeah, 100%. Like, you guys already have a system that's tested, tried, and true. And, like, the people that are speaking today are going to repeat what I'm saying right now.
How do you know it works,
it's
though, Mike? It might be a bunch of BS. How do you know it works?
I know it works because I use it, and my business is doing over 100K a month, and it wasn't doing that before it, and it was inconsistent. A lot of people have probably heard throwing mud at a wall and seeing what sticks, and I was definitely doing stuff like that, and I'd have hits and I'd have misses, but it doesn't work when you're trying to grow something to have off and on. You need consistency if you really want to grow something. So you're definitely, as a student in BSF, it's a big plus because you don't have to worry about that aspect of testing. Not only was I testing, I was still testing products, angles, creatives, all that stuff. But on top of it, I had to test systems on top of it. So when I didn't have to do that anymore, it was a huge game changer. So I think, that's one of the biggest things that you should have confidence in. I'm not saying there's not going to be any difficulties, struggles, problem solving involved, but you should definitely have confidence in the fact that if you follow everything that's been laid out in front of you and you don't give up, that it's gonna work out for you. Just don't give up and keep going. Follow what's been laid out for you, and it's gonna work. And maybe you don't want to believe me, but there's probably 6 or 7 people coming up right behind me that are going to say the same exact thing, and it's for a reason.
Of course.
100%. And one of the things as well, Mike, people hear $100,000 a month, right? That sounds absurd, right? To normal people, to normal individuals, right? Can you help humanize that number?
Yeah, I can remember when that number seemed like it, like that was the number I wanted to get to. And don't get me wrong, I'm happy that I've gotten there. It's definitely been a long-term goal, but for everyone that's on that way, like you're going to get there one day and you're going to realize like there's still a big way to improve. There's every single day I'm still finding things that I need to tweak, that I need to optimize. I'm setting new goals, and that amount of money, like if you really want to grow the business, like a vast majority of what I'm earning is going right back into the business, so it's always a game of like, if I want to grow the business, I need more revenue, I got to put more in, I got to grow it out. So 100K seems like a big number at the start, but now it seems like the start. Like 100K seems like the start at this point.
Absolutely. And a few questions that we have from our individuals down here as well.
Yeah, shoot.
One product doing the 100K monthly?
No, I have a couple in the catalog now, but I was hitting 30 to 50 on a single product at one point.
And then you added some additionals, and now you're pushing 100.
Yeah, and it's always been one of my goals to have like a brand that's got a significant catalog to it. So that's one of my personal goals at the moment. And it definitely helps. I felt specifically, to give some specifics, like bundling, I feel is very important. And I've seen some great like AOV boosts out of that. So having different products that I can boost. And I'm also high ticket too. I believe in high ticket stuff. So bundling a couple high ticket products together helps AOV. And yeah, definitely a good one.
I love it. Now, okay, phenomenal answer there. Now, with that being said, I'm gonna, Justin, so he joined, he had no systems. He joined BSF, started using the systems, and started to work. Now he's doing 100K monthly for you out of under. And then at which point of your journey did you choose to create a team? When did you realize you needed a team? When did you realize you needed some help on the side? When did it turn into just the one-man Mike show to being, I got to hire some people?
Basically when I ran out of time in the day. And that's gonna happen to anybody, I think. There's only so many minutes in the day, and you're only one person. And pretty soon, around like the $20,000 to $30,000 a month mark, like that's when I started realizing like I better start looking now, and I better start training now, so that if it gets any larger, I'm not behind the ball, I'm in front of it. So I'd say like 20 to 30 a month was when I started like at least having 1 or 2 people. And now like I'm just trying to grow out as much as possible. Like anything there was a post recently in Platinum, and I hope everybody reviews them because there's really a lot of gold in there. But someone had said like anything I find myself doing every single day, I make a system out of it and I hire someone to do it. So that's one of the things that I do also. Like if I find myself doing a redundant task every single day, that's a mental like flag to go and start making a protocol and then hiring somebody to do that for me.
Mike, your answers are extremely direct, and I'm sure the community appreciates that. And thank you so much for that.
Yeah, no problem.
I know you got like 5 minutes. I'm just gonna, blitz you with these questions real quick.
Yeah, shoot.
Okay. Andrea says, Mike, what part of drop shipping were you passionate about before jumping in? Was this your passion at first, or were you just trying to find a vehicle to get you out to then work on your path? What was the reason that you even started this in the first place?
That's a good question. I think it's an important one. I'm just rereading the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I don't know if anyone's read that. I definitely recommend the book. It's a very good one. But one of the habits is start with the end in mind, and that shifted a little bit for me. But at the start, it was definitely like I was looking for wealth, financial freedom. I wanted to take care of my family. Those were big ones for me. And that's really what got me started. I saw drop shipping as a way that I could start from nothing because I had a whole bunch of student debt. I really didn't have any cash. So it gave me a business model where I didn't have to spend a whole bunch of money on inventory. That shifted also. But the start was really, I wanted to take care of my loved ones and my family. That's really what the mission was. It continues to be that. I mean, even right now, like I'm about to go to a baptism, like it gives me the ability to spend more time with family. I can do this on my mobile right now, and I can take care of the business on the run. So that's really been my mission statement. Is like really a big part of it is family and being able to provide for them and take care of them. So that's a big one for me.
Just being able to make some sales as you get the baptism done, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a great way to put it. Phenomenal stuff. Now, so Melissa's first question was, how many products are you selling to be making 100K a month? One product is half your revenue, a few more contribute toward the other half, right? Did you stay within one niche or did you branch out to several different niches?
So I'm in one niche right now, and I'm trying to start up another testing store, which that one is wide open.
Right, on that, on the $100,000 a month stores, one niche though, and you're obviously,
Yep.
your shit, you're building another brand now and doing the same thing. But on that one store, 100K a month, is that one niche or is that multi niche?
Yeah, it's health and wellness. That's where I stand, and that I kind of believe in doing something you have background into. I tried a lot of stuff. It was easier to market health and wellness for me because, like I had mentioned, I had a background in it. I was a trainer and nutritionist for a while, so it made marketing a little bit easier.
Amazing. These are amazing answers, man. Thank you so much. So Bobby's question was, what niche you're in? Bobby, he's in health and wellness. Now, Thanos goes, how much percentage of revenue per month comes from email marketing?
Ooh, that's a good question. I like that one. I think it's important. I definitely spend a lot of time on that. I don't have my
Actually, remember when we were having that kind of slowdown and we said, hey, let's lower spend, let's focus more on email marketing, acquiring assets, etc. And we went balls to the wall with that. I think that was last year, right?
Yeah,
And then
just
we were to
to
get
the point,
spend
I'm
back
kind of
up, and here you
seasonal
are.
too. Yeah. So we had talked about summertime leaning
See, I
on
remember
email a
that shit.
little
I
bit
felt over a
harder.
year ago. I still remember.
Yep. And I've been prepping for this summer since then too. Like I've been putting a lot more money and budget into lead generation so that I have a larger email list that I can work on it through the summer months when it gets a little bit tougher. But I don't have my dashboard in front of me, but I want to say it's roughly 20 to 25% of my revenue, maybe even a little bit more than that at certain times of the year. So it's pivotal. I mean, if you're not doing email marketing, you're missing out on a big chunk of money for sure.
Amazing. Now, Kenzie says, how much percentage are you putting back into the business versus taking it as a profit for yourself? And how do you differentiate that for yourself? Because everyone does it a little bit differently. How do you do it?
Yeah, so I would think that I'm a little bit different than everyone in this realm, but I have no problem sharing. I basically take out as little as possible. My goal is to grow it as quickly as possible. So as much profit as I can afford to keep within the business and reinvest in the business, that's what I put back in. I mean, I personally, like, I have a hard time sitting in front of the computer 7 days a week. So I have a couple of friends that own small businesses also in the labor industry. So I actually work manual labor like once or twice a week to get away from the desk. I try to keep that money as like paying my bills. And then as much money as I can keep from the business in the business, it all goes back in there so I can grow it and scale it as feverishly as possible.
And that's the way that you should do it, right? Don't ever be, and I think it's incredible because you never want to get to the point where you're literally deflating the business, taking all the profits out, and now you're going to be in the same position you were because you're literally starving it, right? So I
Yeah,
love
no,
that answer.
to put a number to it also to give you like a grip, like I would say realistically, like I only pull out for my own pocket between $5,000 and $8,000 a year, like almost nothing, like almost zero.
And that's full immersion back in the business. And that's how you continue to
Yeah.
grow it. I love it. Now, we have a lot of questions here, right? We got like 3 minutes, correct, Mike?
Yeah, that's good. We do that. Yep.
Cool. We'll do one more question, right? And then you could end off with like your kind of final remarks, and then we're going to get into everybody else, right? I know you're on a timeline today, and we appreciate you hopping on with us today, Mike.
No, I appreciate you
So,
having me. I'm glad I could share with everybody.
how important are social channels in supporting the business? Okay, it's all the revenue from Facebook and Google, right? And those are the questions.
Okay. Yeah, almost all my revenue is from Facebook, Instagram, and Google. Those are my big
Say that
three
again for the
traffic
people in the
movers.
back who are getting the TikTok Johnnies and hit them with TikTok ads about 2-week pump and dump TikTok. TikTok is a
Yeah,
good icing on the cake with like Pinterest, okay, email. It's something that you do, but after you find your momentum. But
yeah, it's not. I wouldn't want to rely on those channels, and I am working on building out. I know you mentioned Pinterest, like it's an interesting one because it's SEO driven, really. But I do mess around with them. But the big movers are, I mean, Facebook is the big mover. Google, I like its consistency, but you can't scale it as hard. You can't scale it as high. It definitely provides a lower ceiling for you than Facebook and Instagram does. But I'm yet to see someone make a good argument where you shouldn't be relying on Facebook and Instagram mostly for your paid traffic. I just haven't seen a good argument for it yet.
100%. We definitely, it's something, you know, that will definitely add on to it like icing on the cake, but it is by no means the cake.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean, I'm trying to, we horizontally scale when we're even in our ads manager and Facebook. It's the same concept with socials. You want to reach out, you want to grow that foundation across socials. But as far as like what should be your foundational spot, I haven't heard anybody make a good argument to convince me other than Facebook, Instagram.
Amazing. And last question here. Right when you started, right, you had limited finances. How do you distribute the cost of your store? Like when you have limited finances, what is the mindset that you need to have?
I mean, I think we touched on it earlier. It's you're all in, like it wasn't a matter of what I have, it's what I need. So I knew I needed certain finances, and it wasn't a matter of am I going to get it, it is how I'm going to get it. So I mean, really, I leveraged zero interest credit cards pretty heavily when I started with no dollars, which really started with revamping my credit score because it wasn't that great. So that's really where I started with financing everything. Was completely making over my credit score and then twisting that into zero interest credit cards where I could basically get a zero interest loan for 12 to 18 months on a lot of that stuff. And then I would rotate credit cards until now I've built up cash flow so I don't have to rely on them so often. But yeah, that's how I started out.
100%. And I would say, at first, you don't need to rush things, right? Slow and steady ultimately is a great place to be when your back's against the wall, you don't have much capital.
I
Slow and
still
steady.
struggle with that one. I want to go fast, fast, fast all the time, but slow and steady is definitely the way to go. That's definitely it.
100%. And Mike, dude, this is amazing. I don't want to keep you for much longer. I know we have a lot of more people to go. Thank you so much, Mike, for hopping on today. And what are your final remarks that you want to leave with somebody who may be brand new, who may be hitting their first 1K day, who
Yeah.
doesn't see 100K a month as reality for them yet? What are your thoughts for them to go?
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to repeat something that I repeated on the post I put up a little while back. Just don't quit. Just don't quit. Never quit. Just keep going. Try to be unemotional because you're going to see good and bad. So you need to be able to handle the bad with a level head, and not be emotional about it, and know
And
that
Mike, if you test a
it will
product or
pass.
two products and they go to, and they're crap and they don't work, you quit,
Man, I
right?
tested
What do you
products for
do?
like a year and a half, 2 years, and it was it's tough. I understand it gets demoralizing for anyone that's at that point. I understand it's hard, but like maybe more than any other spot in the whole path, like you cannot quit when you're testing. That's everything. Like I was in the whole, like after I blew my savings, I blew my retirement and then started racking up credit card bills. I was like 20 grand in debt, and
Then you
I was
joined
just
BSF. That wasn't part of BSF.
yeah, no, that wasn't. No, that was that's before BSF. That's what I mean. That's, if anything, that's testament to how valuable it is to be in the community. But like I couldn't quit. I wouldn't quit. You have to keep testing. It's you just keep testing till you find one, and you will find one, and you'll get better at everything that's involved as you're testing. Also, it's going to grow your skill set. So don't quit.
I love it. And Mike, how confident are you now to build up another brand?
I mean, it's the time thing, right? There's only so much time. So I'm very confident. I know it's going to happen because, like I said, it's just a matter of testing. So I'm going to test products until there's a demand and the profit margin's correct. And then I'm just going to scale out the business. It's not really a matter of if it's going to, it's just when it's going to. I'm going to be on that next one pretty soon.
Hey, well, Mike, thank you so much, man. That's absolutely incredible. Guys, round of applause for Mike down below. Absolute stud, right? Clearly knows what he's talking about. The guy's been in the game for quite some time, right? And continues to, well, for the first time hitting his pushing $100,000 months. Guys, I know that sounds insane, right? But proof's in the pudding. He made it happen, right? And it was not overnight, right? It was through hard work, consistency, and a lot of ambition to make that happen. Mike, congratulations to your success. God bless you and your family. If you ever need anything for myself, let me know. Obviously, you're rocking and rolling a platinum, and we appreciate you so much, Mike. And if you ever need anything, reach out. And thank you for hopping on today, man. I really appreciate it.
Best of luck to everybody here, and enjoy today. It's a good one.
Enjoy it, Mike. Have a good night,
All right,
brother.
later, guys.
Let's go. All righty, guys. So that is Mike Brown for you. Absolute stud. The dude literally is on the way to get one of his family members baptized, and he still wanted to be on with us here today. Great dude. Great dude. And I think one of the great things about him, right? He is someone who's addicted to speed. He loves to move quick, wants to move fast as hell, right? That man is putting everything in the business, right? Great place to be, right? And now as he scales, right, he has a lot more room to do bigger numbers now, right? And that's just incredible stuff to see. That guy like that, right? He's tried so many courses, mentorships, fucking gurus, whatever you want to call it. And then he joined BSF, and then suddenly he builds an incredible business and brand, right? Which is awesome. So very good stuff. Now, next, and who was supposed to be first today, but we had Mike go first because he was on the way to the baptism, We have our very own Adam Maltese, the absolute GOAT. Literally, this man is responsible for a large majority of the Shopify affiliate revenue under his belt. He is Adam Maltese, right? Adam Maltese, incredible individual, right? And what's cool about him is not only does he have experience in many different companies, but he's worked with almost every single coach, mentorship individual in the space. It was his job to monitor them to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do. And he now not only has incredible companies at this point, but he has many, many things that I'll walk you through what he's working on today. But Adam Maltese, good to see you today, my brother. I'm now pinning you to the top for everyone to see. Thank you so much for hopping on, Adam. Thank you so much, my man.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Justin. Really excited to be here and help kick off this amazing mastermind. I think with a mastermind like this and right out of the gate, I want to give kind of my number one encouragement when I've been a part of things like this hundreds of times, and so I think my number one encouragement to everyone being here today is your ROI on your time being here is directly correlated to the action and execution that you take out of this call, right? And everything that you learn. And my general suggestion, because you learn so much good stuff from people like Justin, right? It's so easy to consume. And so my general advice, even to myself to this day, is 70-30. You got to be 70% execution and 30% learning at all times. I still got, books that I'm wanting to implement. And so just as you lock in today in this mastermind, my encouragement is just keep that in mind. I'm like, what am I going to action on out of this? What is the 3 things that I feel like is correlated to my business that I can action on, right? And I think that is always super important. So that would be my encouragement just right off the get-go. And Mike Brown already gave so much good stuff, and there's so much more good stuff to come. So it's awesome.
Amazing. And Adam, why don't you walk through a little bit about your background, everything else,
sure.
And then you could kind of walk forward from there. And again, thank you so much, man, for your time today. I know you're busy as heck. You have a lot of new ventures going on that I'm looking to support in any way I possibly can. And again, thank you for making the time, man. I know you got a wife, family, everything in between. And the fact that you could make it today to talk to my people literally means the world to me. And thank you so much.
Seriously. Yeah, happy to.
And even talk about the fact like you were the individual who invited me out to Shopify, which is super cool. I would love to hear that backstory and everything.
I've known, and for context for everyone here, I've known Justin over 8 years at this point, which has been a blessing in many different ways. But in this space, that's a long time. That doesn't usually happen. I've been in this space, if we want to call it digital marketing, for 20 years last year. I joined Shopify 10 years ago. This past year, I was there for 7 years. I worked in the growth arm, mainly to grow out the partnership and affiliate side, like Justin said. But I've interacted with tens of thousands of internet marketers, thousands of store owners over my career. I left Shopify, ran my own e-commerce business, scaled that up over the last few years. We exited that last December for high 7 figures. So I know from the starting point, like Justin was referencing with Michael, from the beginning to the end, I know what it's like and the ups and downs that come along with that. But I think correlating my background to Justin, and I think this is really important, I'm not paid by Justin. He didn't twist my arm to be here, but I believe in what he's doing. And so I can honestly say that Justin is the most consistent and high quality mentor within the e-commerce industry. And I've told him that directly throughout the years, because I believe that to be true. And unfortunately, I'm sure as many people know on this call, like the dark side of this industry is what happens is people start taking action, getting success, they start teaching, they stop doing and keep teaching. And that's the dark side of the industry within the info education space. And I can say from me knowing Justin this long that he never stops taking action and he teaches from what he does, right? Which is absolutely critical when you're trying to figure out who to follow. Because if you're following someone, that's ultimately what you're going to put in place for yourself. So super, super critical. Yeah. And so Justin, I kind of put together really quickly You know, I was trying to think like how can I distill? Because I know there's a lot of people here that are just starting out to massively scaled. And like I said, I know what it's like to be there. And so I wanted to put together kind of my number one key or suggestion at each phase of scale for an e-commerce business.
And thank you for
So-
putting the thought into this, Adam.
Absolutely. I'm happy to. So, so walking through, I break down the phases of e-com, and I'm sure, you know, I'm sure Justin's training is in line with this in some ways, but I'm going to call it out probably a little bit differently in terms of how I view it. There's 4 phases of e-com from my point of view and from my experience, which is starting, scaling, scaled, and exit, right? Which obviously is the ultimate goal, like Mike was talking about last. Right. And so this isn't the variables. There's many variables within each phase that are super, super critical and super important. From my experience and what I would have liked to know from each phase, what would be like looking backwards, what would be the most important thing for each phase from my perspective. Starting out, it's all product. And I know, Justin, you go in this heavily, how to pick products, the perceived value of the products, and the testing. Like Michael just said, if anyone caught it, hundreds. Obviously, you can test product 10, 20, and then be like, man, this doesn't work. And one thing that I always say is when you're in a vehicle, e-commerce is a vehicle, is a business vehicle. Whenever you're in the vehicle, it's not about when it's proven out for someone else, like a Michael, like a Justin, it's not about if the vehicle works. It's about making that vehicle work for you. And it's just, and like Michael said, he was bought in 100%. Right. And so it's what is it going to take and how dedicated are you to making it work for you? It's just variables and executing those variables. Right. And so within the starting phase, product testing, pivoting, testing more, finding those products that hit those variables that starts working. And then something hits and then it starts moving. Right, which then brings us into the second phase, scaling. Scaling phase is about getting really, really good at your ads. Still to this day, like Mike already talked about, Facebook is the behemoth. You can add on Google, TikTok. Those are usually bonus and scaling attribution channels or acquisition channels rather. Right, but scaling, you really got to get really, really good at acquisition and scaling it up to that next point. Within that, I would say data and attribution is very important. There's a tool that I actually recently found. I'm sure people are aware of Triple Whale, Hyros, right? For attribution, because since the iOS 14 and all these other privacy things, it's much harder to get the attribution in the native tool like a Facebook. There's one I found recently. I'm not paid, I'm not an affiliate. It's called ClickMagick with a K. The reason why I'm bringing it up is because it's the cheapest attribution tool. They have a Shopify app, and I started implementing it for my business. Highly suggest them. The data and getting good at ads and scaling phase 2 is absolutely critical. Now, moving on to phase 3, scaled. My general, I mean, it's variable, but I generally say that you're at scaled when you're at about $1 million a year run rate, not a month run rate. Team and systems is everything. You're only going to be able to scale that. Like Michael said, you have to eventually start getting some assistance, obviously, if you're going to scale a business. How much you can scale is directly correlated to how good your team is, right? And so investing in your people, investing in your systems so that team can execute against those systems is absolutely critical to stabilize at a scaled state, right? And then moving on to phase 4 is exit. This one, I mean, we're all working, whatever we're doing in this business, especially within the e-com industry, usually the goal is obviously exit, right? And we exited our business, like I said, last December. Man, I assume, I mean, Justin, you might have, do you have any material on exits?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
We talk about it. It's not like a core focus
Right.
inside the unit. We definitely go through.
Right. Yeah.
And that we have a bunch of venture capital who wants to buy our student stores because the foundations and the way that they're built out, which is cool. One of our Luke next, he actually is thinking about a possible exit.
Yeah, nice.
3, 4, 5 million. He's thinking about exiting his store now.
Yeah, nice. even talking about is not normal in any sort of course or mentorship. So even talking about it is huge. But there's keys to acquisition that I only learned through doing it. And man, if I went through it a second time, or if I do, or hopefully I do, there's stuff that I would do from day one as I'm starting to scale that are absolutely critical. So around that, legal, make sure your entity is approved by an attorney telling you this is sellable and it's clean. Make sure your data and your numbers are clean. So as soon as I would say, if you start hitting like into the scales phase, like where you're like, I think this is going to run long term, get that stuff clean, not under your personal name, a real business that you can track, get your numbers, your accounting, and your legal tight. So, because that will bite you. Because here's the thing, you could have a business doing $1 million net profit a month, and all that stuff is just not organized, is brutal. Now too much time has passed where you can't easily clean it up. That could be the difference between you getting a 3x, like in terms of whatever your multiple is, you could get 3 times more, or they're going to discount it hard because they don't understand it well enough and it's not clean enough to a buyer. So my strong encouragement that I've seen people mess up at that stage, because it's kind of outside the core e-com, running an e-com business, right? And you can even be super successful on paper in terms of your numbers, revenue, net profit, whatever. And then you're like, yeah, I'm just going to go sell this now. So think about that early. Also within that one, a really critical thing is start thinking about how you're going to sell it 1 year before you think you're actually wanting to sell it. Because you're going to have to find buyers, who's helping you sell it, all those type of things, right? And so, yeah. So I hope that hopefully that's some gems and value at each stage.
That's phenomenal. We actually have some questions as well about exits.
Sure.
So, for example, let's say you're someone who's brand new. You start with a single member LLC. A lot of people start with single member LLCs, right? And they want to transition to like an S corp, right? Now, the differences between selling a business, right, when it's brand new, is it's not structured like a fully blossomed company, right? So structuring it to start off as one, right, is very, very smart. How would you say is the best way to start off the structure, right, if you have sale in your mind immediately as you're starting to build?
Yeah, I think if it's starting to hit, I think it's so cheap to get an LLC. I would move from LLC to, like you said, a corp, right? A proper corporate structure. Investors are going to want a real corporation to purchase if they're serious. If they're spending millions of dollars on something to acquire it, yeah, this is exactly what you said. So LLC to now I'm Canadian, so I was in a completely different situation. We actually had a Canadian company, which was actually a terrible idea. So this is exactly what I'm referring to, right? So we had to flip it from Canadian to US and go through all this taxes. So it was actually super complicated on our side, but I learned a lot in the process. But I think and again, I'm not an attorney, it's like hire those people. But from what I understand around it, you want it to be clean. A lot of people run things under the personal name, things like, so just, it's not hard. This stuff is not hard, but it's just having the foresight that I didn't have.
100%. And I think that's huge. And it's something that I always say, get the good help in your corner, right? Get the good attorney, get the good actual finance advisor. Don't cheap out on those individuals early on, right? It's something that I did, and I could have saved a lot more money than I ended up doing, right? And it's important to focus on getting the right people in your corner off the bat. And I think that's incredible, Adam. Yeah. Now, in terms of like, you seeing, these systems be used, right? Now, the goal is to have a proper infrastructure, build your company up and maintain consistency, and then approach an exit, right? How much easier is that with a system, with structures like we have at BSF compared to what you've seen in a lot of these other people who coach, who have no systems, no structure, no actual fluent anything. They just have random theory and concept.
Well, I think I would break it up 3 ways. Is either you're learning yourself, trial and error. Totally possible. Risk factors exponential. It's like 100x to 1, right? So it's like I think everyone on this call would agree. Of course, you want to learn from successful people. I think if you choose the wrong mentor, that is maybe was executing strategies that worked 5 years ago. And like I said, I've known Justin 8 years ago. I'm sure yeah, of course you've iterated, updated, changed, right? Which is why you're so good at this, because you're actually doing it. So you're able to do that. The reason why people are still teaching information 5 years ago is they're not doing it anymore. So they don't know what works now. So of course they can't teach on it. So if you're following exactly to a T, some things still work from 5 years ago, but a lot of things don't. So if you're following someone that isn't doing, then you're going to execute against whatever 10, 20, 50% of things, 80% of things that aren't the best for today, which is going to hinder your success, right? And then the third is like following someone, getting mentoring from someone that is doing it today and is updating everything and has the care to do that, you know? So do you have to have mentorship? Of course not. Can you be successful without mentorship? Absolutely. In any industry, in any business. What is your probability of success when you do is like, yeah, it's like exponential. Absolutely.
100%. Now, with that being said, when you reach a certain point of scale, right, or you get your company to a point where you're ready to obviously expand, how do you find the right team members? Do you build out the role and then hire for it? Or do you bring in an experienced person and let him grow the department? How do you know, one, when you want to start to build an actual team out? And then how do you know when they're the right team members for the job?
Yeah, I mean, I think
and
everyone
touch on one of the, you worked on recently in one of those companies, right? Where you were building a company from scratch and you had, you know, some of the biggest executive heads or people that have worked for you, you know, like the head of Tinder, et cetera. Talk about that experience as well with team building, how that team was put together and kind of how that powerhouse was made.
Yeah, I think it's really boils down to having your systems. So you want to, it's twofold. You want to have systems and structure for any team member that's coming on, but you want to find absolutely amazing people, the most amazing people that you can afford, and then give them autonomy. So when you're hiring people, and that could mean hourly, like hiring doesn't mean full time, right? It means anyone that's coming on board to help you with your business. But you're bringing anyone on, their past success and experience is the leading indicator of the probability of them being able to be successful to help you move. So the number one thing that I'm always looking for, have they done it before? What I'm looking to hire for, have they done it successfully? Not theory, not whatever. It's like, no, they've done X, and so the probability of them to be able to do it for me. So, but then when you find those people, you need to give them a high level of autonomy to execute, and not, you know, just because I'm the CEO or founder.
That's the key.
Right? That's the key. But you still also need structure. If you bring them on and just say like, go for it, and not give them proper training, guidance, structures, strategies, like from a BSF, right? Then they're going to do their best. So I think both those are very important. Hire the best talent you can for the money you have and give them autonomy within the confines of structure, but then also say, hey, here's my structure, here's my guidelines that I've put together. But if you see anything that could be improved on that, I'm 100% open, right? Your job as a leader is always to remove barriers and walls for your people to be as successful as they can in your company.
I think that's the biggest thing, like being able to entrust in other people and giving them an actual way to win, right? Not just saying, hey, go do this, 100%. But actually having a flow SOP and system so they can execute at the highest level and do well. I 100%. Think that's the biggest thing. And I think that's a huge point. I mean, you brought on and hired so many people over the years, and I think that's definitely in my head like one of the most incredible things that is needed when you're building out a team. Like you have to put them in a position to win.
Yeah, 100%.
Adam, this is amazing stuff. Thank you so much. Now we have one more question. We have what motivated you to get started in the dropshipping business, right? And in business in general. And how'd you get started working at Shopify?
Yeah. So before Shopify, I worked for a company called Max Bounty, which is in the affiliate side of the industry being like internet marketing industry. Affiliate within affiliate, there's a subsection called cost per acquisition. So they're heavy into like nutrition, education offers, insurance offers, things like that. And so I saw my starting points, so we're going back 15 years now. These guys and gals that were spending 50K, 100K a day on paid media. So back then it was like Facebook only had the right side ads, like super, like, you know, this is
Wild West.
Wild West days.
Yeah.
And so I worked there for 3 years as a senior affiliate manager. At that time, Shopify was the cool startup in Ottawa, which is where I'm from, Ottawa, Canada, the capital. So people knew about it in Ottawa, but no one in Canada, no one in the States. This is before hosted e-commerce platforms. So like Shopify is a hosted e-commerce platform. They were just starting to be released. So e-commerce as a business model, if you can believe it, didn't exist. Back then, it was all the Amazon courses teaching Amazon fulfillment, and that was the e-commerce business model.
You're a real OG, Adam, like the absolute like definition. Of
I'm getting more. Yeah, my wife's always telling me how much more gray my beard is getting, which I guess is true at this point. But yeah, and so I got my passion for e-com from kind of being in the mothership, so to speak. I was employee 200 pre-IPO. When I left after the IPO, 2 years after IPO, it was 9,500 people. When I started, it was 35,000 merchants, you know? So like, if you think of how many students are in BSF, right? I don't even know, like 1,000, 2,500, like whatever it is. Probably, you've helped thousands at this point, right, Justin?
Yeah, around that number.
So think about like Shopify, when I started, had 35,000 merchants on it. Right. So, and when I left, it was like 1.4 million or something like that 7 years later. So that's about 3 years ago now.
And you were you were high up. You were doing your thing over there at Shopify.
Yeah, it was an incredible opportunity. But I think once I started working there and seeing like, okay, obviously this e-commerce thing is about to go exponential. And I wanted to move away from affiliate marketing and try, earning some income in affiliate. So I went hard into e-com. So I was learning it, executing against it while working there. And so I just got, it was an amazing opportunity to be able to work there and be literally in the mothership. At this time, everyone is in office too. So there's no remote work.
Right, but pre-COVID.
Yeah, it was amazing. And Justin, I know you still have photos from what the office used to look like.
Yeah,
now Shopify's fully remote.
That was the craziest place. Like it was like
is the craziest place.
10 different floors. Everything was a different theme. That was incredible.
So that's kind of how I got into to e-com as a whole, is like working at Shopify. Yeah.
Very cool. And Adam, dude, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
For value today. That's really, really high level exit style value. And that's why I'm so happy you're able to share that today. And also, if you could drop the link to the tracking software that you're referring to, drop it in our Zoom chat here below.
Yeah.
We have a few people who are really interested in taking a look at it.
And Justin, I met one of the founders. So I'm sure we could get a hookup for all you guys that Justin and I wouldn't get anything for that. If you guys are interested,
that would be incredible. If you could talk to him, Adam, and then
I'll do an intro.
I'd like to speak to him as well.
For sure.
Cool. And
thanks,
Adam,
guys.
Thank you so much, man. That was incredible stuff, guys. Round of applause for Adam down below. Absolute stud. You could tell this guy's an absolute OG. Seen every system, every coach, every mentorship in the field. Nothing comes even close, right? And I appreciate all those amazing words, Adam. And if you ever need anything from us, you always just let us know. We're here as a tribe to help you out in any way that we can, no matter what it is. No matter what it is. And you drop that tracking software below, that'd be awesome. And thank you so much for those insights, man. We appreciate that. And let's keep cooking. Very nice. Adam's the absolute goat. Guys, we're just through 2. We have a lot more. So still, guys, you better, seriously get your coffee and just don't leave. Stay the entire session. I think we had one person hop off who had to go, which is totally cool, but stay on the entire session. Great stuff. And Adam, thank you so much again, man. Absolute goat of value. Incredible. Literally, he's an OG, guys. This guy has seen everything in this space. He's seen everything from the start to literally where we are right now. He's seen everything. Okay. Amazing stuff. And again, hats off to you, Adam, and congrats on all your success, my friend. Okay. Now, next, we have, let me see if he's with us today. We have my man, Luke Tall. Luke, are you with us today, my friend?
I am here. Yes. What's going on, guys?
There he is. What's up, brother?
happening?
So, guys, if you don't know, this is Luke Tall, one of our incredible BSF students here, right? And his backstory before he kind of gives it to you himself, he owns a multi-million-dollar brand now that he started here at BSF, right? He's even looking at some exits possibly as well. He's an absolute stud. And he also built an entirely new company with BSF Systems as well in the service-based industry. Andrea, I think you'll like this one. Luke started off drop shipping, still does it, looking to sell his brand, possibly build more stores, and also has merged into his absolute passion of development and coding and service-based delivery, which is amazing. Luke, thank you so much for spending the time to hop on with us today. He's fresh out of church. He just hopped out, and now he's with us here today. And Luke, thank you so much, man, for actually making the time. And good to see you, man. How's everything?
Yeah, it's good to see you as well. Thanks for having me. And yeah, so sharing some love with you guys, and yeah, just let you know what's up here at BSF and whatever else you want to talk about.
Cool, cool. And Luke, hope you can hear me okay, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. Cool. So, Luke, I mean, I love your story, man, because not only do you have a wife, not only do you have several kids, but you have tried this shit for a long time, right? You had like 8, 9 stores before ever having or using the BSF systems, right? And I think that's something to really write home about, is the fact that you went through it. You went through the coaching, you went to the gurus, the coaches, whatever you want to call these people, right? And then you've used the BSF systems and you saw a completely different result thereafter. So walk us through your story, walk us through how it happened. Why'd you get into e-commerce in the first place? How'd you get started? And then how did you end up having a multi-million-dollar brand in other companies? How did it happen?
Yeah, so man, this seems like forever ago. It's only been like 4 years, I think, but it's like I've done so much since then. But basically, I got started in e-commerce slash drop shipping because it was like the hot topic, it might have been 5 or 6 years ago now, maybe even 6 or 7. But it was a hot topic on YouTube. You got all these YouTubers like just saying, "Hey, this is how you create a store. This is how you find a product."
Luke, you're cutting out a little bit. Maybe you could go somewhere that's like better Wi-Fi.
I think I tried. Oh, here, let me drop the headset. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Might be the headset.
Take your time, you're good.
Is better?
It's just a little bit laggy, but definitely better.
Okay. All right. Just see if I can get set up. You still with me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. All right,
That's
this should
better.
be better now. I'm
Yeah,
trying to.
It's definitely better. I can hear you more
I
fluently.
disconnected the headset. Okay, cool. Did like 6, 7 years ago, somewhere around this, and I basically started. I was like, oh my gosh. So basically, I got myself in a ton of debt, more or less. I was like every national bank in the States I owed, which is not something to really brag about. And I basically got started.
Luke, it's really difficult to hear
I'm
you.
like, crap, I need to make a bunch of money because I made a bunch of entrepreneurship because of that. And I actually got started out doing funny story. Okay. All right. You guys, you can't hear me too well. Let's see here.
Yeah, it's a little bit laggy. I just don't want to miss your story.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally fine. I was transitioning back into the house here. Let me see.
It seems to be good now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going in and out on us. Is better now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna stop in like 20 seconds. Okay.
No,
All right,
it's
cool.
actually perfect. I don't know what you just did.
I was connecting to Wi-Fi. I was also trying to adjust back to Wi-Fi here at house because I was walking in when we started. So basically, I got started in entrepreneurship in general because I owed money. Like this wasn't like a for fun project or something like that. I'm like, I had a main job and basically took out a bunch of loans and then woke up one day realizing I could not pay them back. And so I got started in entrepreneurship because of that. And I did what you normally do, right? I'm like, oh, I'm going to find these jobs. And I was doing like 15-hour, 20-hour
$20 an hour jobs. And since I had a full-time job, we were growing a family at the time. I was like, this is not going to work. Like, I think Daniel was mentioning it earlier. Like, I only have so much time during the day. Like, I can only make so much money if I have this like static $15 to $20 per hour job. So I basically found some videos on YouTube, and I was like, oh, this dropshipping thing seems kind of cool. They make it seem so easy. And that like anybody can do it without mentorship, without training, without systems, nothing at all.
The classic TikTok Johnny. There you go.
Yes. And so, of course, I was like, oh man, I got so excited. And I started throwing some brands together. Literally, I was throwing a new brand together like every 2 weeks. And I think my wife's family was like concerned. They're like, I don't know what this guy's doing. Like, what is happening? Every day I get an invite to a new Facebook page saying like this, you know, outdoor outlandish drop ship or whatever I called it, whatever newbie names I was calling it at the time. And so basically I built up at that point when I got started in drop shipping, I had like $2,500 or something like that saved up. And I literally created 8 or 9 10 different stores, and that's great, babe. I'm on the phone. Go for it. Anyway, so I gotta manage the kids too. But anyway, so basically I went broke. Like because I had no systems, no support, no mentorship, nothing. I was literally just flying by
Early
the seat
days
of
of
my
Luke
pants.
Tull.
Yeah, I was literally just like shooting in the dark, hoping it'd stick. Well, that's not a great strategy. And I basically went broke. Like I literally I remember I had to go ask Kirsta, my wife. I was like, I need like money. I don't have any money basically to pay off these loans or whatever for that specific month. And I was like, that's never going to happen again. But anyway, so that happened, and then I actually took a break because I was like, maybe it's just not for me. I don't think I'm good at this, and you know, maybe this is just not my thing, right? I kind of took it as that versus not having the right systems, no mentorship, no foundation.
Right, and years went by, and it was kind of the same. Like you were just kind of trying to make it happen, you know, systems. Maybe you get a little bit here and there, but nothing consistent, right? And how did that discourage you when you first started? Like years of kind of having that happen over and over again. How did that discourage you when you first started?
Gosh, it was definitely like it was very hard to accept. You know, it's like I feel like there's something here, and I feel like I can add value, but I don't know how to do it, right? And it's definitely very discouraging type of thing. And like I said, I took a break and I actually just did coding. I was like, I'm just going to code, and I think that maybe this is just not enough for me. It was definitely very hard. So I basically had to go off and do something else because I'm like, I have to make money, and I wasn't really able to make it work by myself in the beginning. But then let's see, it was like 2 years after that, I do believe. I kept seeing these Justin Wold beyond 6 figures posts. I'm like, what's going on here? This guy, these students always posting these results. I'm like, there's got to be something here, and it's almost like divine intervention, if you want to call it. But I was like, well, I just got to reach out to this guy and see what's going on, right? And at that time, I had a little bit more cash because I was like, knowing that like that was a little bit light. I mean, you can do it on like almost no money at all, but like I was like, okay, I have a little bit more, and maybe, you know, this time I'm not gonna do this by myself. I'm not gonna do this alone.
And this is like your 8th or 9th attempt at this point.
Yeah. Dude, it probably is over 10. Seriously, it's probably over 10. Like this would have been probably like 10th or 11th or something like that. And I remember.
And
go ahead.
What went through your brain? Because like if you do that after several years of 7, 8, 9 brand builds, how do you keep going? Like what in your head made you keep going? Like what is that? Because anyone who's tried 7, 8, 9 brand builds, right, with the peanut gallery, with these people that have no structure, I can only imagine what that does to you mentally. Right now, how did you have the kind of consistency to say, you know what, let's try BSF, let's try these systems?
Yeah, something I'm very stubborn. I'm a very stubborn person, and like I like can run through brick walls if I really want to. If there's something on the other side that I want, and so
I've seen that every single time that you've ever tried to build a company, whether it's been physical product or service based, you've always forced it to work.
Yeah. I'm very. I don't really take no for an answer. But I did learn one thing after doing all of that. This is the beauty of just starting and just trying stuff out and seeing where it gets you, is that now you know what doesn't work. And so like when I started with you guys, I was like, you know what, like this time is going to be different because I'm going to talk to these guys and I'm going to get like on their systems, on their structure. And I'm like, I'm just going to listen to them. So I remember I built a complete store. I had like thousands of products off, like manually clicking all these different products. And I remember I decided to join BSF. We had a short conversation. I'm like, dude, let's just run. Like, I think we were very like quick. I was just like, let's just go, man. So I signed up, and then again, I remember early on in the BSF days, I was like, hey guys, this is my store. What do you think? And like, I can't remember who it was. It might've been you, Justin. You're just like, yeah, delete everything, basically. Just scrap the whole thing. And this was like hours, like, I don't know, 40, 60 hours of work or something. And I was like,
Right,
really? Like I
you
have
had
to,
before, right?
yeah. And I was like, but the thing is like, I think Daniel and even Adam were talking about is like, hey, like if somebody else has already done this, then it's like, who am I to judge that? Who am I to question it? And well, I should just follow what they're doing because it's working for them. And I know what I'm doing is not working. So they have to have a little bit of like humility, I would say, and like not be so cocky and just think you know everything. Realize that other people have done stuff that you want to do, and you can use, you can work with them and learn from them versus, oh, I'm going to just figure this out and scrim around the dark and hope I find gold. That's not going to work out too well. At least that's from my experience. So let's see. I blew up my whole store. That was step one. And when I joined BSF, blew up the whole store.
That's usually the first step. All right. You just joined BSF. Good. Now take everything and take it behind the barn. Right.
Yeah,
that's usually step one.
Yeah, like forget everything you've ever done.
Right. And some people have mixed feelings about that. Like they spend all this time and money on this pre-built store they got for $19 from this guy. Right. And it's, it sucks for me to be the one saying this sucks. I'm sorry, but we're going to rebuild it. We're going to do it correctly. That's the difference, right? Being able to admit it.
Yes. Well, and also like I got a little bit smarter because I'm like, wait, if somebody's selling me, it's kind of like when there's a gold rush and someone's selling a bunch of shovels for $19.99. You kind of have to ask yourself, well, why are they selling me shovels? And because like, those stores for like $19, you can't imagine they're actually effective because if they can spin up a store that works for $19, then like they would be doing it themselves.
None of them.
So,
and if anyone had a pre-built store that was already making money, they would sell for a lot more, right? And they would cost $10,000, $15,000, right? It wouldn't cost
exactly
$18. So anyone who joins the pre-built store, we're always flushing it completely to our structure. We could try to salvage it, right? James, I know you have a pre-built store that you got from a while ago from BSF, which is good, but anywhere else really, like they're not the actual conversion optimizations, right? And a pre-built store is just a skeleton. It's not an actual store that's fully built like people make it seem, right? So keep that in mind. You're never just going to be getting a $15 store and say, oh, this is good for BSF. We're always going to restructure and rebuild it.
Yeah, and it's funny you talk about that, Justin, too, because I think you mentioned like I have my own other business now that does service, and we see it all the time. Like this happens all the time. Someone gets a Shopify template that's premium, but if they don't actually like put in the effort that you're talking about in the structure and the systems, and it's like it doesn't really do very much, right? Like maybe you get a 0.5 conversion rate or something that's not really sustainable. So yeah, I remember that was definitely it was just kind of humorous to me. I'm like, all right, I guess this is it. Like, I guess I'm going on this roller coaster ride. I'm just going to listen, right? I'm not going to be as stubborn about it. Like, I'm just going to follow the process that's laid out. And yeah, lo and behold, I think it was on my third or fourth product. I like saw this product in my feed and I was like, wow, this product seems really good. And at the time, like I not knowing that much, like we're like, hey, let's just give it a shot and see what happens. And I remember it just took off, like it just went crazy right away. And I was like, whoa, like all of a sudden I'm getting all these sales, built out the page, did all the things. But it just, what happened there is, what's funny is that product didn't end up working out. Long story short, that product didn't work out because the AOV was just too low. But it showed me like, ooh, there's some potential here. Like this actually does work.
So
I kind of got
you had to test products before you found your multi-million-dollar winner.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and the thing is, and some of those like turned out to be pretty good products, but like I never really got them out of break even. And even some of those I had to kind of say, all right, I got to take it behind the barn just because like, and that was sad as well. I was like, damn it, like I was so close. But like,
I remember as well on our algorithmic sheet, right? You were down to like one of your last columns on the related niche flex, right? And then that was one of like the last particular sales. And we ended up building out from there a whole nother algorithmic sheet that ended up being a really great foundation for yourself in the long run, which is really cool. I remember a lot of little things, when you first started.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. And so yeah, I think it does go to show you that like, and Daniel is absolutely spot on about this, is like, you can't get too discouraged or too emotional, because like there are millions and millions of products, but there are only like certain ones that are actually going to take you to the promised land. And I think that's definitely something to keep in perspective. You're going to have to test some products. And I think to Daniel's point too, is like, you get
Which sucks.
smarter as you do it. Yeah, it
I mean,
does.
it sucks.
Yes.
You know, we got to do it though.
Yeah, it's part of the process, but I think the thing is too, is that and we talk about this a bit in another community I'm in, is like, it's almost like somebody upstairs, the universe is like, how bad do you want this? If you really want this, then like, because, and we talk about this a lot too, where it's like, if everybody could do it, or if it's that easy, then everybody'd be doing it, right? But the thing is, these things are not that easy, but like the stuff on the other side of that friction, that resistance, is like what you've been looking for, right? It's just a matter of pushing through it, like we were talking about, running through that brick wall, and just like being like, no, I'm going to be stubborn. You have to be stubborn in the right ways, I would say. Like, you don't be stupid like I am at times, but like, yeah, just make sure that like you're checking yourself too as you go through it, right? And I think that's the benefit of having any sort of mentorship, like BSF being one of those, is like, hey, check my stuff. Like, I don't know if something's not right here. Like, I'm having this result, something ain't kind of working. And I think that's the power of community and the power of having somebody behind you. It's like, oh yeah, like they can just point it out. Oh, it's like that right there. Like, that product's probably not that great, or it's not a broad enough market, whatever the answer may be. But like, yeah, you do have to definitely push. It's not going to be like click a few buttons and that's it. And I think Daniel said it best. Like, you do get better, right? You do get better at picking products. You do get better at the targeting sheets. You do get better at running ads, and you kind of start to realize what works, what doesn't work from an angle of perspective and things of that nature. I think the other key thing too is running a product you understand and that's definitely something that was helpful to me. Is like, hey, can I run can I run a makeup kit? Probably, but like, would I be able to like market it that well? Probably not, because I don't know anything about makeup. So it's definitely important to like have some background, or at least educate yourself on that product. Is like, hey, what do people care about? Looking at some Amazon reviews, things of that nature. So that's definitely something that I think Daniel was mentioning, but I wanted to take a step further, that like, it's important to understand what people in that market are actually looking for. What's the solution? What's the answer? What do they complain about? What's not good about the product? What's good about the product? That kind of thing. But anyway, moving on. I ran that one product where, dude, funny story. This is a product that I ran a long time ago without BSF. So this is like kind of proof in the pudding. I ran this product without BSF. I think I was breaking even. No clue what I was doing. No earthly idea, but I think I was breaking even. I was getting sales, like it was actually selling. And then when I like in BSF, I kind of dawned on me. I was like, maybe I should. It's like, maybe I should run that product again. And I was like, let me go look for that product. So I looked it up. Saw another store was absolutely just like killing it, and I'm like, man, this store sucks. So basically, I took that product, that same product that didn't work or kind of was working. I just couldn't make it profitable, and then I just funneled it into BSF systems. And again, same story, just boom. I knew right away. I was like, oh my gosh, this is gonna kill it. But that it wasn't like straight to the top. I think you and I went through this together, Justin. I was like, we were on some calls and I'm like, man, it's kind of dipping, or like I had this initial like big incline and then it kind of like sunk a little bit. And I was like, oh, I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on here. It's like after 2 weeks, I think.
And Luke, while we're on that topic, question from Andrea as well. The product that obviously you built your brand around is extremely successful, right? But it wasn't always extremely consistent and successful. As you just mentioned, we started and it dipped, right? How, like, talk to us about, has your product ever dipped, right? How do you handle those things if you feel like your product's fading off? What do you do? And then were you able to bring it back?
Yeah, I think so. It's funny. It was so early on that I'm like, do I just kill this product? And like, I was like, because I guess I already got used to like taking stuff to the back, as you say, Justin, and kind of just like axing it. But I was like, hey, should I just kill this product, or like, what should I do, right? And I basically, again, I think it's important to have community. I think it's important to have people that have done this before and kind of been where you haven't been yet. And I think you guys convinced me, hey, just let it cook a little bit. Let's let it run. Just clean the ad sets, keep duping where things are working, and kind of just kill things off as they're not executing, or they're not properly performing. So I did that for a while, and I think it's just kind of stay the course and kind of have a little bit of faith and belief. And not just trust your own instincts, but also leverage those in your community and those people around you, like in BSF in this instance, right? So that's what I was doing. I was like, I mean, I think I was like I was a little depressed on that call because I'm like, oh, this is happening
I
again. I
remember.
thought I was gonna, yeah, I was like so sad, but you like had to bring me back up. You're like, no, man, like just let it go, or like let it run and just clean it up. Anyway.
And Luke, talk to us about that, the emotional roller coaster that everyone has to go through. It is like Valentine's Day opposite, and it's like happiness, sad, happiness. So talk to us about the emotional roller coaster and how you dealt with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely difficult at times, and this is kind of in general when it comes to the like entrepreneurship types things. Is that you're gonna have your good days, you're gonna have your bad days, and I think it's just a matter of looking at like kind of taking a step back and saying, okay, but wait a second, if I took at that 2 week period, if I said, hey, overall, how's this product doing? It was profitable. It was already profitable. I had like no data on it. And I think if I would have been able to take a bit of a step back and just said, wait a second, overall, how is this thing going? Today sucks. You know, today is bad. The ROAS is bad on Saturday, Sunday of this week. But if I just took a step back and said, like, hey, but in general, am I getting a return on my investment when it comes to ads? Absolutely. Am I making money? Absolutely. And I think it's just realizing that this could just be a small hiccup. This is not the end of the world, you know, like, okay, my ads broke even for a day, or they lost like $10 in a day. Okay, like that's not everything, right? Like I need to kind of look at more of like a week or a month or just a bigger data set than just a single day, because sales are just like this, you know, they're up and down. This is just how the flow of the game occurs, basically. So keep that in mind when you're testing products. Is like, yeah, okay, even if it's inconsistent in the beginning, if you're getting sales, it's a good sign, basically, and not to be too discouraged if you're even losing a little bit of money, you know, like couple dollars here and there. So
Amazing. And Luke, thank you for that. Now, here's a great question as well. And this is what I love about you, and this is what I really want you to talk about deeper as well. So you tried 8, 9, 10 stores for several years before ever finding out about Mirror BSF, right? Now, there's a million ways to skin a cow. Look, you could do well many, many different ways. But the commonality of what you see here is when people follow the system, they're dedicated, they do well, they end up building big companies, right? And that's the fact, the proof's in the pudding. Now, with that being said, okay, Luke, you have a kid. You have 3 kids. Is that correct?
I now have 4 kids.
Right. You now have 4 kids, right? And by the way, congratulations on the new one, which is incredible.
Thank you.
I'm losing track out here, right?
Yeah.
So you have 4 kids, you have a wife, a full-time job, but at the time you had 3 kids, wife, and full-time job. Dude, how did you?
Yes.
How do you? Because some people, they'll have a job or a wife or a kid, right? And absolutely, these things are very demanding. But to see someone like yourself almost have all of these things, and you tried other people's methods 9 or 10 times, how do you find the time to stay consistent? How did you find the time to make it happen? What did you do? Like, what was it? Time management? Was it ambition? Was it grit? What the hell was it? That's a lot.
I think
That's
it's
a lot.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a lot to manage. Like, I'm not gonna lie there. And the thing is, at the time, I was actually commuting up in Detroit, which is like an hour and a half away each way, basically. Dude, like it's just having a vision of like what the future can be. And it's like, but the thing is, like, here's the thing. I knew if I just kept doing what I'm doing, I'm gonna live like a very average and normal life, which is totally fine for a lot of people. But I just knew it wasn't for me. And so, dude, I was working when people were sleeping. You know, I was getting up at 3 or 4 a.m. and I was working at 8 or 9 when everybody else is probably like turning in for bed or watching their shows. So I think it's a combination of those two things. Is like, what am I trying to do? Like, where am I trying to go, and how do I get there? And it's like, well, there's only so many hours in the day, so maybe I sleep a little bit less today, and maybe I put off watching the Super Bowl and the NBA finals and things of that nature. It basically comes down to sacrificing a little bit. It's like, hey, if I want to be unique, I want to be different, and I want to make something for myself, it's going to require me to not do certain other things that other people are doing, right? Because most people going out to eat, going with their friends, spending all week and drinking, things of that nature. I knew that wasn't going to get me where I needed to be. I knew I needed to be in the basement working at the time, on the couch working, you know, and like on my phone in the bed looking at products, right? Like, So I basically, I dedicated myself to that, right? I was like, I'm going to
And
figure
you
out
said
a
it
way to
again
make
for
this
people in the
work.
back. It's the extra. I love that because you really went in there on like the extra momentum, the extra effort. So can you say that
Mhm.
again one more time for the people in the back, Luke?
Yeah, definitely. Like I think it's if you want to do something abnormal and you want to do something great, then like you're gonna have to sacrifice something and you're gonna have to find time where others cannot. Like other people are gonna do this, then you're gonna do the opposite,
Did
right?
you
And I
have
think
balance when you started?
no, the zero balance. I mean, you could ask my
It
wife.
doesn't
She's
exist.
yeah, she the thing about balance is like balance comes in due time, but balance can look like, hey, I'm going 120 and then maybe down the road I'll go 60, right? So I think it's definitely putting it in perspective. Now I wasn't great at this. Like my wife is probably like, what this guy, who did I marry? What did I get myself into? I'm sure she was having second thoughts when I was doing all of this. But she knew she had the end goal too, though, that she knew like, hey, if I don't let Luke kind of venture off and do this thing, then like we're forever going to be carrying around this debt potentially. So
Did your
there's
wife play a role in motivating you?
um I would say definitely because dude, she gave me the grace and the freedom to actually do it. I think a lot of like spouses may be like, oh, you don't spend enough time with me, and like, where are you? You're always in the basement, and things of that nature. But dude, she stayed strong and like she let me venture out and like try this, right? And I think without that, then I would have never I wouldn't be where I'm at today, that's for sure. And she still lets me do that from time to time.
I love it, and it's well deserved at this point. And also, Luke. So I think what I was getting at before, and I lost track of my thought, was the fact that you started this after 8 stores, 9 stores, right? You tried the BSS system, and then boom, it works. You're building up a brand. You still have that brand now.
Mhm.
Walk me through, because this is for anyone who is still searching for their passion, right? Luke, were you passionate about home goods products? Or did you love them? Or do you love coding and development? And now you have a service-based coding agency and your massive success has led you to focus on your passions. Walk me through that because some people think they have to be very passionate about drop shipping
Mm.
products, right? And look, I'm a very passionate person, but I'm also a very realistic person where like, I know
Mm.
sometimes I need to go ahead and bust ass, make it happen. If I'm not passionate about it, still got to do it. So walk me through. Were you passionate about drop shipping? Were you passionate about doing product research till 4 a.m? Were you passionate about testing products? Were you passionate about your ad account getting banned? All these things, were you passionate about them? What are you passionate about now? And how are you able to focus on the things that you're passionate about now? How and why?
Yeah, what's funny is the thing is I don't think if I put in those and I'm not passionate about every single one of those things. Like some of that sucks to your point. You just have to put in the work and it doesn't feel so good. Just to point blank answer the question. Like it's at some point you're like, damn, like this is sucking like the energy out of me. But also at the same time, again, I had to realize that like something I did find, I will say that I was like, I love functional products. I love things that make sense to me. And for me, it was just functional products, things that do something that other things cannot do. I'm like, I love it. Like it's better than your average whatever, just name it, right? And so like when I see products like that, I'm like, oh, the world can be a better place. So I kind of position it a different way. I didn't think about the niche. I didn't think about anything else, but I just realized the type of products that I like working with are the ones that are transformational and just do a better job than like your standard product. So I think when I found that, I was like, okay, let me just focus on those because I like those because they make sense to me. They ring true to me. No niche, nothing like that. It's just more like transformational type products. So that's how I was able to get through the product research and all the grinding and not sleeping and doing 4 or 5 hours of sleep, on a consistent basis to actually get to that point.
So zero, it sounds like no balance, right? And then you're working to almost achieve it and gain that balance back, right? And I think that's beautiful. And now you run and operate a very, very successful service-based company in which you also use BSF systems, which is amazing, right? And the reason that you're able to focus on this alongside your brand build is because it has given you the freedom to do so, right? So now you're working on passion projects alongside what gave you your initial consistency. And I think that's so beautiful. And for anyone who may not be the most passionate about drop shipping, right? Realize a lot of people use it as their gateway to expand, right? Which is incredible. Same thing I did as well. Okay. Now, Andreas, how to use BSS Assistant to run your agency. But Luke actually joined our service-based program as well. So we have a lot of successful people who say, hey, Justin, can you walk me through kind of how you built the BSF? I'm looking to do this or to do that, right? And Luke did, and he built a foundation for a service-based company, which he's rocking and rolling with now. We're actually going to be offering a lot of his services for high-ticket software build-outs as well through our community, which would be really cool. But Luke, talk to us about that. How do you use the BSF systems, with your ecom brand as well as with your service-based brand, even though they're two different things?
Yeah, like a lot of the stuff I do today actually like leverages that knowledge I had, right? And like that's something I didn't even think I realized I'd be using. And that's what I was kind of saying before. It's like you don't even know what you're doing right now is actually teaching you something for something else down the road. Like, cool, it helped me with my, product-based business, but to your point, my true passion is services. I love services. I love helping people. And like, to be fair, I'm just more.
Break your ears up, Andre, right? But you didn't start doing with that initially. Is that correct? You started with something that, this sucks. And look, I don't want to say this sucks, but like, yeah, a lot of this shit sucks. I'll be honest, it sucks, right? But you got to do it. You got to do it, right? You think Luke didn't want to stay up till 5 o'clock in the morning. Like you see my bags. I don't want those bags, right? But I'm going for something that warrants me kind of getting them and doing what I have to do to get the result I'm looking for, right? Same thing here, Luke.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I think it's all about perspective when you're doing those things. It's like a good thing to do is like zoom out and say, what can I learn from this, right? What am I getting out of this? And I think Daniel mentions this as well. Like you can actually, if it becomes to a state where like it very well, you can also outsource it as well. So you have to keep that in mind. But yeah, some of the stuff I do today in the service oriented side is definitely leveraging, like, because we do a lot of like conversion rate optimization, stuff of that nature, and is like leveraging those like BSF concepts, especially on product pages, things of that nature. So we definitely do a lot of that. And also just, dude, a lot of my learnings from that also are a bunch of late nights and early mornings with the coding stuff. And the thing is, like, if you want to be absolutely great at something, you got to do it a lot, right? You got to do it frequently, and you got to be kind of obsessed and kind of like a bit of a freak and unbalanced, to your point, Justin. And that's basically the same approach I took with the service-based business as well, because even as I was running that store, I was also kind of just still like dibbling and dabbling in the kind of the coding realm as well. And I always just had a knack for it. And, now we're able to I can walk up to people and say, yeah, we can solve that problem very confidently. And there is no maybe. It's like, no, we absolutely can, because we know what we're doing. So, but yeah, I think it just goes to show that like, there's something that someone told me once, and they're like, hey, whatever you focus on grows, right? So if I focus on this specific aspect of my life, it is going to grow, whether that be a good thing or a bad thing. It's like, hey, if I focus on drinking, well, that's probably not a good thing. Like that's going to grow and I drink more and more. But if I focus on, hey, I want to be good at business, or I want to be good at coding, or I want to be good at like finding awesome products and selling them, then that's what's going to grow and eventually grow to a point where like, it's almost like this, like you have a balloon, right? You keep blowing up that balloon because I'm focused on blowing the balloon up. Eventually that thing explodes and you just take off, right? So that's something that I think, just going back to what Daniel was saying, is like, if you just keep pushing the envelope in that specific area, you just keep hitting it hard, eventually you become unstoppable. Basically, you start to feel unstoppable. You're like, I can do whatever I want. I can do this. I can do that. And it's a complete mindset shift.
And that it's so awesome that this was like facilitated through drop shipping for you, right? Like there's so many things that come out of it. And like a lot of what you just said is not even just like the fact that you built like a multi-million-dollar company. It's like you as a person, dude, have become such an incredible entrepreneur, right? And that can't be put into like value or dollars, right? That's priceless. And look, how does it feel to like have a business that people want to buy? Like acquisitions, you could sell. Like, how does that feel? Like when you started building your company, like, were you building to sell? Was it something that you didn't even think would be real? Like, talk to Luke when he was struggling the first 3-4 years of failing on the stores, to Luke now. Talk to Luke when he first started. Like, what would you tell him? What would you tell him? Like, you're sitting there right now in the chair. You could sell your store and get acquired, right? And by the way, congratulations. I don't know if you're actually going to go through with it or not, but like, that's amazing stuff. Okay, now walk us through someone who is sitting there who can get acquired as we speak. What does he say to the person who first started, who's on his 6th store and he still has another 5 to fail? What does that Luke say to old Luke?
Yeah, I would say don't listen to what everybody else is telling you, because I feel like everybody else in my circle at the time was like, what the hell are you doing? Like, you're absolutely insane. That's never going to work. I feel like you got to listen to your own heart, listen to your soul, and like what's really driving you, because I've always had this little voice telling me, start that company. And And the thing is, we should not ignore our little voices and what's inside of us, our dreams, our hopes, our desires. We should just go after them, right? And I would probably tell Luke, like, it's okay. You're going to stumble around. You're going to hit some speed bumps and things aren't going to be easy all the time. But eventually you're going to get to a point where it's like, I wouldn't even say I've arrived at the destination. It's just like I'm much further in the journey than I ever thought I would be, right? And it's like you're going to get there eventually. Just keep pushing, right? Keep pushing that envelope, keep putting the work in, and you'll get to wherever you want to be, like from a journey perspective.
I think that's beautiful. And to ask Muhammad's question, in 6 month spurts, Luke, what is the progress that you would want to see for yourself in 6 month spurts? Now, yourself is a very fast moving individual. So Muhammad's question is basically like, what type of progress should you make in 6 months? Right. So what progress do you believe that should be made in 6 months?
Are we talking about like first starting out or what
Yeah, let's say starting out, not knowing anything, right? Or not knowing the BSF systems yet, having to learn the systems.
I mean, I feel like within 6 months, you should become like not an expert, but you should definitely like have a very good, solid foundation and know exactly what you're doing. Especially if you're putting in the time and effort and energy. Like within 6 months, you should be in like a really good spot. Maybe you haven't found that product yet. Maybe you have, but like you should be like, all right, I know exactly like what works, what doesn't work, and
Knowing your system.
I have a good idea. Yeah.
Knowing how to use your tools.
Yeah, like the thing is, I could probably like in my sleep do the BSF stuff still. And like it's like 5 years ago, like, you know, where I like learned it all, right? And it's like I don't use it every single day now, like I have, you know, other people on the team and whatnot, but like I could probably still do it in my sleep because it's ingrained in me, right? It's just something that I lived and breathed for so long that it became like the back of my hand. I just know it so well, right? So I feel like in 6 months, you should definitely be at that time, especially if you're putting the right kind of work.
I love it. Now, a question from one of our students doing $250,000 a month, Ming. He goes, let me just find this question. I believe I skipped it. He goes, how does your team look like for your store? And what are the key tasks that these people hold? And what is your advice for delegating out?
Yeah, so basically, and this is a little bit different now, but like at the time, maybe like 2-3 months ago, had someone running the ads because I'm like, hey, this is how the ads work. This is how to manage them. So I taught them like everything.
And you were able to actually get someone to run the ads because you had a real system and not just random crap theory everywhere and spaghetti hanging off the wall.
Yeah, I think there was literally there was a year of time. I don't think I even like logged into Facebook Manager. So like that's the craziest part. So like that was definitely a key component of the team is like this is the ads, this is how you test, and this is how you do things. And so that was that. And then
talk about the training process of getting some of your staff members to understand the systems. Like you had to understand them at their core before you were able to kind of give them or explain that to them. Right. So
yeah.
Like 2-3 months ago, you've been using your own ad buyer. That's amazing, right? That's the goal for many people, right? Being able to call the shots, but not having to click the button.
Right. Yeah. It was a lot of repetition, honestly, because it's like, I'm not the best like trainer in the world, I would say. Like that's definitely one of my downsides. But there's also a lot of repetition with them. And they started to get used to it eventually. Like, okay, I duplicate this, I duplicate that, and then had to get them used to the farm and the micro big bang, stuff like that. So, but yeah, it just took a little bit of time. Took a little bit of repetition with them because again, I don't think I'm like I move so fast to your point, Justin. Like I just kind of like just say like just do this, and then I just run off, right? So like people are like, dude, what the hell did you just say? So it takes like 2 or 3 times, and then dude, I don't think I ever managed the email for like the last like 4 years or whatever it is. I never touched a support email in my life. Didn't even work with the warehouse, and that's actually something my wife has been helping with now is the emails in the warehouse and stuff like that. So yeah, it's very hands off because again, I think to your point, like it wasn't a passion of mine, but I'm like, okay, just like run the business, and I'm over here doing something else,
It's like, oh, this multi-million-dollar thing, like whatever, who cares?
I get bored. What can I say? I get bored pretty easy. That's part of my issue.
I could have another. Now you have your family helping out with the company. It's becoming an actual job for the family, which is incredible. Which is, I'm sure, something that you probably never even imagined this becoming into. Like you could give your own family jobs, right? Which is incredible. So, I mean, to your point, Luke, autonomy is huge. You've arrived, and congratulations to your success, man. I think it's absolutely incredible what you've done. And just to see the business continue to grow every day, like present time. And that's the real goal, right? And again, like you're an absolute stud. Like what really stuck out to me is the fact that you went through 8, 9 times before finding BSF or anything, and you still stuck with it. Dude, imagine if on the 10th time or the 7th time or the 9th time, you just said, screw it, I'm going to go ahead and not do this. Like imagine that. Imagine if on the 9th or the 10th time you said, nope, I'm done.
Yeah, I get a little bit of chills when you say that, because I'm like, dude, if I would have given up, my life would not look like this. It really would not. Like, and like I quit my full-time job like a year ago too, and I don't think I would have had the guts to
And
do
you look
that
great, by
without-
the way, and your energy is just glowing, by the way, right? You feel, I could feel that like you are at a whole new level comparatively to where we're building, right? In terms of like, I would say like personal growth, you know, maybe that's just me, but I think you have absolutely grown as a sick entrepreneur, and you should be so freaking proud of yourself and what you've done for your family, man. It's commendable. It's absolutely the whole reason why people do this. And you look up e-commerce success in the dictionary, you see Luke Toll's picture right there.
Well, and I appreciate that, Justin. And I do feel way better than I used to about like myself. And that's definitely part of BSF, part of going through that journey, and also like just the last like year or two with another community I'm in as well. So I appreciate you mentioning that. And I think that's the other thing, man, is like our souls, our bodies, you know, whatever you want to call it, is like starved. It's starved for something else, right? I think that's why we're all here. Like we're starved for something more than just like the daily grind, right? We're starved for something a lot greater than ourselves. And yeah. And I think that's why we're all here. Don't forget that. Like, don't question your own sort of intuition, your own judgment. And that's what I was getting to earlier. It's like there's a reason, and I think it has to do with something inside of you, something personal. It at some point it becomes not about the money, right? And it's like it's more about like I want to create the very best version of myself. I think that's why most people are probably on this call today. And like, don't ever forget that. And don't let anybody ever question that either. It's like, yeah, your journey may not look like mine or Justin's or whoever's on the call today, but just remember that like there's a reason that you're on this call. There's a reason that things are happening to you. There's a reason you have those thoughts. It isn't just a coincidence. You know, it's like I said, I like to call it divine or God, or whatever you want to say, but like there's a reason for all of that. And like don't take that for granted, and also just remind yourself of that too when things are tough.
I think that's beautiful. And when you were building out your business, was there ever a time where you might have like mentally took a detour and said, maybe it kind of knocked you off track, right? Was there ever a time you took a detour mentally?
Dude, there were some tough times, man. Like I've made so many mistakes, guys. Like I can't even get like to tell you, like I'm not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, right? Like at one point I bought way too much inventory. And like we had a ton of inventory to sell, and then we didn't have any stock. And I was like, oh shit, what do we do? But again, this is just kind of the nature of being creative, right? And trying to figure things out. But the thing is, I think, yeah, there's definitely been some times where I'm like, I don't know if this is gonna work. I don't know what I should do. I even had this in my primary business at the time, is like, oh my gosh, like, are we gonna make enough money? Like, there's all these doubts and like things that come up. Definitely, I'm not always like, hey, I'm gonna just crush this, right? But yeah, there's definitely been some like times where I'm like, oh man, like this is just a lot, right? It's a lot to deal with. But if I look back at it, I'm like, I feel so blessed, right? I just the opportunity to make those mistakes is just gold, you know, and the ability to make those moves. And you know, like we purchased $100,000 in inventory, mistake probably, because I was being a control freak.
I remember, yeah, Luke, and the craziest part is we sold all of it.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, that's the funny part is like I think we're taught in school, and traditional thinking is like, oh my gosh, you made a mistake, you're a terrible person, you're an idiot. Like, you know, there's all these bad things tied to it. I'm like, you make a mistake, it's an opportunity to do things better and like learn from it, right? So yeah, like there have been definitely some downtimes for sure. And but now it's like it's all good, you know, it's all gonna be okay. And it's totally fine. I have to be totally fine with where I'm going and where I'm going to be eventually, you know?
Luke, and right there, that kind of got me emotional, right? Because like straight up seeing you say that, like that is the whole reason that this is all a program, right? This is all an experience, and this is built to get people like yourself to where you are, right? And you did all of it, right? We just helped you with systems that you did all of it, right? So I think one of the biggest things, man, like how does it feel? Right? How does it feel? Because one of the things I know, like there, you kind of took a deep breath. Things are good, and I know so many people crave that. Things are good feeling that you just had, right? I just saw it right there, right? And I know people crave that, right? That where you are. How does it feel? And help anyone who's new, maybe he's not there, help them realize how it feels, and also just talk to us about how the hell we get there.
Yeah, I think it's funny. I've done a lot of comparison type of stuff where I'm like, oh, they have this, they have that, and that kind of that the comparison thing when we compare ourselves to others and compare ourselves to people on Instagram and their Ferraris and their Bugattis and Andrew Tate, like whoever you want to name, right? Elon Musk, Bill Gates. It's like it's easy to it's easy to like say, oh my gosh, like what am I doing wrong? Like what the hell am I doing that they're doing instead, right? And I think the reason I took the reason I took a deep breath there, I'm like, wow, I'm on my own journey, my own path, and like I'm not like them. I'm not like Elon Musk or Andrew Tate or Bill Gates or any of those guys, right? Warren Buffett, any of these guys. I'm Luke Toll, and it's like my journey is what it is, and I'm at where I'm supposed to be at, and things happen for a reason. And I failed 10 times for a reason. I spent 10 years playing video games for a reason. Like there's a lot of different things that come to that. And I think just coming to that realization that like God, the universe, whatever you want to call it, is directing us in a certain way, and things are happening to us for a reason. I think it's our job to kind of sit back and say, what am I trying to be taught right now? And like, what can I actually learn from this experience? And it's funny. I don't spend any time on like what are the celebrities doing, what movies are coming out, who's playing in the NBA. People talk to me about college basketball games of like, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Like even the weather, I go up outside, I'm like, oh, okay, it's like 65. Cool. That's pretty hot in Ohio. But like I think it's just a matter of like making sure that you're focusing on yourself and then like kind of your direct circle and not really letting the politics of the world, the news and everything else kind of dictate how you're thinking, how you're feeling about yourself. Because if you let them do that, you're not going to be in good shape. Let me tell you, right? Because they're going to say doom and gloom, World War III is on the horizon. Tesla's going to fail. Like they have all these negative stories, I think, tied to it. And it's like, I think you just shut yourself out completely from that. And you surround yourself with positivity. You surround yourself with people that are pushing you up and boosting you up. And you take care of yourself. You take care of your family. And I think that's what it's about, man. Like, and I think that's where, again, just taking a step back and saying, you know what, like I've always had enough stuff. I've always had enough of X. I've always had enough food. I've always had enough water, right? Like God's taking care of me up until this point. What's really going to change, right? So kind of makes me want to take more risk, which I'm not sure that's a good idea for me. But yeah, that's how we got there.
Luke, I mean, let's give him a round of applause for that one. That was pretty intense there, and I appreciate you going through all of that and really going through like the nitty-gritty of the emotional side, Luke, because that's half the battle, right? And seeing like you're such a battle-hardened individual, like I can see it. You're a battle-hardened individual, dude. Like you could build up these companies and it's nothing to you now because you've been through it, And I guess we'll leave you with one more question. Melissa goes, how many months into drop shipping did you have your aha moment when you realized this could work and it's working?
So, well, I don't know. I'm going to count from when I joined BSF. I honestly think it was like month 2 or like 2.5, maybe month 3 or something like that. Cause I found that one initial product and I was like, it was definitely like, whoa, like, cause I think I probably sold like 250 of that one, like widget, whatever that was. I think it was like a cat toy or something like that. You probably remember that product. It was so sick. I still like that product. There's still probably opportunity with that. But anyway. Yeah, I think it was very short.
Yeah. Okay, so for starting BSF, 2 to 3 months. Okay. Now, how about in general, like when you first found out about drop shipping? Well, that's probably like years.
Yes, like 3-4 years, because I was stumbling around the dark and never found any sort of consistency with any sort of product. So I just thought like drop shipping is a scam. It doesn't work. Like I thought all these like classic things that you think until you actually have that moment, right? And so, yeah, it took a while, like 3-4 years, I would say, before I actually realized. But again, with BSF, it was like, like just 60 days or whatever.
Right. And that's pretty damn quick, which is awesome. Now, last question that I'll have for you, Luke. If there's one thing that you could tell every single person to smash them out, regardless if they're 100K a month, 250K a month or higher, 5 million a year, $1 a day, 100 million in debt. What's one thing that you can speak to someone that without this one thing, you would not sit where you sit today?
So one thing that I've experienced, one thing that I think, what do you mean?
So one thing that you could truly attribute to your success, that without this one thing, you would not sit where you are today. It might be a life hack. It might be a pro tip. What is that one thing that you feel like you can apply to any walk of life? Brand new, 100K a month, 500,000 a month, 500,000 a year. What's that one specific thing that you feel like was the link between everything together?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty spiritual today. What can I say? I'm going to say faith. The faith that no matter what happens, it's all going to be okay. Even if I test 20 products that don't work, guess what? I could text the next one. It could work, you know? So I think just having a bit of faith that like, we're not necessarily in the driver's seat. There's definitely something else above us going on. In my opinion, we're all kind of interconnected in a weird way as well. And so I think it's just faith to realize that even if something bad were to happen, it's like, that's okay. You know, like just take that a bit on the chin and say, all right, that's fine. That didn't work. I'm going to move on to the next thing, right? The next product. And I think just having that sort of consistency and just realizing that we're all going to be taken care of, guys. Like we're all going to be just fine, no matter what happens today or tomorrow, anything like that. Like everything's going to work out the way it's supposed to be. And we don't have to, there's so much, I think that you mentioned it's a bit of battle scarredness, right? And it's like, I think for years, I just tried to force stuff that wasn't really there. And it's like, I don't have to force anything. I don't have to do necessarily anything that I don't want to do. I can do everything that I want to do with my life, right? And I think it's just having that sort of certainty. Because again, the world likes to tell us you need money, you need this, you need the car, you need the house, you need the pool. It's like, I actually don't need any of that. I could just have this and some food, you know, and my family, and we could go on a walk instead of going on the car, right? Like, so I think it's just realizing that like God's going to take care of us and everything's going to be just fine. And I'm at where I'm at for a specific reason, and I'm going to continue to progress and get better. And that it doesn't say anything bad about myself if I do something stupid or if something bad happens to me. It means nothing about who I am or my value as a person. The fact that I have like XYZ money in my bank account doesn't really add a ton of value to who I am, right? It's like, okay, that's just like an attribute. That's a characteristic, right? I have whatever money in my bank account, right? So
I mean, I think that's so beautiful. And that's coming from someone who truly has been through it and has truly made it happen, Luke. And thank you so much for spending the time today to share this with the community. I think that's massively valuable, not only for their endeavors and consistency in business, but also just in their mindset to build, right? And to make great things happen, right? To really commit for the long term. And again, Luke, thank you so much, guys. Let's give him one more round of applause. He's an absolute GOAT, right? Straight up, you know, goes through it, makes it happen every time he's faced with something, and he consistently, you know, is successful at it. And Luke, thank you so much. Again, that was absolutely incredible. If there's anything you want to leave the community with, please make that happen. But that was amazing, man. And I appreciate it so much. And again, I'm so proud of you. Congratulations on everything that you've achieved. Like you are, you know, an incredible, you know, not only example of what's possible, but individual. And I think your last point is very, very true. I think even without the money, right, you're an incredible person, right? And I think that's more important than anything. So and that shows in terms of the fact that you know, throw it up to faith. And I think that's so amazing. And a lot of people can learn a lot from that just by kind of keeping their own head on straight. And again, Luke, thank you so much, and amazing stuff. And anything you want to leave the community with, please do. Yeah,
no, thanks for having me, Justin. I appreciate it. And I always enjoy these opportunities to come on here because I think it's, yeah, the systems are amazing. The foundation's amazing. The mentorship is incredible. It was an awesome experience, and it launched padded me into the future. Right. But like, and the thing is, I always love coming on here because I think it's just important for people to see things are possible, you know, like good things can happen to you. And I that's honestly why I like to come on here. It's like good things can happen to me, sure, but like they could also happen to you too. It's not just me, it's not just Justin or whoever else is on this call doing whatever number per month. It's like if you keep putting your foot and one foot in front of the other, like good things can happen to you as well. So appreciate you, bro, as always.
What a way to leave us. Hey, Luke, my pleasure. Thank you again for the time today, my friend. And good things can happen to you too. I love that. Oh my gosh, Luke, thank you so much. Congratulations on all your success. Massive business maverick. And I couldn't be more proud of you, my man. And thank you again for hopping on. Amazing stuff. Guys, that was incredible. Incredible stuff by Luke Toll, BSS finest. Incredible stuff. Now, guys, I know we're here for a bit already. For all my peeps speaking, guys, thank you so much. I anticipated this going quicker. It's going amazing. I just anticipated going quicker. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. I know a lot of us were going to be on the mastermind anyway, but again, thank you. If this is cutting into your Sunday, I appreciate you more than you know. Okay, now next we have our very own Dan Allen. Dan, are you with us here today?
What's going on, man? How are you?
Oh, we got Dan Allen in the house. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Hopefully all is well, guys. Dan Allen, and I know I said this a few times already, but this man, like Bilal, I would call a Swiss Army knife. This man has joined BSF 4 times. 3 of the 4 times done very, very well on different e-commerce brands each time. And the 4th time joined BSF service and has also scaled incredibly his service-based business. This guy not only stays consistent, not only has he been in the game, but this guy learns and he understands what he does right and what he does wrong. And I've never seen someone learn like that and actually attribute those learnings toward his future success over and over again as much as you have. Dan, you're an incredible, successful individual. I will call yourself an absolute GOAT. No one is able to build up consistent companies like that. It's rare. And Dan, we're more than happy to have you on the session today. Thank you for hopping on and sharing your wisdom with the rest of the community. Dan, how are we doing today?
Fantastic, man. I'm always stoked to be here. You know, I remember back in late 2019 or early 2020, whatever that was, the first BSF run. And, you know, listening to these types of sessions and thinking, you know, I'll probably be here in this position one day, you know? And so that's why whenever duty calls, I'm happy to, you know, hop on and provide some value, you know, and just talk about the real stuff, you know, that other people in the space don't talk about or brush over to make themselves look better, you know? And so Justin is definitely a person I respect highly, you know, probably one of the most value, a life-changing person in my personal life, you know, and we've talked about this before. And, you know, the position I'm in today is entirely based on not only your blueprint, but just your overall approach to doing things, you know, the discipline that's taught here. It can be applied outside of e-commerce. It can be applied in your life. And I can't overvalue what Justin provides here in this group, you know, and what Adam was saying earlier, the Shopify guy who's clearly seen other people in the space, you know, no one's doing it like you're doing it, you know, truthfully, you know, so.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
I appreciate that so much. And, you know, obviously everyone sees the blood, sweat, and tears that we put into this community every single damn day, right? And to get someone like yourself hopping on, walking through how the hell you made it happen, right? And Dan, you didn't just make it happen once, dude. Like, you really, that's the biggest thing about you. Like, you make it happen over and over and over again. From when you first started to literally this very moment, you continue to make it happen, right? Now, my biggest thing with you, and again, thank you so much for those awesome words. Like that literally means the world to me. And I appreciate that so much, right? And all your successes, you did it. I was just here to help out. You did it. Wasn't me. You did it, right? So walk us through, man, how your journey looked comparative before you were in BSF to being in BSF, having the systems, and also being able to use the systems year over year to this very moment to consistently do well and break records for yourself, right? When we say you joined BSF several times and done well every time, it's not just talk. Like, that is pretty insane. Let's hear about it. And again, thank you for your time today, man. And, you know, your story is impeccable, and I'm excited for everyone to hear it.
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, basically out of high school, I knew I didn't want to go to college. I had no idea what I wanted to do. And my friends were into cars at the time, mechanics. So I went into the automotive business. I was a wrench for 4 years. I worked in the industry for 10 years. And about 5 years into it, I knew I hated it and I needed a way out. And I discovered e-commerce and drop shipping in late 2019. One of those ads, $30 will build you a store. You can make money. It was a Black Friday deal,
There you
and
go.
so
That's how you know it works.
that's how they got me into it. The rest is history. I think about the ads I ran back then, but very quickly, even with poor quality assets and basically no idea what I was doing, I was able to make a few sales, and so I knew the concept was proven. And eventually I looked into higher education from other people, and eventually I got a product to 10K, not 10K a month, just I made 10K in sales. And so that was around late 2019, early 2020, right before COVID popped off pretty much. And so I knew the concept was proven, like I knew this could work. I needed more knowledge, and I needed, a better, more strict concept of what was going on. And that's ultimately what got me into Justin's DM and into the BSF program. And, I still remember the first mastermind I joined. I was enrolled on a Sunday, and you guys had a mastermind that day, and I was able to join. And you basically, I gave you my situation, and you said, launch a Micro Big Bang tonight. Do it tonight. Watch this video and launch it tonight, and I did. And obviously the results, it was an instant change in results, and so my BSF experience is a little more unique because I started off with bad habits, and maybe not as unique as I think. I know a lot of people fail before they come here. That's how they wind up here, but, long story short, eventually I was able to drop those bad habits and replace them with actual proven data-backed structures, and an actual blueprint where there's no missing puzzle pieces, A to Z, exactly what to do every step of the way, And so going back to what Justin said earlier, that is ultimately the power of what Justin teaches here is, I talked to you 6 months back, Justin. I'm looking into selling a chunk of my portfolio, and exiting some of the stores. And my whole like aha moment was during that process, because I realized that I'm not even afraid to sell these stores, right? Because I know I can do it all over again.
You say it one more time in the back, Dan.
This blueprint and what you're being taught here in Platinum is a repeatable business infrastructure that you can build, and so
you said portfolio. It's not just one he's talking about.
Right. And the thing is like, there's way too, the thing about prior to the reason iOS 14 was such a big deal when it happened is because people were relying on getting lucky once. And so iOS 14 was essentially that luck ran out.
Yeah. Now you got to be good at it.
Now you have to actually learn how to be a good marketer or quit, and a lot of people did quit.
And that was the exact reason why they rolled it out.
Right. And, and, there was privacy reasons, whatever, Apple and Android got involved. But, the point is like people had to adapt. And that's when you really saw, who was really a refined marketer and who just got lucky once, and so again, just to reiterate, the power of the system is it's repeatable, and so that's, and obviously I'm living proof of that and many other students in this group, and so, fast forward years later, yes, I've been through BSF 4 times. It's had an ROI every time,
You said one more time.
BSF has always been a positive ROI investment for me, and when you're already making money and generating profit, it's that much easier to cough that money over. You know what I mean? But on the other side of things that probably a lot of people in this call don't know about is your service-based business program, which I also took and used the structures and the habits in BSF, spreading your bets out, like, for example, the Micro Big Bang, You know, you're testing 75 audiences at $1.50 budget, you know, rather than test 3 audiences at $20 budgets. You know, it's all about spreading your bets out and doubling down on what's working. You know, that's kind of essentially what the farm system is, right? And so, yeah, I mean, like I said, it's helped me with my agency. It's helped me with a coaching business I've started, and you know, you've worked with me on the Twitch content creator business. That's what we did in the service program. And so you also enabled me to learn how to inject recurring revenue into a business, you know. And so I'm like I said, I'm just eternally grateful for everything you've provided, Justin. And I hope what I'm saying here resonates with some people, because the truth is, you know, 5 years ago, I was a fucking service manager at a 3-bay auto shop. You know, I didn't know anything about this shit. And anyone can do it is the point. You know, it's a matter of mentally, are you capable of having that thick skin and perseverance and giving that consistent daily forward movement that's needed to see the results that you're chasing, you know, and also mentally being prepared for what's about to come. You know, mentally, if you're not in a good space, I don't know if you probably do remember, Justin, there when my first term in BSF, there was another student named Jag who did really well. And he talked about this book, The Power of Your Subconscious Mind by Joseph Murphy.
Yeah.
And that's what introduced me into the subconscious level of the entrepreneurship game, you know. And basically the go read the book. It's on Audible, however you consume your books. But the brief summary is what you think internally becomes what your subconscious thinks, and ultimately plays out into the reality of what your world becomes, you know. And so it's not talked enough in this e-com space, the mental part of the game, you know. And I think other people before me addressed that as well. But I think it is important for people to hear your subconscious thinking is going to determine what is going to happen. And so mentally, if you're in a space where you think it's never going to work, it's time to change that mindset now, you know, because it won't. If you keep that mindset of thinking, you know, that's, some people may roll their eyes at that ideology, but it's the truth. And there's studies and that he talks about in the book, you know. And so just don't leave out the mental part of the game as you're implementing, guys, you know, because there's other things too, you know, like, and Justin, you see this as a coach, right? It's like some people get traction and they start slacking off, like they think they've made it, you know. And I made this mistake too on my first big win. You know, you start sipping a pina colada, you start booking some Airbnbs, and less of your time goes to the business. And then before you know it, you know, things are starting to decline. And remember, guys, in business, there's no such thing as staying static, right? So you're either growing or you're dying in business, you know. And so your ability to pivot when you start to see that downward trend is what will enable you to continually see success as an entrepreneur, you know. And so
I think that's incredible.
So firing random bullets for you, Justin, but I touched on a lot of stuff I wanted to touch on here. So
yeah, that was amazing. And seriously, thank you so much as well for that thinking, because that is half the battle. You have to think like that, right? So your thinking, Dan, is so in line with that of a successful person who's forcing their success, right? So I love that. And a question that we have here is, Dan, could you explain a bit about how to build a portfolio? Like the time it takes, the mindset, etc. When you started after the first one?
So the biggest thing is make sure you have one thing dialed in before you start another, right? If you can't successfully scale one business, what makes you think you will be able to successfully scale two and make two profitable, right? So that's the first thing when you're building your portfolio, is lock in profitability on the first business. And also another point on top of that, obviously, is to don't spread yourself too thin, you know, because if you launch 2 stores right away and when they're doing well, it'll be great, right? But if both stores start to decline at the same time, what you might run into is a cash flow issue, you know, and that's another part of this game that almost no one talks about, and it's not taught in school, and that's financial literacy, right? Cash flow. And so my advice to you, if anyone's successful who is looking to build a portfolio, is, you know, have it on your mind, but again, make sure you have locked in profitability on the first thing you're doing, you know?
100%. I think it's a great way to answer it. Thank you as well for that. Now, we have a question. Cassandra is curious. She goes, what happened after the pina coladas? How did that mess you up? So how did kind of, you know, getting a little bit cocky, right? How did that transition?
Well, I saw my success during the crypto bull run. Okay. So I was investing heavily into crypto, and my uh-oh moment was when you're on fire. Again, when you're on fire, you don't think you can fucking lose, you know?
And the bull run's almost back, by the way.
Well, I'm not invested in crypto for many reasons. How we won't go there. But the point is, when Elon Musk went on SNL and my portfolio was cut in half in the matter of 2 hours, that was the big realize to me that even though you've had success before, that doesn't mean you can't lose. And so here's the other point. And this is something that Justin systems teach, and that's risk management, right? Manage your risk. That's why we do the horizontal scale approaches, right?
Exactly.
Because instead of, you know, raising the budget to $100 on a $5 ad set that's profitable, duplicate it 5 times. Scale the ones that continue to work, kill the ones that don't, you know, because if it does make a few sales at that $100 budget, but it's still not profitable, you have to kill it and you still lost money, you know? And so managing your risk is very important. And all these things tie together, you know, it is a big confusing puzzle, and it's a lot of stuff, maybe depending on the level you're at, you might not have to worry about yet, but it's stuff that's coming and you should be prepared for, you know?
100%. And that's beautiful, Dan. Now, someone like yourself, who's not built 1, 2, 3, but 4+ companies and portfolios, etc., you've used these systems time and time again, right? You've used them. For someone who's brand new starting off, right? What's your biggest piece of advice from someone who doesn't have the optics that you have, who hasn't seen what you have seen, right? Because there's someone who's not an e-commerce entrepreneur who's starting, and then there's an e-commerce entrepreneur who's already done well, who's starting, and he knows what he's looking at, right? So walk us through someone who's brand new, doesn't have your optics. What should they keep in mind?
I would say, you know, speculate less and execute and take action more, you know, because you can, like, anyone can blow through content of a course, right? Anyone can cram content of a course and consume it. But what did you actually learn? You know, until you actually go and execute, you're not going to learn much, you know? And so that's definitely, and also, of course, the thing you always talk about, which is spend more time now, less money later. Don't rush to start spending on ads. Don't feel like you are not doing anything if you are not spending in the ad account, right? That's a fast way to lose money.
100%. Don't rush to that shit. And talk more on that. Like, Dan, because there'll be people who are brand new, right? They just want to get to ads immediately, right? And start running ads now. And they did no research, no nothing. And then we go, whoa, hold your horses. Let's actually do this right. Right. So walk through, why is that the wrong idea?
The reason it's the wrong idea is because, remember, guys, what you are doing as a part of BSF, a byproduct of what you are doing is becoming a more refined marketer.
And that is worth, in my opinion, that's potentially worth more than anything here. Because if you're actually that person, you'll be Dan, who could build up a company whenever he freaking wants. And how much would you pay for that skill?
Well, people will pay a lot for that skill. You know, good media buyers are very high paid, you know? And so, yeah, I just think, you know, it's just, I really want to make sure that people understand that when you're building the landing pages, when you're building the ad copy, right? When you're following these these ideologies of, you know, benefits versus features, and, you know, the relatable story, you know, you get a customer emotionally attached to the product, envisioning themselves using the product, you know, building the audience sheet. The process of building that audience sheet essentially is your ability to build a customer avatar profile, you know, which is an insanely valuable skill, right? Because how the hell could you possibly think you're going to sell something to someone and you have no idea who you're trying to sell it to, you know? And so that's why I think if people look at Justin's program at a broad level from outside, they think he's nuts, right? Because it's like you're doing 20 products, you're doing all the landing pages, all the videos, ad copy, and everyone wants to say, you know, it's like, well, what if my first product hits it? You know, and we know that's possible, Justin. We've seen it in your, you know, but it's not the norm, and it's not the expectation you should have, you know.
100%. And that's half the problem with the industry is people are saying, oh, it's going to work immediately. No, we say your first product's not going to work. In fact, build 20. Let's focus on actually being consistent and actually doing it right. I think that's beautiful. Managing expectations and realizing, shit, I'm not just starting a store, I'm starting a career.
Because it goes back to execution, you know, doing those 20 landing pages. If you just learn the structure and don't implement it, you know, did you really learn it? 2 years from now, when you go to use it, can you actually build the copy the way you're supposed to and structure it the way you're supposed to, you know? And so, yeah, that's definitely something that's undervalued. 1000% of this mentorship is, again, a byproduct of what you were doing is becoming a good marketer. You're not just learning some BS blueprint with like nothing behind it, right? It's everything involved. It's about having discipline, you know. It's about being consistent. You know, these are things that people want to ignore, and they want the secret sauce and just go right to the strategies, and they think like the strategy is the part that they're missing. But in reality, you know, a lot of the time it's just, can you do it long enough to actually master it, you know? And stop thinking you deserve success faster than it's going to come, you know? Pay your dues. And going back to what Luke said, there's a lot out like that you don't have control over, you know? Like 3 people can test the same product in the same, like 3 different ad accounts with the same assets. They can all see different results. And I think, Justin, you have proof of that too on your end.
They will.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
You know? And so that goes back to the conversation of speculate less, you know, and that's why here's what happens when that product test fails. You've eliminated all the variables in question, most of them, and made them into controls, right? So we don't have to sit there and go, was it the ad copy? Was it the creative? What is it? The landing page? We know all that stuff is backed and proven by data, right? And so the goal is, the only variable at the end is the product itself, you know? And so I made this mistake on my first BSF run, is like, I took like cherry picked bits and pieces of your system and tried to Frankenstein it what I was doing, you know, and that worked to an extent, but the realization that you can't do that, you know, you need to follow the entire structure, because if you don't, then that thing that you didn't follow the structure on is now a variable in question, and you're screwing things up. And now the data from that test is skewed, you know? And so don't blow off sections of the blueprint. You know, follow the landing page structure, the ad copy, the video creative. It's all important stuff. Like, Justin doesn't do this shit just to make you work for no reason, you know? And obviously you guys know that by now, anyone who's been here long enough in Platinum. So,
and then I think that's beautiful, right? Because a lot of, I would say, people who are not in this coaching, right? They just want to get to the end result, People who actually see the fine-tuned line of how to reach a certain result, they see the systems in between, right? It's easy to get overwhelmed. So what we're saying is, like, take our time, do it right, don't rush, and actually use the whole system in cohesion. Don't Frankenstein it, right? Don't reinvent the wheel. And I think that's so important, right? And based off what you said, then you've built up several companies the same way. So now you have your process, and now really it's all just about execution for you, to your point, right? More executing, less going back and forth, but more kind of just utilizing and pushing forward. And I think that's beautiful. And it's an absolute testimony to why you're so successful, right? Because you found your system, you found your flow, and now you just focus on executing.
Yeah. Yeah. And the emotional discipline is part of it too, you know, because there are people who will run, you know, like for example, the micro big bang. You could run it for 2 days and not see good results. And some people emotionally they'll shut the campaign off. Okay, well, you shut it off too early. Now you really wasted your money. When in reality, if you let it play out, you would certainly have some sales likely be break even or profitable, you know? And so I think that's another thing to take away. Do not make rash decisions after one bad day. Going back to the actual other question from earlier, you know, emotional discipline you need to show. Use data to make your decisions, not how you feel, you know. Take the emotion out of the equation. Your ability to take emotion out of the equation and use data and logic to make your decisions definitely reflects on your success as an entrepreneur. 1000%.
100%. And I think that's beautiful, right? Letting things play out, right? And Dan, one of the final questions we have for you as well is, if you could change anything about your business journey, what would it be? And also, how do you handle delays with sourcing agents?
So delays with sourcing agents is less of a problem at scale because you can order the product in bulk and have it at their warehouse. Like,
right. And then when you text them, you know, they got a little special notification on their phone because it's Dan Allen hitting them up, or someone who's doing volume.
Yeah, right. Hyper SKU, for example, right? They're more responsive to people who are actually generating them sales, right? If you're not generating sales, they're not making money. And so obviously they prioritize the people that are making the money, you know. But if you have an issue with an agent with processing times or sourcing times, you know, you can reference an Alibaba or AliExpress price and just pad it and just be mentally prepared to make that adjustment. You know, if you priced it too low, do not hesitate to raise the price, because if you can sell it at the price point that's not profitable, there's no guarantee you'll be able to raise the price later, you know. And so you should have your price point with profitability in mind. And that's tough when you're waiting on sourcing, but also want to move forward. It's like this yin and yang, right? It's like, well, here's the potential downsides of skipping the sourcing process, you know, because the thing is, after you make a sale, they're going to source the product a lot quicker, you know, because there's money on the table. So
100%.
And what was the other question, Justin? I'm sorry.
The other question was, if you could change anything about your business journey, what would it be? What's a hard lesson that you've learned?
Fire fast. You know, if you're seeing red flags, whether that be with a contractor you're working with,
or to hire, quick to fire,
or logistics, right? A supplier, it's most likely not going to get better. In fact, it's likely going to get worse, you know, because at scale, problems tend to increase, not decrease, right? You just get better at solving them with time and experience. And so I held on to bad people and bad logistics for longer than I should have. And that's a mental thing for me. It was being too comfortable, not wanting to make the switch, you know, or not wanting to hurt someone's feelings, things like that. And that goes back into the conversation of, you know, the emotional part of it. You know, you need to remove that to have a clear head and see what you're doing. So.
100%. We got two more. So one is, how many businesses do you usually have in your portfolio? And the next one is, how quickly did you hire a team?
So right now I have 6 stores. I have a new passion project.
Again, how many do you have?
Right now I have 6 active Shopify stores. You know,
how can you have 6 stores? Do you have 6 different strategies?
No, 2 strategies. One for digital offers, one for e-commerce, as you know. So yeah, 6. What was the other question? 6 stores and
how quick? So 6 stores in your portfolio, and how quickly when do you hire a team? When do you say, I'm hiring this guy, or I'm bringing on a VA, or I'm bringing on someone for customer support?
Yeah. So here's the thing about outsourcing, you know, there's going to be things you like doing and you don't like doing, and that's going to be different for everyone, you know? And so you being able to identify the things you like doing less, that should be the first things that you outsource, obviously, right? Whatever you're outsourcing, of course, make sure you actually understand the broad concept of what you're outsourcing, so you know if you get a quality result when you get the deliverables. But as far as, you know, building that team, it's gradual over time. You know, you kind of bring people on as you decide you need them. You know, like right now I have this guy, an Upwork freelancer who's great. He does CRO, Google ads, and email. He's like a Swiss Army marketer. So my team is relatively small. Like I have go-to guys. For example, like if I do like Amazon review scraping, I have a guy for that. And I have like a developer for some of the coding stuff I do with my dashboard and the Twitch content creator business. So as far as like like you should be hiring only when you absolutely need the help and it's becoming unmanageable, you know? And as far as what you should be outsourcing, that's going to depend on what you don't like doing the most. That's the thing I would be outsourcing.
100%. And Dan, one of the final things I want to ask you as well, on these stores, right? Melissa says, how many products in each? Do you have 1 million products in each store, or is it one or and a few contenders?
Yeah. So mainly these days I run niche stores. I do have one general store right now that I'm doing like testing on, but on those niche stores, usually I'll start it with a baseline of 15 to 20 products.
Very nice. Okay. Now, with that being said, building all these stores up, you have 6 stores in your portfolio all using the BSF system, right? What would you say is the most important part of the BSF system and getting it to work for you?
I mean, implementation, right? You know, like you always used to say, I don't know if you say this anymore, but it's the difference between us and the 99%. You know, this blueprint here is you doing the work that 99% of the other people won't do, right? They're going to build a BS landing page and just run broad targeting and just hope it works and cross their fingers, you know? And so that truthfully, that's what it is. It's implementation. It's stop over analyzing things, stop. And also don't worry about things that are 7 steps ahead of you. Focus on the direct thing in front of you that you need to do to see forward movement.
Can you touch on that a little bit more, Dan? Because a lot of, like, for example, people are stoked and excited, right? So how do we keep them going, right? And talk to us about the damage that's done by speedily rushing through shit.
Well, at the end of the day, it results in lower quality assets built and ultimately worse results.
Or 20x times more audits, right? And then going back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's normal to get overwhelmed by all your systems. You know, just remember that being overwhelmed is good because it means you're learning something. And just know that every time you go to implement it again, it gets that much easier. You know?
That's awesome. Now, Dan, this has been amazing. Thank you so much for this incredible words. And again, congratulations on all your success, right? It's incredible to see what the BSF system has done. Now, as a last piece, right? Something that Dan Allen sitting on the student spotlight, talking to Dan Allen on his first mastermind call here at BSF. Let's pretend it's your first day. Hey, what's up, Dan? Welcome to the mastermind. You liking the session so far? What do you think? Right? Talk to that Dan Allen. What would this Dan Allen right here, who's sitting on the pedestal, say to Dan Allen, who is now new as of 1 week? What would today's Dan Allen say to Dan Allen, who's brand new?
I would say, get rid of your bad habits, you know, and drop the ego, right? And be willing to learn and implement a proven structure that is backed by data and millions and millions of dollars of sales. And don't stop saying, I think, right? And start using data and logic to make your decisions, and your results will show by doing
Amazing.
so.
Last question. How do you personally know the BSF systems work?
By implementing them every day.
There we go. Okay. Now, what's cool is I think a lot of people were expecting 2 stores, maybe 3 in your portfolio. My friend, you have 6. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if that doesn't show repetition, duplication, and consistency in a proven system, I don't know what freaking will, right? You literally have the head affiliate manager of Shopify stating himself that this is the best e-commerce experience in the entire industry, hands down, you've seen in the mall, right? You guys are seeing constant, right, repetition of building up successful companies and using these systems. And that's the difference maker, because there's a difference between someone who's sitting in the Ferrari, right? But they think it's a Toyota, they're never going to floor it. They're never going to floor it, right? Someone who knows they're sitting in the Ferrari, right? They may get a little crazy and make it happen, right? So know you're sitting in the Ferrari, right? Even if you never floored the damn thing, right? And then anything that you want to leave the community with. By the way, this has been, again, thank you so much, man, for kind of sharing these things. You're extremely well spoken. And I just think you're a very smart individual, right? So what is one thing that you want to leave the community with that has helped you achieve what you've achieved up to this point? Dan, you are sitting in the chair that everyone who starts e-commerce wants to sit in. You are literally that guy. So
Yeah.
walk us through how the hell did you get there in one piece? What's the biggest one pro tip, life hack thing that you could talk about for our BSF community?
Be willing to make sacrifices, however that plays out. So what I mean by that is it could be people in your inner circle, you know, doing the crabs in a barrel thing where they see what you're doing and they want to pull you down and tell you to stop, you know, and move in silence. Not everyone needs to know what you're doing. Your family and friends probably won't understand what you're doing, and they'll probably vote against what you're doing, you know. Like even my
almost all of them do. Even my mom, when I first started, not when I first started, but like when I was really just getting up and I dropped out of college and everything, she was like, even my mom, you know, so
Yeah.
I think most of our, you know.
Right. And so, yeah, my wife was the same way. I always said to my wife, you know, in my head, like, you know, once she sees the sales come in, you know, maybe she'll understand. And
Yeah.
of course the sales came in and yeah, she still gets pissed, but
Yeah, right.
it's
I
one of
figured
those
that out
things.
later.
It's a balance, you know, and I have 3 kids or 2 kids, sorry. And you know, my first lookalikes that I launched, just to give you guys an idea of sacrifice, right? Like my wife had a baby and I was on a laptop launching my first lookalikes while she was, you know, recovering from having a baby, right? So
That was the first of many lookalikes Dan would then launch in the future.
Yeah. And that was prior to BSF. I had launched about $900 worth of ads and I made $600. So it wasn't ROI positive, but it was an exciting moment for me at the time, and it resonates and sticks in my head. But it gives you an idea of, you know, sneaking those little bits of work, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, when and where you can, you know.
100%. And it's like that. A lot of our, you know, really, really successful individuals, they like to keep things hushed behind the scenes, like yourself, right? Which is absolutely incredible. And I think not only is smart for the IRS, right, but overall anything else in between, right? And again, dude, congratulations. I'm beyond proud of you. And I'm genuinely so happy to see you blossom and do all these amazing things in your life. It's so cool to see where you came from, dude. And you know, I think the next 5-10 years in your life are going to be filled with absolutely massive wins and success. I don't even think you're ready for what is in store for you, because you're the type of individual that you could just talk to you for 10 minutes. Oh, this guy's I can wait to see what this guy does in 5-10 years, right? You're one of those guys. So I tip my cap to you, sir. And everyone, let's give him a little round of applause down below. This man literally started to get involved in e-commerce when he was having a kid. Right. And that was before he even joined BSF. Right. So you can imagine the movements and the kind of inconsistencies that he was seeing to where he is now. And you deserve every bit of success. You made it happen, Dan. We were just here for the ride. You did this. And again, a massive congratulations to you, dude. I couldn't be more happy to see you continue to win. And, you know, the community is going crazy for you right now, which is awesome. I'm sure you see that. And, you know, anyone who's speaking, I'm sure, you know, anyone would, you know, shoot them a message, whatever it may be. They're all amazing people. They're willing to help out. And Dan's one of those types of guys. And Dan, great stuff, dude. I'll leave it with that. Anything you want to leave the community with, please be my guest. But thank you so much for hopping on. Everything else in between, and we'll continue to scale.
Yeah, thanks, Justin. Like I said, you're like one of the highest respected individuals in my life, and I appreciate everything you've done for me. And We will meet
Likewise.
again soon, I'm sure.
Hey, 100%. And like, you got to come down here near where I am. I'd love to get together with you in person, man, and finally meet formally. And,
Yeah, I agree, man. We'll make it happen next time I'm over there.
yeah, man. And anything else you need, hit us up, whatever it is. Again, congratulations on your success and everything else in between. 6 companies built out, all using the systems, flourishing to this day, as of right now, this very moment. Something to write home about, my friend. Congratulations to you, and thank you so much again.
See
Absolute stud. You heard it from Dan the man himself. All righty. Okay, guys, great stuff. Dan, thank you so much. You know, absolute. I don't think anything much more needs to be said about that. Right? Sick, insane. Okay. Next, we have my great friend and successful student, Gene Hermy and Fernando. I know we have Gene. I don't know if we have Fernando on yet, but Gene, good to see you here today. Are you with us, Gene?
I am. How you doing, my friend?
Oh, there he is, looking fresh as always. What's going on, my brother? Good to see you. Hopefully
see you
all
too.
well. Ladies and gents, let me go ahead and introduce you to Gene Hermy here. This man started his company sitting in the exact same seat you're sitting in right now, staring at the exact same camera, staring at the exact same bags. This man does over $5 million a year. Okay, I'll say it again. This man does over $5 million a year. He didn't hit 5 million. He didn't do 5 million. This man does 5 million a year, right? And he started his company on this call right here, which is incredible. Gene, thank you so much for sharing your time and wisdom with us here today. OG BSF individual, love to have you on the sesh. We also love to see you in Platinum Club helping out, which is amazing. We appreciate that. And Gene, thank you for spending the time to hop on with us today. How are you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing well, actually. I'm having a really good day today. It's the first 70-degree day in Boston. So for some reason, like my mood just kind of like went up, looking forward to taking a walk today, maybe grab some, margaritas, but yeah, having a great day.
Hey, I love to hear it, man. 70 degrees. Maybe it's the $20,000, $30,000 days you're putting up. Maybe that's contributing toward the happiness.
Oh, no, it sure is.
And also, man, good to see you. Again, thank you so much for sharing the time with us today. Gene, I wanted to have you on to kind of walk through your story, man. How the hell we made this happen, how you've done what you've done, right? Wisdom, insights for someone who's just starting off, someone who's doing 50 to 100K a month, but wants to get to the next level. I would love for you to speak to the individuals who are doing 30, 40, 50K a month, 100K a month, and they're trying to get past that, right? What are we talking about? How do we get past that? Those numbers sound insane. Are those numbers even real? That's insane. So walk us through your story, your start here at BSF, and how the BSF systems have contributed to kind of the change that you were looking for, man. And good to see you.
Yeah. So quick background on me. I think I joined BSF around fall of 2019. I was still in college, like studying accounting. I ended up finishing it. I listened to my parents. I was ready to drop out because it just wasn't making sense for me. But the way I got introduced to e-com was through a good friend of mine. Like now he's really my best friend. But I kind of like saw him one day. He was driving this newest like Mercedes, and shiny object syndrome hit right away. I'm like, what the hell? Because at the time I had my serving job. It was paying decent. I was like, I could afford one. I just wouldn't be able to eat for the rest of the month. So it kind of like intrigued me, and I asked him. I'm like, hey, what do you do? Like. And then he goes, oh, like, right now I run a digital marketing agency. Like he was generating leads for doctors, dentists, chiropractors in the area. And he was, but I got my start through e-com, and that's kind of like where I learned all the marketing skills, right? And then eventually I was like, what is e-com? He explained it to me. And then the next day I Googled.
Yeah,
but he was like, but I did drop shipping. The next day, I Googled how to start drop shipping. And then the rest was history. I built a website that same day, everything. Didn't work out though, but I took action right away because it just clicked in my head, because I always thought like I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I wanted to start my own business because I saw my dad doing it in Haiti before we moved here. And then I was just like, I'm just going to wait for the right time and the opportunity. As soon as I saw an opportunity, I just took it. So that's kind of like what got me my start, started making a few sales, was definitely spending more than I was making. But then eventually it got to the point where I was like, okay, like if everything I was doing wasn't working, maybe I should try something else. And at the time, I came across Justin through one of his meme pages. I think it was called Quoted Feed.
Quoted. Yeah,
And
we have a
it-
bunch of meme pages that have like 1 million followers, plus 1 million plus followers. That it's great for lead flow acquisition that we utilize as part of my service-based operation. And Gene was actually literally a follower on one of those accounts, which is so freaking random.
and then eventually from there, I saw Justin and I kind of like followed him, and then I kind of like seeing him over and over and over again. And then at the time, I just remembered seeing like all these guys showing like 50K months, 100K months, 200K months. And I'm here like struggling to crack 500 a day or 1,000 a day profitably. So it was going through my head, and I was like, okay, like, you know, this is the time essentially. And I remember sending that DM, and I was like, hey, you know, like help me get to the next level. And then that essentially was it. And I joined the program. I think I found my first winner within, I think, 2 months, like 1 to 2 months. And then from there, it gave me enough momentum to open the new store, the new brand that I have going on. So it's been quite an interesting journey, but it was well worth it.
That's incredible, Gene. And I think it's an amazing backstory. Now, walk us through. So when you first started, right, you made a few sales, you were spending more than you were making, but then you were able to join BSF, right? Understand systems, understand structure. Walk us through how that transition took place in your head, coming from a place of like, all right, I see momentum being made, but I'm not making progress. And then you switching up your system and your strategy. How did that work? How was the mind game behind that? And how did you really start to see massive, massive movement? And how did that look like?
So I would say I hope none of you guys started the way I did, because I had to do a lot of unlearning. Unlearning is way harder than just learning. Because I already saw like, you know, few sales coming in. You know, normally as humans, we don't really want change, right? So to me, like going from just like doing things my way to having to just like make a list of 20 freaking products, doing landers, doing all that stuff, you know, right away, that kind of like, I was, but then eventually, I think within the
especially
second
after
product,
failing a few times, right? Like, oh, I've
Yeah.
got to create all this shit now.
yeah, because to me, I used to think like I'd rather do one by one, you know. But the thing is, you know, I would do one by one, but I would still make some sales. It just wouldn't like take off. I think essentially what the systems really did for me is really kind of like give me a clear process where I have controlled variables, and then just, you know, focus on what to focus on. So for a lot of
And how
you
many products
guys,
did you test before finding that winner?
you know, I don't know if I'm lucky or not. I mean, through your system, it was the second product, and then two more products after that was the new brand. But for me, I've always kind of like had an eye for stuff, and I always look to understand the products that I'm selling. And this is advice for a lot of you guys. Yes, you find like the products and everything. I think what a lot of entrepreneurs fail to do is to take the time once they find that AliExpress link to understand what the product actually does. If you do not understand that product, you will not sell it. Like you will not be able to sell it. So for me, any product that I would try and test, even if it's yoga, even if it's like guns, I don't even shoot guns. Like I would try to learn how it works and why people want to buy it. Once you do that, then it's easier to make decisions, or even easier to like update the list. So that really helped me in that sense. And then I think so with your system before that, I tested 5 products. 2 of them kind of like worked, but I was never able to scale it. And I generally think if I tested them again through the system, they would have worked. But I was in that mindset. I'm like, let me leave the past in the past and not, you know, develop what's that called again? You know how you get too attached to something,
Fool's
like
gold.
attached.
Fool's
Yeah, I
gold
was like, let
mentality.
me not get attached to, you know, the past. Let me move on. And funny enough, I think you guys can recognize some of the products. So one of them
Just
was
to be clear, Gene, was it 2 products tested or 5 until you found that first winner?
it was about like 5 before I
Got it.
found
Okay,
that
cool.
first
So,
winner.
yeah, cool.
The true winner, like the profitable winner. Like the other ones were making sales, like a profitable one day, unprofitable the next day. And then the new one just like took off right away. It was such a stupid product. Like, and I'll put the link, it's still on, like it does a lot of, like it still does some sales organically. So I'll put it in the chat for people
Drop
that
it in the Zoom
want
if
to
you
kind of like
could.
see it. You know, but that was essentially the first product tested. It was a nurse watch. It's as funny as it sounds, right? So that was it. And then like when I realized I needed something more mass market, I was like, okay, let me transition into the next one. So 2 products tested, the second one hit. And then after that, I opened the new store. And then, you know, the first one was a baby winner. And then on that store, I had complimentary products on there. And one of those complimentary products ended up being the big winner that we have today.
Let's go. Let's go. And Gene, so it sounds like you moved quick, right? You were a quick mover, right? But you didn't rush things, right? You moved quick, you made great things happen. Walk us through how that process works. When you are learning that new system and you're testing these products, right? Like, what's the speed you're moving at? How are you kind of managing yourself in terms of how many you want to test a day? How many, how are you managing your time throughout this phase? Walk us through the real start of you gaining, not only starting to test those products, but seeing that winner come to fruition and then being like, oh, I got something, and then scaling it further. So walk us through that process.
So essentially, I was a really fast action taker, and and I didn't have the most time necessarily. It was around like my senior year of college, where essentially I had a full-time job because I needed it to pay for my school, because I was a bartender, a waiter bartender at this one restaurant. And then I had an internship because you have to do one. And then, I had a girlfriend. That's another full-time job. So like whenever like I would have some time in between, what I would try to do is, while I'm in class, this is not financial advice, I'd be in class listening to the videos, right? Because we were allowed to use computers. My headphones would be in, I'd be watching the videos. And once class ends and it's time to do some homework, I would just go and start testing. What I did was, when I'm doing a test, I don't, you can focus on like speed and like, mass testing. I wanted every test to be like the best shot I can give it, right? A lot of people want to, quickly test, but they test too fast in the sense of, they launch, for example, like a video or 2 videos, and then it doesn't work, and then just completely give up on the product. And it's like, maybe you can learn from why it didn't work, right? Do you think the way you structured that video worked? Maybe the angle, because you can sell one product to 10 different audiences, right? You can sell a weight loss product to someone that just wants more confidence, for someone that want to just lose weight, for someone that wants to look more toned, for someone that wants to, have that revenge body. There's so many ways you can skin that cat. It's like, how do you, kind of like take a step back and look at the bigger picture? So that's kind of like how I used to go about testing. And I think while I was doing that, it kind of like sharpened my skill as a marketer, where like now my marketing fundamentals are just like on point. And now every test I launch, I'm so confident in it that, if it doesn't work, I'm like, okay, this market may be too saturated for my income level. Maybe I need to go to an easier market. Because the reality is, every product that you put on that list was selling, right? So it can sell. But some of them may be a little too hard because there's already established big boys in the market. Now you have to be better as a marketer. And until back then, I wasn't that good as a marketer. And, I wasn't lying to myself. So, I once I realized, I'm like, maybe move to the next one. And then once I did that, I was able to find winners after winners. It might not make sense yet for a lot of you guys, but you'll see. It's like, when you're going to test products, right? Don't just test it one way. Think about all the possible groups of people that could potentially want that same product, a teeth whitening product. Maybe it's this guy that got bullied in high school for having yellow teeth that needs it. Maybe it's this one that wants to have that celebrity smile. Maybe it's this one that just want to increase their confidence. There's so many ways, like I said, to skin the cat. And I think that's what really helped. And then obviously speed helps. Speed helps, but essentially understanding why you're testing that product, right? Give yourself the best possible shot that if it doesn't work out, you can confidently pull the plug and then move on to the next one, right? Some people will test a product, it doesn't work, but they still feel like there was so much left in the tank. Don't be that person, right? But this is not to tell you to go blow money either. Just do it very strategically, which is beautiful the way you teach it.
I love it. I love it. And Gene, great stuff. Now, when you start your companies, right, and you started we start these stores, you start general and then you go niche based off of what ends up doing well. Walk us through that process in terms of when you find something consistent, do you branch off to that niche right away and focus on that niche? Walk us through when you find your consistency, how do you branch off from your general store?
So for me, I like to, especially when I start off, to have a very general name, right? So having a general name for your store definitely helps transition because you don't have to change the name, like, because the names don't really matter as much as you think unless you shoot yourself in the foot and you call yourself doghaven.com and then you put a bunch of general product. No one's going to buy, a jacket off doghaven.com. So think of it that way. So once I find something that works, right away, I switch the front because the brand, like the website is just the homepage and your product page. I just switch the feel of the homepage right away. You switch the home field and you start putting more complementary products to the one that's already winning. And that helps a lot because it raises your AOV, because if you're selling, a dog, shower thing, but then you also have a dog brush, and then you have a anti-flea color. Those are so complementary to each other that people will see it like, oh, maybe I would need this, maybe I would need that. So as soon as I get some traction, I would transition it right away because it's so easy to transition back to the general store if things don't work out. All you have to do is maybe hide sections, change collections, and then just hide the products on the back end. So it's very simple. But then you'll also notice your conversion rate will kind of like increase more once you transition. But in the beginning, it doesn't matter as much. But then once you find that winner, you want to go all in, because don't forget, it's just people like me and you buying. So many people get stuck in like, oh, people don't want to buy from my website, this and that. Well, would you buy from your website? Would you buy from your copywriting? You have to think of it that we have to think that there's real people and they're super hard to sell. It makes it easier if you're not an impulse buyer and it's hard for you to buy. You have to kind of like tailor everything you do as if you're going to sell to yourself. That's the way I go about things.
I love it. And that was a phenomenal answer, Gene. Great stuff. Now, how did you fund your e-com business when you first started? Also, how do you keep your financial records now?
Okay. So when I first started, I did leverage, personal credit cards. And then eventually, one of the best things I've done with my business partner, and he'll talk about that in a little bit, is we essentially decided to go all in, right? It's kind of like, the concept of like burning the boats. Like I know e-com worked, but I was still one foot in, one foot out. So I was like, yo, let's actually tie ourselves. Let's get an entity set up. So we got our LLC, which allowed us to get, a business credit card, which normally gives you, higher credit limits. So that was essentially what happened for us. And most credit cards, business credit cards, they start you at 12 months, like no interest, right? And then it's big because you can carry balance over, for a couple of months, without getting penalized on it. And then, and it gave us enough cash flow because we didn't have to pay out of a checking account. So using the credit cards really, really helped. And then it got to the point where we had another problem. We didn't have enough limit to scale. And then, it was just, like good problems after that, once you get to that level.
100%. And also, Gene, one of the things that I want you to kind of walk through as well is doing 5 million a year sounds outlandish to most people, right? It doesn't sound real. So walk us through like the mindset change that you had to have from when you first started to literally now. Like if you're someone who's starting off, should you be aiming for 5 million a year? Or should you be aiming for something lower than that, right? And then building consistency. Walk us through the mindset pattern that took place in your life. And if you ever think you'd be sitting in this chair today.
Thinking about things like that still gives me goosebumps till this day. Because to me, just, I'm not even gonna lie, I thought like 100K months were it. Like that's essentially, because back then,
that's the big number.
Months, that was the big number. We're now, and this is to kind of like motivate you guys, some people think things the right or the wrong way. 100K months, Justin, I'm stressed. Like I'm like genuinely stressed. Like, in 100K months, it's just 3K a day. If I wake up and my Shopify dashboard is not already at 4-5K, I start checking the attic. I'm like, did something go wrong? And that was the mindset switch. It's like the limiting beliefs that I had, I genuinely thought, and it's like your subconscious mind will dictate your everyday action. I generally thought I wasn't capable of more up until like I saw people doing more, and it kind of like helped me build the confidence. So having a community where you just see guys crushing it, where like, you know, those guys are flexing $1 million months, and then you're like at 400, 500, 600, and you're like, okay, this is the next step. So it is so possible. And guys, it's just a numbers game. It's just, and scaling doesn't mean doing more work. It just means doing more of what's already working. And in the game of scaling, when you have a well-proven, like a well-oiled machine, it's just kind of like raising budgets, you know, like systematically, not like going from 0 to 10K in a day. Everything's going to crumble, right? It's kind of like that 20% every couple of days, that slow and steady growth.
I love it. And here's a big question as well. And I also pinned Fernando here. Fernando, thank you so much for making it with us here today. Fernando is Gene's partner, guys. These gentlemen are both pushing the $5 million a year. Absolute studs. They're both BSF students. Now, one thing I want to bring up, you guys are partners, right? A lot of people have partners, right? Walk us through the advantages, right, of having a partner. Walk us through the fact that, you know, you and Fernando rocking back and forth. Were you able to offload work? Did it make things easier? Was it, you know, walk us through that process, right? Because you guys are building an incredible empire, right? Mm-hmm. And Fernando, I'll have you start because you're here with us now. I just pinned you. Fernando, thank you so much for hopping on. Fernando, has that been a blessing to you guys in terms of making success and moving super quick? The fact that you guys are pushing 5 million a year from 0, right, is no small feat. So, you know, for those of us who are working with partners, walk us through some of the things we want to keep in mind and some ways that we can use that to our advantage to hit results like yourself.
Yes. You guys hear me?
Perfectly. And right? Fernando, thank you so much for making the time today, man. We appreciate it so much.
Of course. I'm happy to be here. So when it comes to partners, like you said, it can be really, really helpful because you get to offload different tasks. Everybody has like their own area of expertise. So it's definitely very beneficial to have a partner. However, I want to say one of the major things when it comes to having a partner is also kind of putting your ego to the side, because not every day you're going to agree on every single aspect. So having somebody that you actually trust, even if you don't understand where they're coming from, putting your ego to the side and letting them take the lead is very, very beneficial, because sometimes they might want to do certain things one way and you don't particularly want to do it that way as well. So having that 100% trust that they have the business's best interest at heart is very helpful. So that, I think, is one of the major things when you have a partner.
That's amazing. And Fernando, one of the things that I think is huge is kind of putting the ego to the side, right? We always want to be you know, the person calling shots, but when you guys are a partner, right, it's great to put both minds together and come out with the best solution at the end for the business, right? Walk us through that. How have you and Gene kind of went through that process? Let's say there's something that came up, you guys saw differently. How'd you guys come to a conclusion to come to the best result for the business? How'd you make that happen?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, knowing that the partner has the business's best interest at heart. So if there's one specific area that, let's say I want to do something and Gene doesn't want to do it that way, or he wants to do something and I don't personally want to do it that way, the fact that I personally know that he has the business's best interest at heart, I know he's not going to do anything weird. I trust him 100%. So I come to the conclusion that, yes, I'll just let him take the lead, because I know at the end of the day, he wants to do what's right for the business. So because I know that, I am able to just come to complete agreement with what he wants to do, even if I don't particularly want to do it that way myself.
I think that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah. And Gene, I'll kick it back to you on this one. Has working together and the massive success that you guys have, you know, seen here, has that strengthened your guys' brotherhood? And how does that look like?
Oh, it definitely has. And obviously the highs are good. But I generally think the lows definitely kind of like showed us that we were like a rock solid team. Because we did, you know, went through, you know, some tough times as well. You know, things didn't go out as planned, you know, definitely made some mistakes, you know, especially on my end, you know, made some bad decisions. you know, some bad calculated decisions, which kind of like, you know, like did not work out for us. But then now, you know, we look back at it and laugh. One thing that helps us out a lot is to have a partner where, you know, you trust a lot, and, you know, when you make decisions and then they know you really had the best interest for the business at heart and it doesn't work out, they don't just throw it in your face, right? Be like, oh, like, what the hell, this and that. So just, you know, just going through those phases, and then, you know, going through the lows makes you even want to go through the highs more with that same person. Because now every business that, you know, I decide to start, even if I could have done it on my own, I always, you know, automatically tell them, you'll hop in, I'll just automatically give you 50 of that, because I know who you are as a person. So, and, you know, and from a team perspective, it allows us to move at 10x the speed, guys. You understand, like, because, you know, like, I could try to learn something new. Let's say, you know, we have email marketing or TikTok ads or Pinterest. We can just split those tasks and then go learn it. We each go learn those separate skills, you know, and then kind of like work on it together. We could always give each other like a quick rundown on how it works, but the actual mechanics of it, you know, he handles most of the, you know, the back end stuff. I handle all the front end stuff. You know, we were able to each focus on, you know, those different specifics of the business, which helped us move a lot faster than we, you know, could have separately. So working as a team and as a unit definitely helps, and definitely having that separate perspective, because we all have our biases. Me bringing an idea to him, and he's like, yo, I think this is completely crazy, but hey, if you really believe it, it is what it is. Go for it, right? So the way we really think about it is like, you really believe it is, hey, all right, go for it. It is what it is. We'll see how it works out. And then it always 99% of the time ends up working, right? And then that, and, you know, anytime I decided, you know, let's say, let's go invest in maybe this creator, let's launch this specific product line, and then we could disagree on it, but we always have this thing, hey, if you think it could work, I can't really be in your brain to see how you see it, then just go for it. But it always works out in the end. And, you know, now we have a bigger pie to eat from. You know, you don't need a partner to, you know, to make this work. You know, that is just to be honest with you guys, but it can make life easier. And you most likely will have a bigger piece of the pie to eat without having to do as much work.
I think that was freaking awesome, right? And quite frankly, you know, take a look at these gentlemen right here, right? I mean, that's what I call a watermelon, right? That's half a watermelon right there for sure, right? Not half a grape, that's half a watermelon. So that's what I'm talking about. So I think that's extremely smart. Anyone who's looking to build with a partner, you know, these gentlemen are fine examples of making it happen with a massive success. Now, question to you both, and whoever answers is totally cool. So when starting out, right, how does one find, and I know you guys are focused on one main brand at this point now, you're building out others as well. You have your main focus, Melissa, right? And then Vidor, this is a question. How does one find or attain the balance between taking time at each stage and to move forward at a good speed? So when you guys first started, like using the BSF systems, getting things going, right? How did you manage your time, right? Not knowing how much time to spend, or, you know, how much time to not spend on certain things. How did you manage your time when you guys first started, even before the massive success?
I could quickly answer that. I think the best way is to not really become one of those time management freaks. You have to think of yourself, especially starting out. And I'm going to be quite honest with you guys. You guys currently do not know anything yet, right? Like, always think of yourself. You don't know enough. You have to put in the hours and then fine tune it. Put as many hours that is humanly possible for you, but do not just, you know, do stuff for the sake of like feeling busy. Put in some really, really productive hours. For us, we didn't have any balance because we were just trying stuff out. We were just learning a lot at once, because there is the learning curve. You have to learn first and then apply. So we were spending a lot of times of learning and then applying. Once we figured out, like, you know, like our systems that worked for us, it's going to be different for everyone. We're like, okay, we're going to test X amount per week. We're going to, you know, do this and that, right? Once you figured out what's good for you, then you stick at it, you know, until the machine's well oiled. And then once the machine's well oiled, guys, and it's not a joke, e-com is only very time consuming in the beginning, right? once you have a good brand running and
built.
all you have to do is maintain it, like it's going to be much easier. And then once you're at scale, everything becomes easy because you can hire talent to free up your time even more. And then that's kind of like how we go about stuff. But if you need to put 6 to 8 hours a day in the beginning to learn, do it. Right?
I
Because
love
you
that.
need it.
And talk to us about, so for example, when you first start, it's almost like you're front loading a lot of the work, right? All the build outs, all the asset creation, et cetera, right? It's very, very time consuming when you first begin. Now, for someone, let's say, who's newer or hitting their first 30, 40K, trying to get to their first 100K month, what would you say, right, to those people who have found momentum, right, getting to the 100K month and past it? And what would you say to someone who's brand new and has never seen any numbers like that in terms of balance when they first begin? Should there be balance, or is there realistically not going to be much of a balance when they first start if they're brand new?
In the beginning, it does not going to be much of a balance because you're still in the unknown. You've heard people making sales, like it still doesn't feel real until you hear that cha-ching. Like once you hear that cha-ching, then it clicks in your head. You know, a lot of you guys in the chat, if you've gotten your first sale yet, you'll recognize what I'm talking about. Once you hear that notification for the first time, it is in the dopamine hit from it, guys, is insane. Now you start doing some math in your head. Yeah, if I could have 1 order per day, I could have 2, I could have 3, I could have 4, right? So for that, work until you can quickly get your first win. Focus on the first win at any cost. Get your first win in. Once you get your first win in, now you have to be a little bit more strategic. Okay, you know, like I have to, you know, really, really hone in on my skills. Bless you. You have to really, really hone in on your skills in that, right? And then that's when you're around like the 30, 40K mark, I would say focus on, you know, the highest level activities, right? You know what's bringing in the money. You know, it's going to be your creatives, you know, and then some media buying. You focus on that, right? Focus on improving. And then once you get to the 100K months, right, it's also the same thing. It's more creatives and then just like keeping the consistency. Because from 100K to like 400, 500K, is really just maybe a few more creatives and then an increase of ad spend. It's not as difficult, but you have to do it strategically and not just kind of like, you know, spike up the budget. That's when, you know, things usually fall off, but you're much closer than you think, right? You're one good creative away from, you know, those crazy months. And also once you start getting like those 30, 40K plus months, and I'm saying 30K plus months, right? You have to pivot to getting your to getting your own stuff, your own content. You're gonna be surprised if you could get to 40K, 50K, 100K months, you know, kind of like clipping creatives from all over the place. Think about like when you understand your market and you can genuinely build an ad based off the feedback and what you know the customers want, it's going to explode your business. Right? You know, I'm sure Justin talks about, you know, UGCs and all that stuff. That makes a big difference in the business eventually. But to test concepts, you know, you could definitely start that way. But this is the way to scale to the next level. And as you start building that creative portfolio, you start getting more content from, you know, influencers and stuff like, not influencers, content creators and stuff. You're going to notice by like 3-4 months, you have so many assets. Now you're going to be that guy running after people for stealing your content, right? Because you have so many concepts and it's just going to explode your business. You're never going to run out of content, which means you're never going to lose consistency, right? So for me, I have over like 400, you know, pieces of assets for my brand, which is so overwhelming sometimes when I need content done and I have to filter through so many videos, so many pictures, so many reviews. But this is a good problem to have now, guys. You're much closer than you think. You know, keep your foot on the pedal and then just work until it works. It works, guys. Like this is not, it just works. I could not imagine my life without e-com now, which is why now, you know, I still, not gonna lie, we do have the one brand, but I still have this baby brand that I started, you know, that's already at like a K a day. But with that one, it's super low spend and crazy margins, you know, and then I'm gonna scale that up again. So it works. I've tested because I've tested like to even prove to myself that it's not a fluke, because we get that as entrepreneurs. If something started working and then it no longer works, you're like, oh, I got lucky. No, you didn't. you know, and to leave you guys with that, and I'll pass the mic to Fernando. If you launch something, it didn't work, it doesn't mean that the concept didn't work. It just means you learned something that didn't work within what you tested, right? Because a lot of people think because by your 10th product tested, you're gonna be way better than you think, right? A lot of you guys didn't even know what what marketing was. A lot of you guys didn't understand copywriting, website design, so many things that you had to learn at once. You have to give yourself the grace, because starting out, especially with the dropshipping model, and to clarify, dropshipping is only the fulfillment process. Stop thinking of drop shipping itself as like this crazy thing. No, it's just the fulfillment process. You're doing e-commerce, right? Which means the principles to make e-commerce work still remains the same. Like, you know, the difference, if you get stock, like if you get stock for your business, you're no longer drop shipping, right? So you still have to think of the business like, I need to get everything right in place. So many people think because it's drop shipping, they need to do the bare minimum. You do the bare minimum, you're going to get the bare minimum results, right? So always think of it that way. So now, to my point, when you start with e-com, you have to, you know, learn so many things at once, because you can't afford to buy talent. So you have to become the talent in every part of the business. But then once you understand enough of it, guys, you're just going to be so solid that even if you want to pivot from e-com to anything else, you can do whatever you want, because you learn so many skills that a Kim Kardashian just have the money to just plug. Okay, I get my copywriter, I get my website designer, I get my media buyer, I get my content strategist, right? You're going to become all that at once, guys. Like, you're going to become all that at once. And for me right now, you know, you could take away everything, I'll still be able to just go from 0 to 50, 100K per month, just because I have all that knowledge in my head. So yeah, hope that kind of like helps.
Ooh, dude, I mean, you're on fire right now, man. I'm starting to sweat out here. Maybe it's the Florida sun. But Gene, that was absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for that. And Fernando, you guys are absolute studs. And I'm so happy to hear you guys' insights here today. And I don't want to keep you too long, but I want to go ahead and ask one more question from our main man, Ming. Ming is one of our students pushing 250,000 a month right now. Right? He goes, where is his question? He goes, what was the biggest thing you did that added new leads, email list, organically to your business? Or was it all ads?
So it was all ads to start, because with my specific niche, you know, that's how I realized, and this is not to brag, that's how I realized how much better I've gotten at marketing. With my niche, when the business was not performing as well I was doing, the Google trends for my product went down. And as soon as it started working up, it went back up again. So my product is one of those niche products that there's not a lot of like demands people are searching for. You kind of like have to put it in their face. So with the new leads, yeah, you can launch like some, you know, organic reels, TikToks that, you know, could get some views, but nothing is going to outperform something that's so systematic and predictable like ads. So with that, you know, we try to get purchases like right then and there. And a lot of times if they don't purchase, they subscribe to our email list, and that's kind of like how we collect them. But, you know, we're not too focused on, you know, trying to go the organic route, because it can be so unpredictable. And we like to, you know, to predict. I love control to some extent, to predict what's going to happen over the next month, 2 months, 6 months, 12 months. So that has worked a lot for us. But one thing I know that can work really well for generating leads is to, you know, just launch a lead generation campaign, which you don't need, because if you're doing purchase and you're collecting emails, you're doing the same simultaneously. So that is what I think. Fernando is a master at email marketing. He's actually responsible. You know, I remember like one day during Black Friday, he generated about, I think, 15 grand in like straight up like email blasts. It was crazy. And out of that, I think about 70% was straight profit from there. You know, we had one of our best day, almost 40K that one day. So he can chime in on that. But yeah.
For sure. And Gene, thank you so much. And Fernando, I would love to hear your perspective on that as well.
Oh yeah, with with email marketing, it's one of the things that generates a lot of profit for our business. The ads work really well in getting the people in the door, but at the end of the day, the emails really generate a lot of profit in the back end. So to anyone here doing e-commerce, whether they're beginning or if they've been doing it for a while, email marketing is definitely very, very beneficial to the business. So definitely incorporating email marketing is something that's crucial, because some days, especially like Black Friday or any other holiday, email marketing is where the business really, really blooms, because it generates a lot of profit in the back end. So I don't know if we lost you here, Justin.
No, I'm still here. And also, Fernando, can you
Okay.
touch on for Ming? Ming's been running our Black Friday strategy for about 3 years now. I'm just in the bathroom. I'll be right.
Okay.
I'll be right back. But walk me through specifically what he can do to add more and more potency to his Black Friday system. He's been doing 250K, 300K months on Black Friday, right, with our system for 3 years in a row. What can he do to add to that number on Black Friday, and also the subsequent promos that he runs, and also real time, knowing that he's pushing these numbers consistently?
Nice, good question. So one thing I started realizing, that was mostly last year. When I first started doing email marketing, I wanted to give people discounts every single day. And I realized last year that it kind of backfires a little bit. So what we started doing is, for most of the year, we would never really give discounts when we send out email blasts. Now, when your entire list is used to you not giving any discount, once they finally get that big discount on Black Friday, it turns out to generate a lot more revenue and profit, because it's almost like Apple. It's like they're not used to you ever giving a discount. So when you finally do give that discount, it works like exponentially well, because they're like, oh, this is the day. This is the day to actually buy. Because if they've seen your emails throughout the year or throughout a few months, they never see you giving discounts. And on Black Friday, when I give that big discount, they just hop in and buy right away, whatever it is you're promoting. So I think that worked out really well for us.
Amazing. And Gene and Fernando, I want to give you guys one more kind of question each. One thing, if you could say one thing that's contributed towards your guys' massive success, what is that one thing that you want everyone to apply to their daily life, their daily workflow, whatever it may be? Gene, you could go first. Fernando, you could go right after. What is it, guys? Because you guys are in a position right now that many people, are looking to get to, right? What is that one thing that they have to keep in mind if they are looking to achieve what you guys have achieved?
So for me is number one, having control of your time. So I'm gonna give you guys two, practical advice, and I promise you, if you actually apply at least one of them, it's going to change your life within the next 3 months. And if I'm lying, DM me, I'll give you $1,000. The first one is to get a daily planner, right? You get a daily planner where you're actually in control of your time. So for me, my daily planner is kind of like divided into 2 sections, right? Priorities and to-do lists, right? You're gonna put all your to-do lists for the day, and then you're going to essentially categorize the priorities for like 1 to 5. Realistically, you don't have 10 priorities in the business in a single day, right? But you will have 10 to 15 things to do in one day. So when you do that, you're going to realize a lot of the things that you felt like, I have so much to do today. When you actually write them down and do them one at a time, you're actually going to realize you didn't have that much on your plate.
You don't got much to do. I'm done. I guess this whole block, I love it. Keep going.
The 8 hours in a day worth of work you thought you had was only 2 hours. You just couldn't remember them on time. You were just, oh, I remember, I got to do this, I got to do that. Write down everything you have to do. I literally cannot function without this now, and it makes such a big difference. And the second part is to the way you view success. One of the best books I've ever read was Atomic Habits. I absolutely recommend it. Obviously, I didn't write it. I don't get any affiliate commissions from it. And essentially, one of the things that book taught me is the way to kind of like measure success. So for me right now, I can measure success differently from you guys. You guys starting out, right? And even for me, this still applies to me. You should view if you were successful in what you're trying to do, based on whether or not you did what you were supposed to do. There are so many things you can't control in a business, that you have to focus on what you can control. So for ecom, right? Did you do the work that you were supposed to do? And you have to be really honest with yourself. Did you did you do your product research? Did you create the landing page to the best of your abilities? Did you create the video ads, the picture ad, whatever? Did you do it to the best of your abilities? Did you launch when you were supposed to launch? Did you actually monitor it? Did you do everything you were supposed to do? If you did that, you can consider that a successful week or successful day, successful month, right? And over time, when that compounds, you're going to realize the success will just come on its own, because so many people focus on, I launched this product, it didn't work, I'm not successful. Bro, you didn't know how to launch a single ad. You just launched your first ad. Like, clap, like applaud yourself a little bit. Think of it that way. So when you think of it that way, it makes the biggest difference. So for me, when I measure success, and that's what scaled the business immensely, because I was not doing enough volume in content, but I was like tight. I was like upset that I wasn't getting the results I wanted. And then, I read that book and I'm like, I'm not really doing the work I was supposed to. And it was so hypocritical, because you see that quote, don't get mad for the results you didn't get, because for the work you didn't put. And I'm just up here, just upset, don't want to get out of bed. And then once I kind of humbled myself a little bit, did the work I was supposed to, and I did some serious volume. I sat down, edited 30 pieces of creative. 2 of them hit, launched the business to 600K months, right? So this is, we did 5 million last year. Let's say everything goes according to plan. Let's say we don't touch anything. We're probably looking at like 6, 7. If summer in Q4 hits the way it should, we should be at 10, right? So, but now I know the way I'm supposed to do the work and the way to measure success. Whether or not I hit 10 million this year, it'd still be a successful year for me, because I did the work that I was supposed to do. So that is the piece of advice I have for you guys. And Fernando, you can go.
Awesome. Yeah, so for me, one thing I would leave everybody with, I think Luke Toll kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, is kind of having that gun to the head burning the boats type of mentality. There's this little analogy or story that I heard a while back. It says there are these 2 guys kind of like hanging on a porch, and there's like a dog kind of laying on the floor next to them, right? And every now and then the little dog kind of squirms a little bit. It's like, Urgh. Every now and then he kind of squirms. So one of the guys says, "Yo, what's wrong with your dog? Why is he kind of, squirming a little bit here and there?" And the other guy responds, he says, "Oh, he's lying on a nail." So the friend asks him, "So why doesn't he just get up and get away from that nail?" The other guy responds, "Oh, it's because it doesn't hurt him that much." Okay, it doesn't hurt him that much. If it really hurt him, he would get up and move. So I think that analogy illustrates one of the major keys, which is having that fire and that burn inside of you. That burn is what's gonna get you to do whatever it takes, almost like Gene just mentioned. Like, it's gonna make you do what you need to do, whether you want it or not, whether you feel like it or not. You're gonna be consistent, you're gonna persevere. You will not give up until you hit the promised land, okay? So having that fire and that burn is what got us to do what's required of us, whether we felt like it or not. Okay, I remember when we first joined BSF, and I was looking at the video on picking the products that you have. I'm like, why does this guy want me to do all this just to find a product? Why do I need to have an Excel sheet with 20 different products? Why do I need to do all this? But at the end of the day, the burn that we had inside of us, it's like there is no other option. We have to succeed no matter what it takes. So this is what's going to get you to do the right things long enough so that eventually, with that compound effect, you're going to get to the promised land. So I think having that fire and that burn inside of you is one of the major reasons why we are at the level we're at today. And that's what's going to also propel us to get to the next level. So yeah.
Incredible. Guys,
That's so dope. And last, let me just say that most of you guys won't fail until you quit. Most people don't really fail. They just stopped until it started working for them. Like legit, like it's like you're so close. It's like that analogy with the diamond, the person, like, in like I forgot what they were, but like they were like digging for diamond, and then they just stopped right when they were about to strike it, guys. It's crazy, but it doesn't work with all vehicles. With e-com, it certainly does. I'm not going to say do that with another vehicle, but there is this
like crypto
momentum you
trading and
get.
stock trading, you can't do that, right? But this you
Yeah,
can.
there's this momentum you get from staying in the game long enough where like you learn so much that when it actually works for you, you're able to sustain it. So worst thing that could happen is you hit too fast, too big, and then you cannot sustain it. It did happen to me, guys. I'm living proof. I hit too fast, too big, and it went down. Now I'm back up again, and then now it's steady, and then on the uphill. So yeah, thank you.
Guys, Gene, Fernando, absolute studs. Go to the game, 5 million plus a year, going for 10 million a year. Started right here at BSF, guys. Give these guys a round of applause down below. Incredible stuff. Gene, Fernando, thank you guys so much, not only for spending the time today, but for actually diving deep to touch on these points that I feel like are left out of the e-commerce industry so much, right? Understanding these things is half the battle, and seeing it from yourself, right? And these guys to see that is so incredible. And I thank you guys so much for your time, your efforts, everything in between. And I'm more proud than I've ever been to you guys, right? You guys are absolutely crushing the game, going for that 10 mil mark a year. That ain't nobody's business. That's some crazy stuff right there, guys. Right? It really is. So keep going, keep making it happen. And I know you said if we don't hit the 6 to 7 million, it's still a success. Let's hit the 6, 7, right? And then you guys will get to 10. I think you guys are gonna have no problem getting there. Your guys' consistency is insane. And the fact that y'all know your market so well is the difference maker, right? And that's when we were hanging out down here by my house is what I recognize with y'all as well. And seriously, next time you guys are local, let me know. I'll be here for it. And seriously, proud of y'all. Thank you so much for hopping on and sharing this with the people. And as you can see, everyone is blowing y'all up, absolutely going crazy for you guys. And you can find, where's your guys' Instagrams and stuff? What's your Instagrams, guys?
I'll quickly put it in the chat. So
Yeah,
right here.
Yeah,
So you got
like Justin mentioned, we had a good time going down to see you in Florida, so that was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah. And again, I thank you guys so much for hopping on. This is literally amazing. And yeah, thank you guys again. And whatever you need, shoot me a message, whatever it may be. We have quite a few more students to go as well to go ahead and share their story. So Gene, Fernando, thank you guys so much. That was 10 out of, I would call it 11 out of 10 value drops, what we call a value bomb here.
value bomb.
I salute you
Beautiful.
both.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
And I got the watch, by the way. I pulled the plug on it.
Do you remember I told you to get it?
Yeah,
I'm like, this man's doing nearly $1 million a month. Get the watch.
Have a good one, brother. Thank you.
Good to see you, man. I'll see you soon, Gene. Congratulations
You
to
too.
both of you guys. I couldn't be more proud. This is why we do it here at BSF. That's so
Thank
funny.
you.
You got the watch, by the way. I love it. Very cool, guys. All righty. Guys, so next. Guys, how cool is this mastermind, guys? Throw me 7s down below if you guys are loving this real quick. Okay, I don't even care about the time. Like, we're 3.5 hours deep. It feels like 5 minutes. Let's keep going. Okay, tons of 7s. Love to see it. All right. So, next, we have my main man, Ron. Ron, are you with us today, brother?
I'm right here, my bro.
There he is. What's going on, Ron? Good to see you. Also, Ron, you were also just featured in one of the BSF emails right now as well, which is awesome to see. I just saw it come in. Dennis sent it out as we're on the mastermind. First and foremost, this is Ron, guys. This guy, not only, and this is a special story with myself, because I remember first enrolling you, as I do almost everybody, right? And I remember first enrolling you, dude, and to see what you have built and the fact that you've built so many separate companies and who you are today and in the realm that you are is absolutely insane to me, right? Ron not only has built up success in e-commerce in multiple different ways, multiple different stores, businesses, and brands, this man's also building out in the service space as well, right? And one of the incredible things that you guys can see is a lot of our really successful folks are building several companies, right? When they build one, they're like, let me go ahead and build a few more. Right. So Ron here is an absolute story from building a foundation from scratch and making it happen, going through adversity and making the damn thing happen. So Ron, please share your story, your whole back end. And, people know you from posting lots of student results and everything in the Facebook groups and in Platinum and everything in between. You're a very familiar face. Walk us through your story, your journey here at BSF. And Ron, thank you so much for spending the time to hop on here today. I know usually we go and we answer the questions for the next bit of scale, but now your time to kind of share how you made it happen. And you really do deserve your flowers. And there's a lot of people who are in similar positions, right? Maybe they're coming from a different country, whatever it may be, and they don't think it's possible. They don't think it's possible for someone who's not maybe in the US or the Core 4, right? Initially long term, right? You made it happen. And I think that's an incredible story that's to be reckoned with. Ron, welcome. Thank you for your time today, sir. And good to see you. How are you?
I am good, Justin. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. I mean, hopping on Platinum and, getting to share my journey with the entire family, it's just incredible. Like it's literally a dream come true, I would say. So I would kind of break it down in three halves. So what was happening before BSF, then what happened after I joined BSF, and then what's happening right now, right? So starting from before, what happened before BSF is, so I was actually a hotelier, right? So you know how they send you for internships for 6 months. So I actually dropped out of college. So what happened in the internship was I somehow got through JW, right? JW Marriott. So I was working my job. So 10 days into the job, and I just understood that this is not my cup of tea, right? I had to come out of it. So I literally walked out of the main door right after like working like 5-6 hours, and I was like, I'm not coming back here.
Yeah, I just left.
Right? So I went back home. I told my parents that, guys, I'm dropping out. I'm like literally wasting time, and I have to do something on my own. Right. So at that time, I'm actually also a national level tennis player out of India. So I was training with my, very close friends. He was also my trainer. So I told him, dude, let's do something in fitness. So we kind of partnered up with another guy. So who was apparently supposed to be an investor in the company, but we kind of partnered up, and we opened up this gym. So in India, it was in my area, in my state in India, we got the first, if you guys know about Anytime Fitness, it's
Yep,
one of the last.
absolutely. It's kind of similar to 24-hour, but not quite. Yeah.
So we were the first ones to get Anytime Fitness in India, in my area, right, in my state. So I was like, yeah, it's a great startup. I took some loan from the bank, keeping one of our properties as a mortgage. So it was my dad's property, and some of the money I took from home. And then what happened was, 6 months down, the investor that was there, he kind of cheated us, and he ran away with all our money, right? And then we ended up shutting the business, and we had to sell it off entirely. I ended up being at a $70,000 debt, right? He literally went absconding, right? And then what happened was, everything was going haywire, because it was one thing that it was a loan, second that it was, my parents' hard-earned money, and I did not know what to do. I'm a dropout now, and I was at a point where, I was very suicidal. Right? I thought that, what am I to do now? So then drop shipping was kind of a thing, in YouTube, people were going crazy. So then I kind of did a little bit of study, watching those YouTube gurus. So they were kind of explaining how it works. So I thought that, I would get some inventory, right? And I would start selling them, following these gurus. So I was already in debt. On top of that, I invested $10,000 more to get some inventory from China. Why? Because I was already into fitness, and I was fascinated with this brand Gymshark, right? It's a billion dollar brand,
huge company.
Huge companies. I was very fascinated with them. I was like, I'm gonna do something similar to this, and it miserably failed. I still have the inventory in my garage, right? So it miserably failed. And then one fine day, so all of these things were happening, and I was at the verge of breakdown, suicide and stuff, having sleeping pills and all of this
Back
stuff.
against the wall. One of those nights, like the weeks of those nights, we know them far too well.
So then, I just typed in entrepreneur on Instagram, and on Instagram Explore, how those results show up. And I actually saw Justin's first post, where he bought the white R8. You have the white R8?
Right, yeah.
And you mentioned that I just bought my dream whip, right? I saw the post, I clicked on it, and I was like, what does this guy do? And then I click on your profile and I go ahead and see, oh, he's into e-commerce, he's doing drop shipping. And then I was like, and I'm also a crazy R8 fan. And I was like, he's literally living the life of my dreams.
That was my
And
second car ever. That was, I can't believe it's on the Explore page. You never told me that. That's crazy.
it is, it did show up. It did show up. And then, you know, your profile popped up, and then I went through and I was like, Ron, you found your mentor, right? All of these other people, they were BS, you know, nothing worked out. I'd also taken, you know, other programs as well, but, you know, they never worked out. They were not consistent, right? And then, you know, you happened. And then I like immediately DM'd you. I DM'd him on Messenger, right? And then I went into your group, the free group that we have, the BSF free group. And unfortunately, I didn't have enough money to, you know, support the mentorship. So I kind of, you know, followed all the free calls that we used to have on the BSF free group, right? And then one fine day, this email pops up, right, from BSF that there's a $7 program, right, that you guys should take up, right? If you guys remember, you know, we had the $7 program.
And it's funny, we have another one launching in like 2-3 weeks, brand new.
And then the $7 program, and I thought that, you know, I should not miss this chance right now. I immediately signed up, and that thing had so much value. I did my product research and everything, and we had that one product, it was a pillow, and I scaled it immediately to like $20,000 plus. I was like, $7 program, so much value, it's getting me to like 5 figures in sales in like two or 3 weeks. What will happen if I join Platinum? I was like, I gotta make the change, right? I have to get into Platinum. And this was, you know, right before Black Friday, Cyber Monday, right? And then, you know, right after that, I joined Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and then we scaled that brand to 50,000, right? And then that brand started to slow down, and then I thought that, you know, it's not going to work like this. I have to join, you know, Platinum. I joined Platinum, and then the rest was history, right? We scaled to 4 brands after that, right?
Say that again. How many brands did we build with the same system?
Interchangeable system, 4 brands, right? And all of them, we did more than 6 figures. And right now I'm presently focused on this clothing brand of mine. We have scaled it to 6 figures right now. We are even opening up a physical store of the same freaking brand, right? We have a team of like 6 people working in-house. We've also set up a manufacturing unit of the same, right? It's going incredible. I even bought a house. So, you know, this is my new house where I'm sitting right now, right?
Congratulations.
I cleared off all my debt, right? Everything, you know, all the debt that was there. And then, you know, I'm also working with one of the world's, you know, best network marketing companies right now. I even helped my buddy, you know, with the same BSF system, you know, build his restaurant business. And we even made his pitch because he was featured on Shark Tank, right? So like I'm saying, you know, this system, the system that we have in BSF, you know, it's not just for drop shipping or e-commerce, right? It is for, you know, any other service-based businesses as well, right? And you can literally scale it to the moon. Literally, you can scale it to the moon. And it is a system that you don't need to put your brains into it. It is a proven system. You just need to duplicate it, right? Don't put your brains to it. Just follow, just copy and paste. That's it. I did the same thing. I just copy and pasted it, right? I did not put in, you know, what I thought might do well. No, you just got to follow, copy and paste. Yeah, that's it. Andrea, that's it. Copy and paste. That's what you got to do. And yeah, here I am today, you know, living the life of my, just that I don't have the R8 yet.
Hey, yeah. And congratulations, by the way. That's insane. Like, first of all, round of applause for Ron coming from like $70,000 in debt, like literally different countries. Like, there is no barrier to what can be achieved if you truly know that you can, right? And the fact that you've made it happen and you continue to do it, not only 2, 3, 4 different brands, plus your service-based companies. Ron, just by speaking with you, right, you could tell you're definitely someone who understands hard work and consistency, right? And you've been through it. You've made it happen. Now, talk to us from coming from 70K in debt to owning several companies here, right here, right now, right? What is the differentiation that made that happen? Is it the way that you worked? What is it? What is that change that was made that got you from being in debt, not being consistent, to actually focusing on having several companies? Because now you have several companies comparative to not having any and then being in debt. What happened, right? What is the main things that you can attribute that to?
So first things first, what I would say is that you have to believe in yourself that you can do it, right? Justin will give us all the resources, right? And you have to use those resources to the fullest. And, you know, it's just about utilizing those resources in your brand and making sure that you're making the work done. Like, you know, Justin and I, we are business partners right now. You know, we are working on a brand right now. So whatever task he's giving me on a weekly basis.
And hint for everyone listening, right? You get up to these points and you do super well. I'm partnering with a lot of my students and now amazing friends, right? So that's also something that I don't even really talk about. When you get to a level like this, I'm in your inbox talking to you. Hey, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's scale. Let's build it this way, right? So something that you can really consider. That's an added on bonus at the end as well, even though if you don't want to hear more of my voice, but you can hear more. But back to you, Ron.
Yeah, so it's just about utilizing the resources that you give us and, you know, using it to the fullest, right? And the magic happens. Like I said, it's a proven system. It's a proven system. You don't have to, you know, go ahead, test something on your own, because, you know, that's not going to work out. And why would you want to test that when something is already proven, right? So it's just utilizing the resources that he's already, you know, giving you guys. That's what I would say.
100% right. And then your whole story was incredible because it comes from a massive place of back against the wall to being able to kind of pick your poison and pick what you want to do moving forward. Walk us through for yourself and your own journey. Talk to some of the people who are outside the US, right? Maybe, yeah, to some people who are outside the US. Some people have false fallacies believing that they can't make it happen for whatever reason, right? Walk us through that. Did that ever hold you back? Did that ever mentally hold you back? And how did you break through that glass ceiling to become the absolute business maverick that you are today, where you literally own several companies, all using the BSF system? How did you make that happen? How did you break through that barrier for my folks outside the US?
So yes, you know, being outside the US does, you do face several problems, like, you know, how I did, like when I got started. If you are running a business from India, Shopify payments is not supported in India, right? So there was a huge issue with the payment gateway. But then, you know, there is, you know, they say, like, you know, there's always a solution to a problem.
Authorized, all that, you know.
Yeah. So what I went and did was I went and, you know, partnered up with my buddy who was there in the US. So we created a company out there. We created this LLC, and that's when, you know, we moved the operations from being from India to US, right? So if you're from India, right, or any other countries where, like, you know, you face these kind of problems, just don't be demotivated, because, you know, there's always a solution to these kind of problems, right? Because, you know, we are into e-commerce, the industry is huge, right? The industry is huge, and, you know, there is always a solution to these kind of problems. So, you know, we went ahead, we created this company, and to maximize our sales, because, you know, we were just using PayPal as a payment gateway, and, you know, we were having, you know, help payments by PayPal. So we had to get out of that barrier, right? And then we created this LLC, we got Shopify payments. And in fact, that helped our, you know, conversion rate. It helped, you know, increase our sales, the sales volumes increased. So yeah, all of that helped a lot. But 100%. Yeah, so
and I think
you're from, you know, non-core 4 country. So there is a solution to these kind of problems.
Amazing. Now, Ron, for yourself, someone like Dan Allen's has this portfolio of 6 brands all using the BSF system, right? You have a portfolio of 4. walk us through the difference between the BSF systems and the other shit out there. You've taken other courses, other coaches, other whatever the hell you want to call. I don't consider myself a guru. I do this shit. I've done it since I was 14 years old. I hate that. Freaking hate that word. Right. So walk me through the difference, right, between BSF systems, the way that we build companies compared to everything else that you've ever taken, took, bought, etc.
So, in other companies, things are not like very consistent. What I saw was, till the time I joined Platinum, I saw how people inside the inside the BSF group were consistent with this whole process. But this one thing, which is a major thing, this was missing on the other groups. They were not consistent. It was like, people doing sales, let's say today, and then after a month, they are not there. Like they have like literally vanished, right? So like how you keep saying, like it's not like a 2-week pump and dump, right? So that's exactly what happens on these other groups, right? So consistency is the key. That is missing on the other groups compared to what we have here in BSF.
I love it. Now, in terms of that consistency, what is your piece of advice for using the systems, right? And being consistent to utilize them? Are you nitpicking a piece here, piece there, and creating like a different strategy? Or are you being cohesive? What's your process for being consistent and getting the right things done and not getting off track?
No, just be cohesive. And if you guys have the manual, the blueprint manual with you, if Dennis had sent it to you, just follow it step by step. Once you're done with one step, just put it over to Platinum for audit. Once the audit is done, then only head over to the next step, and don't spend a dime on ads till all of these are audited by Justin himself, right? So once all of this is done, then you move on to your marketing. As simple as that.
Ron, that's amazing. Can you touch on even deeper, like how you personally get things audited or how you get audits done quicker?
So yeah, so once one piece of my so I set goals on a weekly basis. So once that goal is done, I send it over to you or to the Platinum group, or let's say to our Empire Suite. So, and then I wait for you to give an approval if that has been approved. So once that is approved, that's when I move on to the next step.
So you're moving very incrementally. You're not rushing. You're not crossing wires. One step at a time. Are you rushing throughout the process? Did you rush throughout the process?
Not at all. Not at all. So it's like just taking those baby steps. No rushing
100%.
at all.
100%. Now, based off of your momentum, right, and the fact that you have 4 brands running all at the same time using the BSF systems, right, what would you say is one of the most important parts of starting the BSF system? Like, is it algorithmic? Is it micro big bang? Is it macro big bang? Is it CBL? Like, what part of the process do you feel is the glue?
I would say product research would be the very first thing, right? So
absolutely, I totally agree.
So, and till date, I'm like always glued on my phone or on my computer looking for new products using our systems, like keeping our product validation method in mind, right? So it's like an ongoing process, right? Algorithmic, making the videos and landing pages, those are kind of I would say secondary, right? But first things first is you get to make those set of 20 products to create that base for yourself, and then you utilize the systems to push those products into the market and get what you're dreaming of achieving, right? Maybe the 6-figure, 7-figure mark. But product research is the first go-to.
100%. And I think it's extremely, extremely true. Now, for someone like yourself who's seen it on so many different businesses, talk to someone who's maybe trying to hit their first 20, 30K month, right? They can't break 10K a month, right? They're making traction, they're consistent, but they just can't break the glass ceiling, right? They just can't break through for whatever reason it might be. What's your advice for that type of person? What's your advice for someone who is making traction, you're doing well, right? You clearly are onto something, but you're just struggling to kind of break forward to that next piece of scale?
So if you're at that point when you're scaling and you're not able to break that scaling barrier, there is something wrong with your scaling campaign. So again, we have to get that audited by you and the BSF team and see where we are, struggling with, right? Because if we are using the systems correctly, there's no way that there can be, a barrier coming in where we are scaling. Because, if we have good enough data and we are, running a micro big bang campaign, there's no way that it's not going to work. It's always working, right? For me, it has worked. For all of my products that have been tested, that I have tested using our scaling system, starting from micro big bang and all the way to CBO, it has always worked. So if it's not working for you, if you're getting some momentum, but if you're not getting that scalability, you're doing something wrong. So definitely get that audited.
100%. So audits, and that's a huge part of the process, right? Is getting these things audited on a daily basis. Even let's say we have a result one week, we make our move, same result next week, still submit the audit again for a new kind of rendition and build out for the next piece. I think that's a great way to put it. And Ron, final question I'll have for you as well. And thank you so much for this amazing feedback. This has been unreal. Walk me through. So, and this is the same question I've asked everybody. Walk me through what Ron, where he sits now, or yourself now, would speak to Ron, who's brand new, just joining BSF for the first time, didn't see much of anything, right? It's day one, welcome to BSF. What would you tell that person, Ron, from the person you are now?
I would say when, we are getting started, we are starting to get sales, we get very overwhelmed, right? And that's actually the time when you want to stop yourself from rushing, because you do rush, right? We were talking about having the dopamine rush when we get the cha-ching, right? You get that rush and you get overwhelmed and you wanna go very fast in order to reach that, the goal of that number that you want to see in your bank account, right? So I would say, don't get too overwhelmed, go slow, take the baby steps, and believe in yourself that you can do it and you can make it a long-term brand and build a portfolio of brands. So don't rush, go slow, believe in yourself, create a calendar, and just set your goals on a weekly basis. That has helped me a lot.
That's beautiful. And Ron, the fact that you have a whole portfolio, I think many people today, and guys, give me a 1 down below if this is you. I think many people today are now focused on maybe building a portfolio, maybe building ones, not just the end goal now. Maybe a lot of us want to actually build portfolios. Let me know, give me a 1 below, guys, if you're possibly wanting to build a portfolio of multiple companies, right? Now, what's cool about it is the fact that you could genuinely do this over and over again. Now, Ron, my last question to you, how the hell do you know the BSF systems work?
It just works.
Everyone's had the same, right? And
it just does, it's just about implementing it and, seeing the magic for yourself. Right? Like I said, you don't want to change the system. It's an interchangeable, proven system, right? You don't want to make it look any other way. Just utilize how it is shown in the program. Just copy and paste, and you'll get the results for sure, 100%.
Amazing. And I guess third final question. This is the actual final question. One thing that you could leave everybody with, you could leave the community with, right? One thing that without this piece, you don't think you'd be where you are today. Maybe it's grit, maybe it's whatever it may be. What is that one thing that you want everyone to realize and you want everyone to go home today making sure that they have within them or they do?
I would say believe in yourself that you can do it, right? If you don't believe in yourself, you have to manifest that, right? Have a whiteboard where you can where you want to go ahead and put up your goals out there. Have a very strong manifestation, because I had that strong piece of manifestation, and I had put up on my whiteboard that I would make it happen. I would make 6 figures a month. I've traveled to 10 plus countries. I've done that, right? I'll be making multiple brands. I've done that. So you have to manifest, and you have to believe in yourself that you can do it, right? So that is the first and most important thing. The rest will fall into play.
100%. Amazing. Ron, thank you. And also, last question. For real, I'm sorry. So let's say when you first started messing some things up, right? When you first started, you were messing things up. You were new to it, right? Naturally messing things up. How'd you get out of that rut, that mindset, or that rut of like, oh, this shit's hard, I'm messing up? How'd you get out of that rut?
I was kind of working on myself, you know. I started watching videos of, you know, Bob Proctor, you know, all of these individuals, Tony Robbins, right? And then those kind of videos, they helped me change my mindset a little bit. And then, you know, I kind of came out of that, and, you know, I went back to what I used to love doing, you know, working out, playing tennis. You know, that helped me, you know, channelize my vision in a straight path, you know, rather than having like different thoughts, right? So that kind of helped me to have a clear vision, and, you know, that this is what I want to do, and, you know, this is what I want to go ahead and achieve. So that those things kind of helped me as well.
Amazing. And Ron, thank you, my friend. Look, guys, let's give Ron a round of applause down below. Let's blow him up down here in the chat. Absolutely incredible stuff, dude. I mean, the circumstances that you were faced with is insane to see the result that you have now achieved. So you should be proud of yourself. God's watching over you like, yep, that's my Ron. Because, dude, the fact that you made what you did happen is insane. Most people can't do that, come from different place, debt and all this stuff, and actually still put in the work and effort, because most people are just, when they're in a position like that, they're shot, right? They're tired, like there's no energy left. Right? You got to keep that energy going. Even when your back's against the wall and all seems like it's hell or done, you got to keep going. Right? So I relate to that a ton. And again, thank you so much for your time today, man. Congratulations massively on your success. I couldn't be more proud of you, seriously, owning a portfolio of companies with 4 e-commerce brands, all using the BSF systems. And it's not your first rodeo, because you know what works. Why would you use any other system when you know what works? So huge congratulations to you, man. I can't wait to help you scale continually even more. We have Platinum to continue to go through and everything else. And you're the absolute man, Ron. And anything else you ever need, you let us know. And congratulations on your success. You have a lot of people really, really looking up to you here, man. And
Thank you so much.
it's well-deserved. Well-deserved.
Pleasure. Thank you so much.
Ron, seriously. And again, you know, thanks for hopping on. The community loved it. And you know, we'll keep cooking, we'll keep scaling, and we'll tip our caps to many more brands to your portfolio as well. It'll happen.
Thank you so much, Justin.
And Ron, congratulations again, man. Thank you so much for hopping on.
Thank you.
Amazing stuff. Ron's the man. Guy came literally against all odds and made that happen. That's pretty intense. And most people, you know, don't have the energy at that point to keep going. That's why you just got to keep that energy focused, even when your back's against the wall. All right. Next, we have the man, the myth, the legend. We have absolute stud, Charles Nicholson. Charles, thank you so much for actually spending the time to hop on here with us today. Let me give you a little backstory about Charles. So first and foremost, Charles is a successful e-commerce client of ours here in Platinum Club. Sat in the very same seat as everybody else here, built his brand, made great things happen. He's also exited another brand as well outside of his e-commerce brand, which is incredible. Phenomenal brain, phenomenal mind. He's also went on to build a service-based company as well using the BSF systems and also crushed it and is successful in that realm also. He's an absolute full-on Swiss Army knife, and I would say probably one of the most diverse and I would say multi-talented individuals I've seen in quite some time, ranging from not only developing e-commerce acquisitions, but also service-based and everything in between. Charles, thank you so much for hopping on with us today, brother. How you doing, my man?
Awesome to be here, Justin. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the intro, and man, the caliber of everybody I'm following today is crazy.
and what's cool is literally we're all BSF students here. It all started right on this damn call right here. That's the cool thing. Most programs have to source their friends and stuff, right? My friends are my students. So that's how I do it. Now, Charles, why don't you walk us through kind of just at like a surface level, your story, right? You have an incredible story. And my favorite thing about what you do is the fact that you're so smart in many different areas that it's almost hard to contain your genius, right? You go this way, you're successful in service. You go this way, you're successful in e-commerce. You go this way, you sell a business, right? It's pretty impressive. Walk us through from your perspective, like how the BSF systems have helped build all these companies, like the difference between you before BSF and after BSF, and overall just your story, Charles. We'd love to hear it, and I'm excited for the community to hear it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, so a little bit of background. So I previously built a B2B e-commerce app for Shopify. That was my original exposure to e-commerce. So I built that many years ago and ended up getting acquired by a big enterprise e-commerce platform. Having gone through that process, our app was installed in all of these major Shopify businesses, and I could see like the types of business these companies were doing. And so when I had sold the business and I was looking at like where to next, I was like, I want a piece of that. Like I want to be part of this whole like Shopify revolution. Started researching more on drop shipping because I didn't want to hold my own stock. Um, and I knew that if I was going to get into the space, I needed to find somebody that I could work with that could really show me the ropes. I knew enough about it that I knew I wasn't going to be able to just jump in and create a store and figure it out. And so I remember researching, and it's a really funny story. I don't even know if I've told you this story, but it was a really funny story. I remember researching, like, we've talked today, there's all these like gurus and stuff out there with e-commerce, and just none of them like landed for me. And I remember seeing your content and being like, man, I got to work with this guy. Like this, finally somebody who actually is providing tons of value to their community, and is somebody that I could really see myself working with. And the funny part of the story is I remember so my son, I think, was about 1 or 2 at the time. He had a rough night, so I was up in the middle of the night with him. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. I was on my phone just browsing. And I remember I signed up to a call with about the Platinum Group. And like literally about 10 minutes later, my phone starts ringing. And it's like 3 o'clock. I got this like sleeping kid in one arm, and I'm like trying to put him in bed so I can like answer this phone call. And that, like, to me speaks volumes for the whole process.
Wake up call, no pun intended.
Yeah. Because it was like, that level of like value and service that that BSF provides, it like starts at their very first call. Like I remember walking away from that call being like, I only signed onto the website a few minutes ago and I'm already talking to somebody. And not just talking to somebody who's trying to sell me. Like we went through a whole like strategy session around like how we were going to build the store and my background and everything. And so yeah, it just like spoke volumes to me. I knew it was the right decision straight away. And so yeah, signed up to Platinum. It was right sort of at the start of the pandemic period. And so ended up building my store through the pandemic as something to do while being locked down. And that was an amazing experience. Going through the whole process. I know it's been talked about a lot today, but going through the testing process, the algorithmic targeting, all the BSF systems. I feel like I'm repeating what others have said, but just, I think it's really important. It's really important to drive home. Like these systems are there for a reason, right? Like these systems, there's no guesswork. You're given a really solid system that works. There's no like, is this going to work? It does work. You've got to put in the effort, and you've got to find the right, combination of products and all that kind of stuff, which was amazing. And so, yeah, so my store took off through the pandemic. It did amazing. And with it kicking off, I was like, well, what, another thing you've touched on already with some of the other people, like drop shipping wasn't really my passion. E-commerce is my passion. Coding is my passion. But drop shipping was like a fun thing that I had intended on doing as like a side gig, and it was starting to take off. And so I remember reaching out to you at the time and saying like, hey, I really want to get more onto the server side of like coding and that kind of stuff. And that's when we got talking about the Empire Scaling program, which I'm so glad I reached out. Like I remember thinking like, do I even ask you about it? And I'm so glad I did, because since then we've taken our service business and just scaled that through the roof. And
We're
yeah,
the same BSF systems, which is so insane. And and that's why I think you're such an awesome person, because like you could crush it in e-com, you could crush it in service, right? It's choosing where you crush it. Let's do both, right? And I know so many people, like we say we focus on one thing. Yes, absolutely. But when you get to a point like you're at, like you can manage both at the same time. You can do both. You can do both.
yeah, and I think you know, it's been touched on today a couple of times, but the thing with the e-com side is it is really front loaded. Like there is a lot of work up front. The amount of work that you have to do up front, I think if you tried to do it yourself versus following the BSF systems, would probably be about 10 times more. Like BSF cuts the effort, I would say, like, you know, easily by 1/10 of what it should be. But there's still a lot of work to do up front. But once it's done and you've found that winning product, you've got your winning assets, you know who your target market is. Like my store still runs now 3 years later. I do almost nothing to it. Like I probably spend an hour a week if I have to on it. Like everything just ticks away in the background. And I know I could scale it more if I wanted to. If I sunk a heap of hours into it, I could scale it more. But it's at a level where it ticks along. I'm really happy with it, and I can focus all of my attention now on my service business, which is growing massively. So yeah, I think that whole like I just wanted to drive home that point of like it is front heavy, but it's
100%.
worth the investment.
I think that's such a great way to put it, right? Because a lot of the work is, or almost all the work is on the front end, right?
Yeah.
But when you make it through and you find your momentum, you're kind of, you know, flying out fluently. Now, walk me through, Charles, like, because you're a very analytical person, like someone who doesn't have these systems compared to someone who does, right? Like walk us through that difference.
Yeah, so for me, and this was a big thing that attracted me to BSF originally, is it takes all of the guesswork out, right? Like you say, I'm all about data. I'm all about like analyzing things, and the whole BSF system, it gives you the exact process you need to follow, but then also gives you like the metrics to track and how to analyze like when's the right time to cut an ad, when's the right time to boost an ad, when's the right time to move to micro big bang. You know, all of that guesswork, which like I say, if you were trying to go and build an e-commerce system, and I you know, I knew this just because of my previous experience, but I think it's a mistake a lot of people make, is they see all these like YouTube videos and they think, oh, I can just dive in and I can figure it out myself. You can, but it's going to take you 10 times longer than jumping into like the BSF program and just having all the proven systems you know, handed to you on a platter. It really is like the amount of value just in those systems alone is worth every cent. Never mind like the amount of time it's actually going to save you in the long run. And so having, for me, you know, being able to go through that testing process, I remember I did dabble with an online store probably about 5-6 years ago. And it always just felt like I was just throwing like money at the wall and seeing what sticks. I didn't know why I was doing it. I didn't know what I was tracking to know if it was going well or not. And all of that guesswork was just taken out of the process completely, which I absolutely loved.
100%. I think it's a great way to put it, right? Just removing guesswork, not having to obviously assume what's going to do well, but just know with a proven process. Now, with yourself specifically, I noticed that you've been running your business for a fair amount of time. It's an actual asset. It's not a 2-week pump and dump. You actually are running it for multiple years, right? That's the difference. We build assets, valuable actual companies, right? Now, when you first started, right, did you have any idea that you'd actually build a business that will actually last for years and grow with you every single year, right? Or did you just think, oh, drop shipping, it's a week-long business, it's a month. People categorize drop shipping as 2-week pump and dump BS, right? Because that's what most people build. When in reality, when you have a system like this, you can maintain consistency thereafter. Right, talk to us about the consistency that you've been maintaining and the fact that it's still operable and consistent.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I totally agree. There is so much out there about like, you know, these gurus that are going to knock you up a store and in 2 weeks it's going to be, you know, going to change your life and all that kind of stuff. And it's really like, that's not what it's about. It's about learning the processes so that you can build consistency it is about like building up front so that you can get the rewards later on. And yeah, like I say, I mean, you know, my store, I think it's been running for about 3 years now, and it really is like, it is an asset. It's something I've considered multiple times, like, do I want to exit it? Do I want to sell it? And then I'm sort of like, well, why? It's sitting there. I'm really happy with what it's achieving for me. And I learn a lot. It's become like a real testing ground for me now as well. Like I can test new products to add to my existing niche. And so it really is, you've got to go into it with a long-term mindset, particularly when you're in that testing phase. You know, I remember like the very first product I tested, it was, you know, people have talked today about that, that cha-ching that you get and the endorphin hit and everything. The very first product I tested sold like the first day I put ads up, which like before that, I'd never had an ad sell anything. I was like, so I put the ads up first day, it sold. I was like, whoa, what's going on? And then like that ad set just like died completely a few days later. And I was like, you know, having the resilience to then go, cool, I got a bit lucky on the first ad. But you know, I had my list of like 10 more products to go through with testing. And so going through that process, like you've just got to understand.
What number product was it for you that hit?
I think it was around product number 8 for me. And the funniest thing about it is the 8th product, which is the one that landed, which is the one that I still sell today, was like a random one I just threw in there for fun. Like it was nothing like the other 9 that I had in my testing. It was one of the ones I had the least experience with in terms of like an industry that I knew anything about.
And that's exactly why we let the system do the work. We don't use our, it's almost hard for someone like yourself as well, like who's so intellectual, right, to not use your brain at certain times, right? To just follow the guideline of the system. I think that's beautiful.
Exactly. No, that's such a great way of putting it, because you're right. Like if I looked at the other, say the first 7 products, so many of them, I think probably had a little bit of influence from me. Like I'd done the research, but then I was like, oh, I know this niche and I feel like this one, and this random one, which is my like winning product that I still use today, it just ticked all of the boxes of the BSF program, and the BSF system. And I was like, okay, well, you know, it ticks all the boxes. I know nothing about it, and it's like the weirdest product, but let's throw it out. And yeah, like now,
and now you got venture capital breathing down your neck to buy it.
Yeah, and I like the funniest thing is like I look at it now and like I look at my stock reports and I'm like, I've sold like thousands and thousands and thousands of this thing. I'm like, how, like this is the weirdest thing. Like
and also shout out the service-based company. Flash your shirt a little real quick.
Yeah.
That's a service-based company if you guys want to check them out. But Charles, I mean, that's amazing, man. I mean, it just speaks to the systems, and I you know, and it's just beautiful because like I know it, right? But just to hear over and 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 over again, like it is so proven, right? And that's the difference maker. Now, we got a few, we still got a lot of people to go, guys, which is awesome. So don't get tired. Stay there. I see who's still here. Don't hop off. Okay, we're still going to the end. I want everyone here. It's 4 hours deep. I'm telling you, just drink a Red Bull. Don't drink a Red Bull. Just get some Coke or Coca-Cola or something like that. Okay, now with that being said, Charles, walk us through. That was beautiful. And I just want you to kind of share with me the difference. And again, this is the same question I asked many of us. When you first started, that Charles that first started, that first began, comparative to someone who is brand new now, right? Someone who's brand new now, right? Just starting for the first time, doesn't know what to look at, has no optics. Walk me through what you would say to that person, what you would say to new Charles coming from the place you are now with exited a business, multiple successful e-commerce companies, service-based companies. Walk me through what you would tell that person.
Yeah. There's so many things I wish I could go back and tell that person. I know, you know, one thing that's been talked about today is consistency. I can't say enough about that. Like consistency at the top of everything is key, like particularly on the bad days, right? Like it's really easy to be consistent on the good days. It's even more important to be consistent on the bad days. Like when the bad days roll around and the ads aren't hitting, or like particularly on the service business, for example, like the YouTube views are dropping or whatever, you know, those are the days where you need to be like, it's even more important to be consistent. That to me, like just being able to stick at that. And it's a mistake I see a lot of first time founders make as well. Like they're consistent while things are going well. And the minute things go downhill, the consistency falls apart and they never recover that consistency. And it's the consistency that was keeping things going well in the first place. So that's number one. Number two, which was really interesting for me and maybe a little bit specific to me, but it caught me off guard, is particularly in the e-commerce space, appreciate that seasonality is a thing. Like I didn't appreciate how much seasonality was a thing. And it turns out, like for me, my particular product sells really good in winter. So it's a product that is for like, so it's in the arts and crafts space and it goes crazy in the winter months when people are locked inside. And so when I launched the product originally, it was doing really well. And then we got like, as the warmer weather started hitting and people were getting outside, my sales started to dip and I started to panic and I was like, what's going on? Like, what's wrong with the ads? And then when I kind of finally took a step back, I was like, oh, okay. You know, I started talking to some of my existing customers. They're like, yeah, well, I don't really need it right now because I'm outside. I'm not locked inside. But the good thing is, like with the Core 4, it's always winter somewhere, right? So you can allow for that seasonality by maybe adjusting budgets to, you know, when it's summer in the US, it's winter back in Australia again. You can start pushing harder, and that to me, like that caught me off guard. And it's something I wish I had known a bit more about sooner, because there's a lot of mistakes I made because I didn't appreciate like how big of a deal seasonality can be on products.
100%. And I think that's a great point for many of us as well, who are going through our first kind of wings of consistency and are seeing the valleys and hills. So I think, Charles, that's amazing. And I guess last thing I'll leave you with, last question that I'll ask you as well. Someone who's built companies, e-commerce brands, service-based marketing, talk about the versatility of the system and being able to use it in many different things, right? Because I think that's a huge added value that we don't talk about enough.
Yeah, 100%. I think something that definitely isn't talked about enough is like these skills that you're going to build, you're going to take them with you for life, right? The investment that you're making now, you're not just investing in like building a store right now and learning a few systems. Like you're learning systems and processes and a way of thinking and the ability to analyze data in a way that like you can take with you for the rest of your life, any industry, any business that you decide to build. And, you know, I can talk to exactly that, because the exact same systems that we use for building the e-commerce store, we adapted together to build the service business. You know, and within, I think it was the first 10 days, we had a 10K client. I think within the first 30, maybe 40 days, we had a 100K client. Like, you know, it's these systems, it's not like so specific that you're never going to use it again. These are proven systems that, and it would like say a way of thinking that you take with you wherever you go, any industry, any business that you're in. And it absolutely, like you've got to take it and understand that you're investing in growing your mindset as well, not just learning how to build a quick e-commerce store.
I think that is a perfect way to put it. And Charles, congratulations on your massive success across all those different companies. You're an absolute stud. But I couldn't be more happy to be, came along, in your journey to help you kind of make these things happen. You made all this happen. Like I was telling Dan, this is you. And a huge congratulations to you, man. This is incredible. And just hearing these things and hearing your story, it reconfirms why I work my ass off for BSF every single day in my life, because this is why I do it, to go ahead and breed, stories like this. And this is the whole goal, right, is, you know, sitting where you're sitting, and you should be very proud of yourself. You should be very proud of yourself, and also look back. And I mean, there's still a lot more to make happen, right? But you should also look back and realize what the hell you did. That it's something that most people can't accomplish. And I'm very proud of you, Charles, and you should be very, very, very proud of yourself. And thank you so much for hopping on with us today. That was amazing value. It's actually direct kind of back end value for e-commerce transitioning into service. I think that's incredible for a lot of the folks here as well. Hey guys, let's give Charles a round of applause down below. He's absolutely crushing it each and every day, and it's an absolute honor to have you as a part of BSF, and you're also part of the coding team here at BSF as well, which is incredible, Charles. So
Yeah, awesome.
absolute wizard. And anything that you want to leave the community with, please do. Any like last final piece that you want to just leave everybody with, you know, that's something that, you know, you're staying.
Yeah, I really like there's a saying that Alex Hormozi talks about, and he talks about like, this is what hard feels like, right? Like when as entrepreneurs, we often come into something saying like, oh, you know, I work really hard, I can work really hard at this thing. But like when you're having those really tough days, just remember like this is what hard feels like. And that's the thing that's going to get you to those like 10K days, the 100K months, the $1 million months. Like when it's getting hard and you said up front, I can do hard work. That's where you are today. When you're testing, you're like, you know, I think I in a lot of ways got lucky with my 8th product. It might be your 28th product. It might be your 88th product that you've got to test to get there. But that's what hard feels like, and that's where you got to go through to get the success that that you see at the other end.
Amazing. And Charles, I think that's freaking beautiful. And Kevin says, thanks for your coding job you provided on my storefront to work for me. You are tops, right? So that's another incredible piece of movement from Charles there himself. And again, Charles, thank you so much for hopping on, man. You know, we have a lot more scaling to do, but it's incredible to see where you're at this point. And I tip my cap to you, and I couldn't be more proud of you, man. And thank you so much for sharing that with the community today.
Awesome. No, thanks, Justin. Thanks, everyone.
And thank you so much, Charles, for staying on as well. And everyone else, you know, Bilal, Ming, Edmund, Bob, thank you guys so much. I know we went longer than I anticipated today. But Charles, thank you so much, my friend. And anything else that you need, I'm always here. And we'll keep cooking. We'll go on to our next individual now. And that was absolute gold. And guys, this is all being recorded and will be available in the replay as well. If you want to go back and hear anything that Charles has mentioned, we will be able to do so. And Charles, thank you so much. All righty. I'm tired. I'm not even doing all the talking today. Okay. So hang in there with me, guys. Okay. Very nice. So next, we have our very own and our absolute GOAT, Bobby Carter. Bobby, let me walk you through a bit of what Bobby has made happen and everything else in between, as you guys have seen. Bobby's brand new to e-com, right? He's someone who's literally brand new and has went through the mud to find consistency and make great things happen. He's building his company now. He's at a point now where he's trying to get to that next level of scale, right? Everyone who's spoken today has talked about that piece, right? Kind of hitting some awesome success and consistency, then breaking through that next level. Bobby's right in the mix of it today, which is absolutely incredible. Bobby, thank you so much for hopping on. As you guys can see, Bobby is a literal powerhouse, right? This guy knows the system inside and out, and he's probably one of the top people I've ever seen adapt with the system as quickly as he has. I really haven't seen anybody adapt as quickly as he has, right? And, you know, not only is that a testimony to his consistency and his grit, but the type of person that you are, Bob. I admire you from afar, right? I see what you do on the back end as well, like your BMX and everything in between. Like you clearly have like a hard-ass rider's mindset where you make it happen, you get through it. And that clearly drives through in your business here. So Bob, if you wouldn't even mind sharing just a little bit about your backstory and overall, like how you gained your first consistency and your momentum for those of us who are brand new, right? Because this is something you've never done before. You never saw these systems, right? It's completely new to yourself. And for someone to be, you know, where you are now, achieving consistency and trying to get to that next level of scale, I think it's super important for people to hear your perspective, your mindset, and ultimately like how you got started and everything in between. So Bob, thank you so much for spending the time to hop on with us here today, and welcome.
Yeah, thank you. How's it, Justin? It's good to be here.
And good to see you, brother. Mahalo.
So I don't know how far back to go, but before BSF, I'll just go to like right before BSF, right? So I did have like a clothing brand that I was running with a couple other friends. And so we actually started scaling that, but then things happened and we ended up having to sell it to like two partners. Me and the other partner had to sell it to the third partner. And then that was that. And so after that, you know, I really liked the whole online thing and selling things and whatever and finding out these systems. And I came across the drop shipping and I said, okay, cool. Like I never had another idea, but maybe I could sell some other kind of product or something like that. And so I did take one course before this and it was good. I will say it was good, but it was really more like the tip of the iceberg for learning stuff. So I did learn a lot of stuff and I had some success, but I was doing a lot of stuff right and a lot of stuff wrong at the same time. And I was searching for more systems, and that's pretty much how I came across you. I found Nick Peroni. Like I started watching some of his videos and I was like trying to piece together a system because I could see how everything was kind of systematic. And if we could figure out the right system, you could like move through things and test products and know that you're doing the right thing and know when to stop and all that kind of stuff. And then that's when I found you. And then after that, I was a little bit skeptical about like, you know, is this going to be the same thing I just went through in the last course or whatever? But I watched
As you should be.
yeah, and I watched a couple of videos and I saw that you were talking about what they were, but taking it to like 5 times the depth. And I was like, oh, this is next level for everything. And then after that, I just signed up and I was like, yep, this has got to be it, you know? So,
Cool.
but yeah, that's
Cool.
how I ended
Cool.
up here.
That's how you found it. Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, walk us, and by the way, it's an awesome story. And walk us through now in terms of finding your first momentum, finding your first consistency, right? Like the pattern, right? Like the annoyance of finding consistency, right? Talk to us about that and talk to us about when you actually started to see some movement, right? And then scaled it further, right? So talk to us about what did you see? How did that look?
Well, I guess we'll just start with like testing because I didn't really know what testing looked like within BSF. I didn't know what it was supposed to look like. So, you know, I had the 20 products. I started testing. You know, some products would get, you know, a lot of add to carts, but never a conversion. Someone would get a couple of sales, but then, you know, the duplications and it wouldn't work out. And I just kept at it. And every time a product didn't work, I kind of tried to look at it and try to analyze like what was wrong with this product. Did I think, was it just not enough demand? Was my pricing too high for the perceived value? Like, was my angle off? Like, I just tried to, you know, if it didn't work, I moved on, but I tried to just think about like, why didn't
put some reason to it, right?
Yeah, what was the reason why it didn't work? And then I got to product 9, and then that's when I started having some real traction on it. I will say that on my way up to 9, I was like, man, I'm almost halfway through my products. And I was like, well, if the first 10 don't work, what if the second 10 doesn't work either? Like, oh man, what I just kind of sat back and
getting in that headspace, right? And talk us through that. How did you stay consistent from that point? Talk us through what went on in your headspace there.
Well, I just asked myself, well, what if 20 products don't work? What are you going to do? And my answer was, I'll make another 20 if it doesn't work. And also figure out like, am I doing something wrong in my product research? Am I doing like, what is it that, you know, it was wrong with the first? Because 1 out of 20 seems like it should work, but what am I going to do? So once I had that answer was like, if this 20 don't work, I'm going to do another. Then, you know, I whatever kind of just dissipated.
That's huge. That's huge, especially for someone who's new, right? Going through that, especially someone who doesn't know what the result looks like. You know, that's huge. Being able to manage yourself mentally is huge. Keep going. I think that's the key right there.
Right. The second thing was that I knew I needed to follow the systems, just follow it exactly. And also I wanted to understand why the systems were what they were. Why are we doing 5 duplications? Why are we, you know, all this stuff? Why are the, you know, the algorithmic targeting sheet, like, why is it like that? And what's happening on the back end? And, you know, how is that affecting the marketing? And, you know, why does it even happen? Like, so, doing that, understanding that helped me to stay on point with it and stay with the system, right? And so the product that I have now, at the beginning, it didn't get too many sales. It started getting sales, and I kept thinking like, all right, I guess I'm gonna queue up my next one because it
It's a
seems
slow burner, right?
yeah, it was like real slow, and I was like, I guess I'm probably gonna queue up the next one, and then I'd get another sale. And then I'd be okay, let's do the duplications and do all stuff. It's still kind of slow, but I got another sale. And then at the end, I ended up with just like, I think it was Buyer's Flex that had gotten a bunch of sales, but it kind of was slow. And then I made a second algo sheet with that was
Based
more
off the buyer's flex.
yeah, based off the Buyer Flex, and then it started taking off. And it was just, you know, there'd be days when you didn't get any sales, and you get sales, and you get like 2 or 3. And I just remember, like, it just kept going. And I was like, I guess I'm just gonna stick here with this product because it just keeps going. And you know, I remember when it was like 1 or 2, and then all of a sudden it was like 3 to 4, and then it was like 4 to 6.
Right. And Bob, that's amazing. Thank you for that walkthrough. And now here's one thing I want you to focus on as well. So the first few days were slow, but then it
Yeah.
started to ramp up.
Right.
What did that look like? What happened in between? What did that look like?
Well, I was just getting sales every day, and it was like I'd always get 1 to 3 sales every day, and my main thing was trying to get to 25. I got to 25, then the next one was like 100, and I just in my head I was like, if people are buying every day, this is something. I have something, you know what I mean? And I just stayed with it after that. I just followed
100%.
the system.
Okay, and
Yeah.
also specific because we're still scaling with your stuff right now, right? So you're in a
Right.
perfect phase right now where the next phase is going to commence. Right now,
Yeah.
walk us through in terms of yourself, right?
Yeah.
How you've managed your time in the beginning, right? Because anyone who's new, right, building up, testing, it's a lot of time and front-loaded work like we spoke about. Right now, as you see, it's a lot less. It's more analyzing and optimizing and making a little move here and there. Walk us through how you manage your time and how you keep yourself sane, because you seem to live a very, very happy life, with a cool life, from what I see, right? And I admire that. And I want you to walk us through your mindset, how you manage that, how you keep that happening while you're busting ass building a company, right? Because I feel like you are able to make that happen yourself personally, right? So walk us through how you do that.
I think the main thing is being able to write stuff down and break down what you need to do. Because every time I start feeling like I'm overwhelmed, like wake up in the morning, you're like, I need to do this, and there's duplications, and I need to redo something and revise this and whatever. I need to talk to the supplier and blah, blah, blah. Like, I sit down and I just write it out, and I say, like, step by step, this is what needs to happen. And that clears your mind, and it keeps everything straight. And you can just sit there and go through, like, sorry, there's like an ambulance, like.
No, I can't even hear it.
Oh, okay. It just keeps everything straight, and you can just go one by one and be like, all right, today, what do I have to do? These 3 or 4 things, boom, just knock them out. And you're making progress. It keeps you consistent on your progress. It keeps you motivated because you're actually getting stuff done, and you know that you're making progress step by step towards something. And yeah, and I still do that today, actually. So
100%.
much
And-
how I manage that.
Yeah, and how do you keep yourself like because what I'm trying to get at here is I see you being active and also making a ton of progress, right?
Oh,
How do you do that? Walk us through that. Your daily schedule, your action. How are you still active?
yeah.
And also because I see you getting a lot of work done. I see it.
Right.
So how do you do that and also have a lifestyle?
I guess it's really just a decision that you need to really make and decide what you really want to do. So for me, I ride BMX, and I do all this stuff with BMX. I was pro rider, all this stuff, right? So I made a conscious decision that that's what I'm going to do. And so even if you got to work, late night hours or whatever, you just kind of just make sure that you're doing exactly what you want to do. I really don't spend any real downtime, like just watching TV or something, anything like that.
So,
I'm
so
out.
you're not investing your time into useless activities. You're investing all your days and your time into things that you truly enjoy. And maybe that's enabling
Exactly.
you to get that extra time out of it by not wasting your
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I don't waste any time. Like every hour of every day is basically utilized to do something that's kind of like building the dream. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
And Bob, on top of that, do you write a list of things to do a week or in advance? Like, for example, do you
Yeah.
utilize any of the preemptive planning?
yeah, I actually have like a whiteboard, and so the whiteboard has what I want to do for the year. And those are the main big goals for the year that I want to accomplish. And then for each week, usually around Sunday. Sunday's kind of like downtime, like Sunday night. No one's trying to call.
Yeah. After I'll say after masterminds are over, right?
Yeah, yeah. So I'll just I'll write down what I should get done for this week. And then I'll break down those things into different steps. And then each day I'll be like, all right, I should get this done, this done, this done, this done. And it's just, you know, smaller steps that you can accomplish in a day, and you just get them done. And it's amazing how much faster you run, and how much, I guess, freer in your mind it is, because now you're not thinking about a million different things to do that need to get done. You know what you're supposed to do that day. You don't have to worry about the rest of the stuff. Just deal with what you're
Right.
supposed to do that day. And if you just keep that going, the consistency just skyrockets, and you can just stay with it. So that's pretty much how
I mean, that's an amazing answer.
yeah.
Thank you for that.
And also I write in the stuff that I want to do, like riding BMX and all that stuff. I will write in.
But I think that's huge. Definitely just go
I
through
do
say
write that in. So that just keeps it in my mind that, you know, that what I need to keep doing, and, you know, how to
Yeah,
work it.
And truthfully, I think I need to work on that more, right? Because I should put in my own free time and things that I want to do to enjoy myself. It's one thing I don't do much, and I could probably learn a lot from you from that. And also, Bob, walk me through the main thing that you would tell anybody who's brand new, starting off, right? Who wants to, you know, find consistent. They're not in a rush, but they want to move quick. What is the best way to do it?
I would say just focus on the goal that you have right in front of you. Don't think too much about the next steps. Just focus on what your task is at hand and trying to do it the best that you can. Because the next step's gonna come once you finish your current step. But if your mind is like too, because that's where I got kind of caught up when I was doing the first 20 products and the landing pages and all that stuff. I wanted to do a good job, but I also wanted to like
get it done,
move through it and get it done.
Yeah.
So I was like really pushing, but I was pushing to get it done, not pushing to do it the best I can at it. You know what I mean? And
I think that's so. What was the change? That's genius. What is the change you made to stop just getting it done, but to, you know, accomplish it and complete it fully with purpose? What is the difference?
I'm trying to think of when that actually happened. I think I was just too stressed one night, just trying to get it done, and I was going through the audits back and forth, and like finally just one day I was just like, you know what, like let me just worry about this and not worry about the other stuff. And
right, take it step by, and that's the difference, man, because overwhelmed,
I just got too stressed one night trying to,
right. So walk us through that process. When you finally said, I'm going to do this, I'm taking it slower. How did your workflow change from that point?
The workflow more or less stayed the same. It was more or less my mentals that had changed so much that now as I went through it, it was much more enjoyable, if you will, or easier to just to focus on it and not worry about the next thing. It was all about the mindset that changed, because I was still working the same amount of hours on it, trying to get it done and all that stuff, but just the way that I was approaching it and my mental approach towards it was totally different. And I actually was like learning more from doing it. It was like, okay, I'm basically trying to be the best copywriter I can be. You know what I mean?
100%. Like actually focusing on wearing each hat fully,
Yeah,
like doing it
yeah,
correctly.
exactly. Yeah, you know, and then it came to algorithmic targeting, and then it was like, okay, now I'm learning to try to be the best algorithmic targeter that, you know, I can be, and learning what it is and why it's working, and, you know, why are we doing it this way? And um, if somebody wanted me to do it, how could I be better at it? You know what I mean? I kind of ask myself that question every so often too. If somebody wanted me to be a copywriter, how good am I at it for making landing pages? If somebody wanted me to do algorithmic targeting, how good am I at it? How much more practice should I put at this to get it better? And in the end, I'm just being better for myself. You know what I mean? Because it's my own brands
And
that I'm working.
that's the difference.
Oh,
That's the difference maker. And Bob, I think that's extremely valuable for those that are starting to build and really start to get their momentum going. I
yeah.
think that's freaking huge. And
Right.
again, thank you so much for all of those words. Everyone should realize, right, having those pieces proper in your head as you're building and starting the process is the difference maker, right? So don't rush and simply just move forward and make it happen, right? And Bob, what is the last thing that you want to leave the community with, right? On one piece that you think is an absolute gold mine piece of value that you have, and then we're going to move on to our next few people as well. But walk me through what that one piece is, Bob.
I think staying consistent is the key through all the ups and downs. Like I didn't even touch on any of the pitfalls and things that have happened along the way in this journey so far. I think just staying consistent when it does get hard, just knowing like, oh, it's getting hard. Now's my time to double down and work harder at this point, because my motto is like all the magic happens in the extra effort. So
And I think that is the secret, right? Actually knowing you're putting in the additional effort, going over the top.
right. So when things kind of dip down and like don't go your way, instead of just being like, oh, this is a failure, now is the time to put in a little bit of extra effort, and you never know what kind of magic might happen. So for example, with my product, I kept getting shut down. I got shut down like 3 times by somebody like basically saying I was infringing on copyright or whatever, and I just didn't understand why. And then I just looked to see who was. I thought it was just a competitor that was trying to shut me down. And then I actually looked into who was actually sending this to Shopify to shut me down. And then it actually was the inventor of the product that I'm selling. And, you know, I picked up the phone because this is the extra effort. I was like, man, I guess I can just move to the next product, or I can actually call him and talk to him. So I actually picked up the phone and she answered the phone. And, you know, she told me what was going on, and that, you know, it was a copyrighted product and she was the inventor and all this stuff. And I told her what I was doing. And then I said, I'd want to work with you if that's possible. And she said, yes. Okay, cool. And so now her legal team is shutting down other
Your competition.
shops that would be a competitor to me. And so it kind of leaves it kind of like a more, you know, wide open ocean for me on Facebook. And that's like the extra effort where the magic kind of happens, you know?
And what a way to end that. And Bob, that was beautiful. And I think everyone should learn a lot about consistency and day-to-day flow from Bob. This man is so consistent. I see it every day, and he still manages to get the things that he likes done. And that's because he focuses on what's truly important and gives the extra effort. Guys, round of applause for Bobby down below. You see him in Platinum, rocking it every single day. The guy knows these systems inside and out. Bob, I couldn't be more proud of you, man. And, you know, I'm honored to be part of your journey and to help you continue to scale this thing.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. Like, none of this would be possible without all the systems and the help and the mentorship that you give. So
I appreciate you, man.
Day.
Every day we're here, and we ain't gonna stop. We keeping the ball rolling. We do what we got to do. We keep building. We keep pushing. We keep making it happen. And Bob, seriously, thank you so much for your time today, man. And everyone who hopped on to speak, thank you guys a lot. I know this went 5 hours. I would not expect it. Thank you guys for staying on. True MVPs, appreciate y'all. You know, a lot of us are already on the masterminds. And Bob, thank you again, man. You're the absolute GOAT. And anything, every time you ever need anything for myself, you reach out. You know, I got you. and amazing stuff. And you got the whole tribe going crazy for you down here, man.
Shoots and mahalo.
And mahalo, Bob, mahalo. And thank you so much for sharing all that today, man. Great stuff. All righty. Ladies and gents, that was our very own Bobby Carter. Very, very nice. All right, now next, we have the individual who stayed up till 4:30 in the morning for this. Thank you so much, Ming, right? He is putting his kid to bed, but he's still hopping on with us here today. Ming, you're the absolute man. We appreciate your brother. A little bit of background about Ming, guys. This guy's an absolute stud, right? One of those silent killers that never brags or talks about anything, but he's literally a GOAT. And with that being said, this man's pushing well over $250,000 a month right now. He's using the BSS systems for over 3 years right now as well through each Black Friday. Absolute stud, and understands how to build companies, build real brands, and take it to the next level. Very, very smart individual. Ming, thank you so much for hopping on today, my man. Hopefully all is well. And thank you for still making the time. Even I know you have to put your child to bed, and I appreciate you staying on the entire time. I know we went deep today. And Ming, pleasure to have you, my friend. How you doing?
Hey, Justin. Yeah, thanks for having me. It's a very good session.
Just a normal session, right? 4 or 5 hours. Usually it's 3 to 4. Today we're going 4 to 5, which is cool. But Ming, thank you for making the time, man. Seriously. And just genuinely, man, walk us through, your story, your background, kind of applying BSF systems and the story of you building and making this happen. How are you doing $250,000 every single month? Walk us through your process, right? And everything else in between, and how you were able to make this happen.
Okay, so a bit of context. I joined BSF in 2021, and to be honest, I didn't follow the system strictly because I wasn't starting from scratch. I'm distributing an existing brand, right, with its own suite of products for a few years. But the problem I had was I couldn't get past the scaling and inconsistency of doing it on my own. So I did join a couple of other courses before BSF, but they didn't deliver what was promised. Right? So at that point before I joined, my Facebook ads were bleeding all over the place. I didn't know what I didn't know. Right? So then the clarity came after joining BSF. Right? But so my time zone is a little bit different. I couldn't really join all the mastermind calls with Justin, right? It's like 4 a.m. where you guys are going on. So, but I did go through the online videos. So after just applying 4 things from the system, we went from 900K to 1.5 million the following year. So almost a double jump. So but if I summarize what I actually did use from the system, it's just 4 things. So it's not as in-depth as the guys that went through earlier on. So one of the things was a Facebook ad template, right? The 3-day rule. So this brought our ad cost under control, right? No matter how I tried to test other types of copy, the BSF ad still showed the lowest conversion cost, so it just works, right? Then the next big thing was the landing page template, right? The testimonial up top, the left, right, feature, benefits, right? It was a pain to redo all our existing product pages, but we just kept at it, and it really bumped our conversion up as well. Then the other thing I remember was the one-click upsell and post-purchase offers. So at first I was wondering who will buy the same thing again just after buying it, right? But then the numbers don't lie, right? Implementing that just exploded our average order value. It went from about $80 to about $150. So that changed. It's a big change.
That's amazing, Ming. So what you're saying, Ming, is you applied the BSF ad copy, immediately brought your cost per acquisition down comparative to all the other ad copy examples you tried. He implemented our landing page structure, immediately saw an increase in conversion rate and lower cost per acquisition, right? And used the Facebook ad strategies and templates as well to do the same exact thing. So notice all the core pieces of what he's utilizing, right? With a business that's successful. He's putting in the BSF system now, and he's doing better, and he's getting cheaper results, right? Cheaper cost per acquisition. That should be very telling, right? Comparative to other systems that might still work, when you do it the BSF way, you're just doing it better, which is amazing, Ming. So walk us through, man. I know you were using the Black Friday system this last Q4. Walk us through how that looked. How did that look this year? $250K a month through BFCM is super cool. Walk us through how many years you've been using the Black Friday system and some of these BSF systems as well.
The Black Friday one, since I think 2021, I started using it. So that one gave us about 190K in November. So that one launched. And then next year we did it again. So I really followed it to the T. So I mapped out your slide deck, and then your version, my version, your version, my version. So I made sure I didn't miss out any asset or component that you advised in the training. And then last year we hit the highest was 224K on November itself. So Yeah,
In 1 month, or for the whole year, or 1 month?
1 month. 1 month.
1 month. Got it.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yes. So I
Hey,
think the biggest
there-
benefit following the
um,
BSF system was consistency.
For sure. And Ming, walk me through what you would say is the number one thing that you want anyone to know who's hitting their first like 1K day, trying to get to like 5 to 10K, or trying to hit like their first 50K month. What is the first piece of advice you would give someone starting off a bit younger in the game, wants to find momentum, wants to find consistency, right? And then scale thereafter. What are some pieces of advice you'd give them?
Get the ads down, right? Earlier someone mentioned there's one product, but many ways to sell it, right? If one angle didn't work, just try another angle until it worked. Then once you get that down, I mean, it's only a matter of time before you can hire out the whatever you're doing. So at one time, Justin also recommended I hire a full-time marketing person just to follow the system instead of paying a big agency thousands of dollars, which I did actually. So then after that, I fired the agency, then I switched over to a full-time hire.
Your own in-house. Very, very good.
Yeah.
And I think that's a huge thing. And for anyone doing like 50, 100K plus, realize, right, you could hire an agency, they could do well, but you're going to be overpaying them. It's well worth it to bring them in-house, that to train them on the systems that we already know and have. How did that process look, Ming? How'd you bring someone in? How'd you find the person? How'd you train them on the systems? How'd you do it?
I recruited from a customer actually.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, they bought my stuff. Then I was like, hey, I posted on our own Facebook group, hey, I'm looking for a marketing guy. Anyone want to submit? So he joined. So I just showed him the BSF manual, asked him to go through all the videos on the Facebook ad targeting and all that. But it took about 3 to 6 months for him to really understand and internalize the systems. But ever since then, it's been good.
Amazing. And what is one thing that you want just to leave the community with, Ming, out of everything completely, right? Your biggest piece of advice to anybody?
I think before you get the systems dialed in, you might see your sales going like crazy up and down throughout the years. But what the BSF systems will give you is consistency, right? So with consistency, will give you the security and confidence to hire full-time, right? So that's now I'm up to a small team of 4 that runs everything. So it will only get better as long as you don't give up, right? The systems do work, just trust in it.
I love it. And Ming, I think it's as simple as you put it, right? Follow the systems, you be consistent, you scale, and you just continue to follow the systems and focus on what you're actually doing consistently, right? Thank you, Ming. I think that's awesome. And congratulations on your massive success as well. Doing $1.5 million to $2 million a year is no freaking joke, right? And you're just getting started at this point, right? There's still so much growth for you to make happen, especially with these systems and building on top of them. And I know you have to go put your child to bed, and thank you so much, Ming, for hopping on so late. I know usually we hop on, we don't go for 5 hours, right? So you're able to hop on earlier. Thank you so much for staying to getting your actual time. That's incredible. And as a final piece, as a final question for you, Ming, $200,000 plus a month is unreasonable for most people, right? So what mindset shift did you have to make to be able to actually make that reality for yourself? How, when you first start 200K a month, I mean, you're thinking about doing 200K a year, right? So how does 200K a month become a thing?
Milestones, like the more systems we implemented, the different milestones we hit. So like we did the landing page thing, then we got to 120K, then it plateaued, then the next system we installed, it bumped up again. So eventually we got there through the different milestones. Like one of the things that Jean mentioned was, something like this. But it's not possible until you see someone else doing it, and then you're like, whoa. Yeah, so don't give up. You eventually get there. We are all in good company.
100%. And Ming, thank you so much, my friend, for today. Absolutely
Thank you so
incredible value,
much.
guys. Let's give Ming a round of applause down below. He is a silent killer, right? This man is behind the scenes, rocking and rolling all day, every day. There's always a few people like that. And I think, Ming, as a testimony to your success, like, you're extremely humble, right? You're extremely humble. And I think that's so important for so many people who are at your level to realize. So, congratulations on everything in between, man. I couldn't be more proud of you. And, the BSF systems, I'm so happy they're able to, lay such an incredible foundation for this business. And I look forward to helping you scale consistently even further down the road, my friend. I seriously do. And anything else you ever need, I'm always here. And seriously, man, thank you so much for that. And, a lot of people in the chat are hyping you up down here below. I appreciate you staying on so late. Seriously, that shows volumes about your heart and where it's at. And I appreciate you so much, Ming. And I don't want to keep you any longer. Thank you so much, and congratulations on your success.
you,
And
Justin.
I'm so happy we could be a part of it.
Thank you.
My pleasure, Ming. And Bilal, I know we're supposed to go now, Bilal. I'm going to have Edmund go first, just because we're super deep in this. Then you go right after Edmund, Bilal. Ming, you're the man. You guys should also follow Ming on Instagram. Super cool dude. Give him a follow. The guy's silent killer, like an absolute stud. Okay. Very cool. Now, with that being said, we have my man Edmund 2. Edmund, are you with us today?
Hi, yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. Good to see you today, man. How's everything on your end?
I'm good. How are you? How's everybody here?
Amazing. Now, guys, first and foremost, let me go ahead and intro Edmund and who this man is real quick. So first and foremost, guys, Edmund is a complete serial entrepreneur at this point, right? He's built several brands at his time here at BSF. Not only did he come in with a particular brand that was doing low volume, he implemented the entire BSF system, was able to scale it massively thereafter, which is absolutely incredible. He said, hey, these systems work. Let me go ahead and try to build another brand from scratch. And he did just that. He used the product research system, everything in between, and he built his next brand up, which is incredible. Edmund is someone who runs multiple companies, right? Just like we heard today, several of our individuals have portfolios. And that's one of the most incredible things to realize, guys, is when you understand a system and a structure, you can have a portfolio. So Edmund here is, I would say, one of the most calculated person I've met in a while as well, because, dude, I remember when you first started off and recently, like, you are just all about the system. You don't veer away. You don't get it complicated. You just follow the damn system and move forward and stay consistent. And that is ultimately what I noticed about yourself. It was very frictionless for yourself. You're a very easygoing guy. And I think that played a lot of the part in your successes as well, Edmund, which I'm extremely proud of. And Edmund, why don't you walk me through a bit deeper in terms of your story, everything else in between, how you kind of utilize these BSF systems and kind of everything else in between as well. And thank you so much for actually coming on today, man. The fact that you stayed
no
out
problem.
until the end, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
No, my pleasure. Yeah. So yeah, I'll just talk a little bit about myself and my story before and like my story with BSF. So I think I joined around 2 years ago. And by then I was already kind of exploring e-com and trying my hand at some of this stuff. I did what probably a lot of people did, like went on YouTube, purchased a few courses here and there, tried to do things on my own. And I was making a few sales here and there, a little bit of traction, but just nothing really notable. And like none of the consistency, definitely. And then I eventually met Justin through one of his ads, and he reached out to me personally. And then after a little bit of chatting with him, I decided like this is a really good place to be. And I joined the program. And by then I had one product that was kind of a winner, and I had scaled up to maybe like 15K a month, I think. But by then the product was pretty much dying, and I was on the verge of giving up on that product. But I brought it into BSF. I kind of applied all of the systems that I've learned. And essentially within a few months, I had brought the product back to life and, back to having really good profit margins and making money again, rather than just, leaving it and letting it die out. And after that, just like Justin mentioned, I decided to start from bottom up with the BSF system, with like my 20 products, building everything out. And with my first product ever tested, I generated close to a 6-figure month within, I think, the second month of testing this product. So that just speaks volumes of the system that BSF has.
So your first product, so your first brand that you had, right, you scaled it highly, very highly, close to 6 figures a month. They said, okay, these systems work. You built it out from zero. You tested your first product using the product research system and how strict it is, and you achieved nearly another 100K a month with that brand as well.
Exactly, yeah. And it was my first product out of the 20 that I prepared. So, and I still remember like I think the second or like within the first few days, I knew like this was going to be big, compared to even my last product that I had coming into BSF. So that was really cool stuff for me. Yeah.
That's amazing, Evan. Now, Evan, why don't you walk us through, because someone like yourself, again, who has found success on multiple companies with this system, walk us through the difference between like having random bullshit theory like you hear on TikTok and all these random wherever, and then talk about actually having a BSF system and actually a concrete way to be consistent. How did that change the game for you? Actually having a system and a flow and a way to operate, a direction to go.
Yeah. So like the system is really important because I think it just removes a lot of the emotion that you have without a system. I think I mentioned before BSF, I was on like taking different courses, listening to a bunch of random people, and not really having a set plan and a set system to gain that momentum and know what you need to do on a day-to-day basis, regardless of kind of how you're feeling, or if I guess like the system basically removes it really just it all depends on the product. It removes everything, and the product is the only variable. And that's what that kind of was my aha moment. I just had to do everything the same and just test and just change the product that I was testing each time. And that's led me to success with multiple products, even after this one.
100%.
Yeah, I think it's really
That's amazing. And walk me through this. So you found success multiple times, even after this one, multiple times. You continue to do very well. Walk me through what you would tell yourself when you first started in terms of who you are now. What would you say to your younger self who's just beginning? Someone who's just starting, maybe they didn't actually find momentum yet, or they're trying to get to that next level of momentum. Walk me through, right, what you would say to young Edmund.
Yeah, so like similar to what other people have said, I guess, like in the past, or like the other speakers for this mastermind, I guess, like try to stay consistent on a day-to-day basis and do what needs to be done, and kind of measure success with the tasks you need to do, like right now, rather than saying, oh, I need to hit 6 figures this month right away, or, you know, I'm not a success. But, you know, take it day by day, step by step, making sure you do the things you need to do. And that's basically it. And also just trusting in the BSF system, because it works. It's been around for a while. It's been tested by so many people. And, you know, BSF wouldn't be a thing if it didn't work. And it works really well. And the level of success that you see here is really rare. You don't see this around the industry with e-com and drop shipping. So I guess those would be my 2 top things I would go back to tell young me, just to trust in the system and, you know, take it slowly, day by day, but, you know, with some sort of regression still.
100%. And Evan, I think that's extremely well said, man. And thank you again for hopping on today. That was incredible. And thank you for staying on the entire end to go ahead and give your 2 cents. That means the world. And with that being said, we have a lot more to do. You have a lot more scaling to go through, and I'm excited to be there for you, you know, no matter what it is. And, you know, as a final last piece to kind of leave the community with, I know you just gave your most important piece, but what do you want to leave everybody with? What do you want to leave everybody with? What should they know about Edmund 2?
Maybe not so much about me, but more about like this community. I want to talk a little bit about how like BSF is really like nothing like the rest of a lot of the communities, a lot of the mentorships, a lot of the programs out there. The level of accountability here is just not seen around in a lot of the other things in this industry. You don't have programs where they're willing to give help 24/7, or have masterminds where Justin will sit there until, you know, there are no questions to be asked. And it's just the team really cares about your success, and they'll make sure you get there, regardless the difficulties or challenges you're going through and all the questions that you have. They'll make sure they're answered. Yeah, I just think there's a lot of accountability here, and yeah, you should trust the system and this community.
Hey, Evan, I appreciate that, man. And again, guys, round of applause for Evan down below, absolutely crushing the game. He's also another one with portfolios, right? And he's a super nice guy. You could see him inside the Facebook group as well. He's done live streams talking about his successes and everything else. Thank you so much, Evan, for everything else in between, man. And seriously, keep me in the loop. Whatever you need, I got you. And, you know, the biggest thing that I see about yourself is you're so kind of calm and collected. You're always calm and collected, right? Even when we were struggling in the beginning, right? You're calm and collected, right. And now you're built and you're scaled, right? And you're still calm and collected. And I think a lot goes to say with that, you know, to keep everyone's emotions in check, right? Don't get too crazy. Don't get too happy. Don't get too discouraged, right? Keep your emotions in check. And, you know, from the outside, it seems like you're a very calm and collected individual. And I think that's very admirable.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
My pleasure, man. And again, I'm very proud of you. Congratulations on all your success, Edmund. Formal hats off to you, man. And I wish you nothing but massive success, health, and happiness to you and the fam in the future. And hopefully I can help you even achieve that scale as well.
Thank you. Yeah, you as well. Thank you.
And Evan, I'll see you soon. I know you got to hop off. Thank you so much for hopping on and staying on the end. goes without saying, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
And have a good one, man. Let us know if you ever need
Yeah.
anything. I'm here for you.
Yeah, you too. Definitely.
Very nice. All righty, ladies and gents. We have one more student who's going. Want to know what's crazy? This is like a fraction of the whole list, right? So thank God that this is the amount of people I got for today. Imagine if I brought on like 30, 40, right? That we would be here till next Sunday. Okay. So last but not least, okay, we have my absolute incredible friend, right? Incredible success, the true Swiss Army knife, right? A true Swiss Army knife, Bilal, right? This man not only finds incredible success with his agency where he operates multiple businesses and other people's companies with the BSF systems, he also has his own particular companies and his own particular extra additional service build outs as well. This man's a true Swiss Army knife, finds success with the BSF systems in all of these ventures at the same time. Someone who can actually run many companies like that is a force to be reckoned with. And Bilal, I welcome you to the mastermind here today. Thank you for having the time to make this happen for us today, my man. I know we're a bit deep into our normal session, which is incredible, but I wanted to make sure that we got you on, Bilal. And Bilal, thanks for joining us today, man. How you doing?
Awesome. It's been a long session, but yeah, I love it. All the stories, all the feedback, so many tips I got. Yeah, absolutely amazing.
100%, Bilal. And it's good to see you from outer space today, which is absolutely amazing. We can see you are absolutely on the moon with your companies, which is awesome. And, with that being said, Bilal, why don't you walk us through your story, your back end, your upbringing, everything in between? We would love to hear. A lot of people might be able to relate. And then we'll talk and go deeper into how you are using the BSF systems to find consistency in all these different companies alike, because I think it's incredible that you could showcase not only success in one industry, but multiple with these BSF systems. And the mic is yours, my friend.
Yeah, awesome. So my background, I'm an engineer. I did mechanical engineering, and I specialize in aerospace. And once I graduated, I was working at this private jet company, and I was in charge of making sure that all the parts we had in the airplane were put together properly. That way, when we sold it to the client, everything was perfect. And these jets, they're very expensive. Okay, so for example, one brand new jet that we sell is for $30 million USD. So everything needs to be super perfect, right? We cannot have any issues. And
give me a used one.
Sorry?
Give me a used jet, 30 mil.
A used jet you could probably get, for like half the price. But yeah, these are brand new jets, right? And they're very expensive. And so I was working as an engineer, right? I would work super hard every month, right? And I would make sure all these jets, they're well prepared for the client. And then at the end of the month, whenever I would see this person come get their plane, right, it would be just like one person, right? Or maybe the husband and wife, they would come and get their plane. And I would be like, oh my God, this one person makes this much money just on one product. I was like, so, and at that time, I was struggling with my student loan. I was having a hard time paying it off. And I was like, I'm struggling with this student loan. And this guy just bought a $30 million USD plane, right? I was like, there's some info that I don't have that I need to look out for, right? And I became so hungry searching for more information and studying wealthy people like an engineer. So I read like 30 books about finance and money and budgeting. And eventually I came up with a formula which allowed me to pay off my student loan. And I was like, yo, this is amazing. So I kept applying it. And at that time, I didn't know anything about business. It was just like basic stuff, right? Like, budgeting, saving money, reducing your expenses, and then finding out what an investment is, and just like, slowly applying what I was learning, right? And eventually I made my first 100,000 from just like, reducing my expenses, saving, and then investing, right? It was like absolutely incredible. It changed my life. And then I was like, you know what? I have to teach other people how to do the same thing. And then on social media, I started teaching people for free how to do this. And on TikTok, I grew my following to 45,000 followers. Okay. And I was like, this is amazing. I'm helping so many people. I was like, you know what? Let me turn this into like maybe a business. So I started teaching businesses how to do the same thing, reducing expenses, saving money, and then making money as well. And then eventually I started helping businesses, make more money. And so I was working as an engineer. I was also like doing marketing, helping local businesses like restaurants and gyms and stuff, just doing basic marketing. But once I got this knowledge, I really applied it to these businesses. And most of these businesses that I helped are service-based businesses. So since that time till now, I've helped over 2,000 businesses build a six-figure business. So it's been absolutely amazing. And a lot of the times I was getting clients that were e-com, and I was really good with the service-based business, right? Like local, like gyms or like online marketing. I was super good. If you have a funnel and if you need help with ads, I was super good, right? I can help you get results and sales. The thing that I wasn't good at was e-com. It was just something different, something new. And I didn't want to work with people where I couldn't get results for them, right? So that's why I came into your program, Justin. I was like, you know what? This guy obviously, keeps sharing these really big, screenshots. I think like, really big numbers. I was like, he must really know how to do Facebook ads. And I just wanted to really give good results to my clients. And so I joined the program and I was absolutely amazed about the stuff that I learned. First thing was like I had my own, business where I help people, with their finance. And so, reducing expenses and just keeping tracking of their transactions, basically, right? Like bookkeeping. So, and then I had my own funnel, and I had just started it. It was like 3 months ago that I really like started making it good. And my first 3 sales I got a client for $1,200, right? That was my cost per acquisition, CPA. It was $1,200. And at that time, I was still happy because I knew that at the back end, I could, make it back. I wasn't too like worried. I studied Justin's BSF systems, right? And I implemented everything. And then the next 30 sales that I got, right? Absolutely amazing. I reduced my cost to $300 per acquisition for a client.
Disgusting.
It was absolutely amazing, right? From $1,200 to $300, absolutely amazing. And I did it in, my first 3 clients, I probably got like in a month or two. The other 30, like I got, even in a shorter time period. So absolutely amazing. And then I took this knowledge and then I started implementing it to my e-com clients, which I wanted to, right? And that's who I learned this for. And as you saw the screenshot I had sent, one of my clients, right, she has an online e-com store, and within 1 month, she got $3,000 in sales, and this is like a brand new like owner. She doesn't really know anything about marketing. She doesn't know anything about tech.
You're a wizard, Bilal.
Yeah, so we just started the store, and she was about to shut it off because she ran ads for the first time, and she said. She got 3 sales and she's like, oh, it's not profitable. I'm shutting it off. I looked at the numbers. I was like, no way. I was like, we have to keep running this. So yeah, so I convinced her to keep it. We ran it again. And then her first sale, it was like $600. It was very expensive. So I can understand why she was kind of worried. But then from 600, like you saw that screenshot, we brought it down to like $8 per sale, $8. So and then since then she's got about she got over 60 sales now, and within a month. So absolutely crazy that I can help more of my clients, and yeah, it really works, and very, very good experience.
Bilal, I mean, first and foremost, congratulations. That's like 5 wins in 1, right? Which is incredible. Now, walk us through how you manage all these things at once. So we have the agency, info products, so all these clients, right? But the system is cohesive across the board, right? Walk us through how you utilize the system in all these different ways, right? And then also like how you manage yourself, because you're doing marketing in 4 different ways, but the system seems to be cohesive in all of them. How does that work?
Yeah, awesome. So my biggest business, the one that I focus the most on, is my coaching business, where I help people scale their business. So whether you're starting new or you have, you're a plateau or somewhere, I help you scale. So that's like my main one. And so what I try to do is I try to open up my schedule for a certain time that I'm able to take calls. But then I also want to make sure I'm working on my own business because, previously what I've done a lot is like I've, helped so many other people, but I've never made progress with my own business. So now I put time slots. So you can book a call with me from this time to this time, but then from this time to this time, hey, I have to work on my own thing. And then I've done that for you know, so the agency, the coaching, and then for myself. So I break my time down like that. And I try to work like now I try not to work as much, because if you work too much, you lose your energy and you're not able to, you know, accelerate or push as far. So I try to get my sleep in, I try to work out, and I try to, you know, to do the business. Sometimes it's hard to shut off. But the thing that's really helped me the most,
That's how you know you're winning.
yeah, so the the thing that's helped me the most is being able to schedule ahead of time. So I don't do any last minute stuff anymore. Everything's scheduled ahead of time. I try to do at least 1 week, completely book it out. So that way I know what I'm doing, and I'm not just like, you know, trying to find like, you know, things to do last minute. Because sometimes what happens, because we do a lot of marketing, and especially on social media, you tend to start watching videos and then you get lost in social media, like, you know, TikTok videos and Instagram. So that's why if you have a schedule, you're just going to stick to it. You're going to do one thing, it's done, you move on to the next thing, and you just keep getting everything done, you know, during your day. And then by the end of the week, you'll be surprised how much you accomplished because you scheduled it in.
100%. And that's a correlation. A lot of the really, really successful guys today talked about that exactly, Bilal. So I think that's an incredible, incredible point. And guys, what we're looking for here is correlations between all these successful people, right? We're looking for correlations. What are they all saying? That's the same thing, right? We're looking for correlations between all these successes, right? And that's clearly one of them, Bilal. And I think that's a huge, huge, huge point. Now, one thing I want to ask you as well is, when you first started off in ecom, right? You didn't know much, like you're on your first day one, before anything, right? What would you tell yourself then, being who you are now? What are some of the things that you can see being the success that you are today that you would tell yourself who was new on day one? What would now Bilal tell old Bilal?
Yeah, so you know, success is already out there. You don't need to try to create something. If someone has given, like, you know, their entire life towards something, they have more experience, they're an expert, so just trust that process, right? A lot of the times when we find something, right, we try to, you know, shape it into what we think would work, or we think that, you know, like for example, the audience research or just like the targeting, you know, I would just say, hey, look, if someone's, you know, dedicated their life and created a process, just trust it, try it out, let that test tell you if it's going to work or not. Don't try to judge before, just follow the process and stick to it, and yeah, you'll be able to get there much faster.
Amazing stuff. And Bilal, before we tail off, what is one thing that you want to leave the community with? What is one thing that you want to mention that has contributed toward all your success? The one specific thing that you couldn't live without, the one specific thing that has made so much of an impact, so much of you know, that forward movement in your life. What is one thing that you want to leave the community with that you think could benefit them?
So I would say, so what I just mentioned, you know, like make sure you're following a process, but you want to follow people that have results, right? You don't want to be learning from people who make claims but don't have results, right? I'd rather pay someone a bit more money so I can get the guarantee that I'm going to get a result.
Don't cheap out on anybody, whether it's your finance guy, your accountant, your coach, your mentor. Don't cheap out.
Exactly, right?
Very smart.
Like, we spend a lot of money on stuff that, like, you know, supposedly improves ourselves. Like, for example, we buy the newest iPhone, right? We get, like, you know, the best car. We buy a very expensive house. But when it comes to investment, you know, people, like, you know, might, you know, try to save money on that. But that is something you should spend money on first. And then you should, you know, worry about your lifestyle, because your investments is what's going to get you the lifestyle. So something I really like saying is build your income first before you build your lifestyle. And so if you actually just keep that in mind, you're gonna have an easier time investing. And then obviously once you get those numbers, then you can go ahead and start, you know, buying some fun stuff. But make sure you listen to someone who's already done it. They have results, and just pay attention to them. So courses are good, but, you know, the accountability like you get in this group is super, super helpful, because you know, you get that support, right? If you do something right, you can ask. If you do something wrong, you can still ask, right? Courses don't have that support. So support and accountability from someone who's already done it is super helpful. and stick to a schedule.
Bilal, thank you so much for your time today, my friend. Guys, round of applause for Bilal down below, guys. Thank you, my friend, for hopping on and literally for staying on until the end, Bilal. I appreciate that so much, man. Let's give him his flowers. Tell him, incredible stuff down below. That was definitely a great walkthrough. And I think, Bilal, the biggest thing with yourself, right, is that time management, right? Because you have so many things going on at the same time. That time management is everything for yourself. And right, that's contributed toward a huge portion of your success. The chat's blowing up. They love you, man. And Bilal, thank you so much for hopping on. And again, we will continue our mentorship here in BSF, and everything else in between will help you to continue scaling and everything else. I couldn't be more happy for you, man. Hats off to you and your successes. You have many of them, and you're not even done with your mentorship term. So congratulations, dude. I have, a lot of great things to always say about you. I'm always bragging about you. And anything else that you ever need, you always let me know. I'm here. And thank you for making the time to actually hop on today to bless our community, my friend. I really do appreciate it, man.
Yeah, awesome, man. From everything I've learned, I just focus on service-based businesses, and just because I'm super busy, I haven't had the chance to even start my own e-com store. But I've because I've learned so much stuff, it would be crazy for me not to start an e-com store. So in the third or fourth quarter, I'm actually going to commit myself to do it. And yeah, I mean,
you 100%. You're running so many different companies at the same time. Like you are doing the hard part for everybody. Now it's time that you do it for yourself too, and you add a fifth company to your plate.
Yeah, exactly. My goal would be to automate it more. But yeah, I mean, I just can't wait because that is the best time to get e-com sales. So yeah, I just can't wait to really test it out and really understand the skills.
Hey, Bilal, I'll be here for it no matter what until the end, my man. Good to see you. Thank you so much for hopping on today. And Bilal, again, I appreciate that. And congratulations again. And ladies and gents, that concludes today's student spotlight session. Wow. 5.5 hours. Holy crap. I'm tired. All right. I can only imagine how a lot of us feel. Guys, let me know how you liked it down below. Throw me 7s down below if you want to see more of this. If you want to see more awesome style masterminds like this, throw me 7s down below if you enjoyed it, right? Guys, we have a lot to go through for the rest of the month. This was incredible. Literally insane amounts of 7s, guys. Alex, is very reassuring for someone just starting his e-commerce journey. I'm so thankful to have joined this process. This is extremely inspiring. Thank you to all the speakers, and thank you for Justin for another wisdom bomb. May God bless everyone, and tons of 7s. Kevin said, Justin, bro, this was absolutely awesome. Keep it up for us. Always got you, brother. Bobby, Big Bobby says, this was absolutely super epic. Good to see you, my brother. Lux, it got me more motivated to get back to work. Damn right. Love to see that, Lux. And guys, seriously, these are all people who are sitting in our damn seat, right? So let's make it happen. There's no excuses for not building something phenomenal, right? Let's keep making it happen. Vidura says, thanks to all the speakers. And Justin, guys, all the speakers, thank you guys so much for hopping on. I know it went deep. Again, it went way deeper than I expected. Thank you guys for staying on until the end, right? To hear everyone and be respectful. And guys, that is literally a fraction of the list that we can go through. If I actually I was going to message a majority of the list and see if thank God I didn't, because it would have been literally a 15-hour mastermind until next Sunday. Okay. And that's a testimony to this community, a testimony to the success that we have here at BSF. And guys, the only thing I ask in return is if you guys could just go in the Facebook group and just comment your feedback about working with me here at BSF. The differences between working with me and some of these idiots and clowns out there in the industry. Excuse my French, but please, that's all I ask. If you guys could just walk through the difference between working with myself and some of these other people. If you have experience in other courses or other coaches, please share your opinion. Drop it in the big BSF group, the one with 50K peeps, right? If you could just drop your 2 cents and your feedback in there about this mastermind and overall just working with me. That's the only thing I ask, is just for some authentic opinions on working with me, and dropped in the group. That's all I ask. I'm going to be doing a lot more of these, guys. And Melissa said this was phenomenal and was great. Guys, we're going to be putting a lot more together just like this. 5 hours and 20 minutes long. This is not going to be done rendering today. It'll probably be done rendering by tomorrow. So if you see any of your peers who missed today's session, please just make them aware that the session was literally over 5 hours and it is rendering, and I will post it tomorrow likely. I'm going to post it the second it's done, but it's probably going to take at least another 3 hours to render. And that's 8 o'clock at night. And by the time I have it uploaded, it'll be the morning. So the replay will be available in the morning. And also, guys, remember, this week is the final week to go ahead and put your one pro tip and commandment on the post that I have pinned. We're going to be all choosing 10 specific things to adapt into our personal life on our next session. Okay. And other than that, I'm sorry. Excuse me, guys. That's how you know. Okay. There's a long session, 5 hours deep. I'm gonna go take a shower now. Okay. There you have it. There you have it. Right. And that's like, I don't even know what else to say. Like, there you have it. Right. That is BSF for you. Right. And this is people who have been in the program, people who have just graduated, people who are in it right now, the mix of all of them. Right. And these are the people that I've messaged that responded, right, and that are able to have the session on Sunday. There was like another 10 people that just couldn't make it. Right. And I'm kind of happy for that, because that would have been literally till 10 p.m. at night. I'll probably line up another few of these to make happen as well, because we got them. So Melissa says, my team was sitting in with me and listening, really inspired by you guys. Thanks, Melissa. That's incredible. And bring them to the sesh. Have them shoot me a message on Instagram as well. I don't mind hooking them up with anything I possibly can. Extra additionals. You're a student of mine and you have a child who wants to get involved. Have a message me. I'll help them out for free as much as I possibly can. Anything that's needed. Have any of your guys' kids, cousins, whatever, hit me up. I love what I do, and it's not a nuisance to me. So Melissa, I appreciate that. And guys, seriously, like, there you have it. Okay, watch this stuff over again. Hear what these people are saying and notice the commonalities between everybody. Again, I apologize for my disgusting burp 5 seconds ago. I didn't mean for that. It just happened. But other than that, I love you guys. If anyone needs anything for myself, let me know. I'm here for it. And for those of you who stayed on till the end, that's the sauce. That's how you make it happen. Let's continue. Let's get right back to it. And guys, what an amazing student spotlight today. As you can see, we clearly have the most consistent student success in the entire industry. There's not a single program that comes even close. You literally had the head affiliate manager at Shopify at the beginning of the session saying that there's no other e-commerce experience in the world that's ever gotten to this level, ever. And he's the guy who his job is to audit and to like be a critic of all of them and to message them if they're having too strong of claims and think. He's the guy who manages all of them. And he straight up said, this is the most insane experience in the entire e-commerce industry. That's from Shopify affiliate manager himself. Right? Followed by the next 15 people who talked about them making awesome cash. Right? Now let's actually get back to it. Let's build consistently and let's do what we're born to do and build greatness in our lives. Okay? Because I don't know about you guys, but this is exactly what I want to do. I want to build greatness. That's exactly why we're here. We're all here. Right? Everyone in this community is on the same mission. We want to build phenomenal greatness into our lives. Don't let outside forces slow you down. Move forward, make it happen, and realize that you can make it happen as well. Right? And other than that, guys, I love y'all. Have a good rest of your day. Rustin says, thanks, Justin. Super, super unbelievably motivating session. My pleasure. I'm literally going straight into the shower now. Okay. As you can see, like, I'm pretty sweaty and I appreciate you guys for everything in between. If anyone needs anything from me, let me know. I am here. Let's get right back into platinum now and we'll continue rocking and rolling, guys. 5 hours and 20 minutes deep, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I love you guys. Have a good rest of your day and enjoy it. And I'll see you guys soon. Mahalo.